assists per round on
Check,
the
check.
controller role without really
What's
having
up,
that
gangs?
impact. All of his assists are impactful playing the flash units.
Welcome ya guys ya, kita watch party dulu guys. Asik.
For kills, but he's also topping the clutch statistics. So you're seeing him be able to set up his team for success.
Armacio main Delta apa sih, main sekali doang, segame doang well. Segame doang well.
PRX in the game.
Then we look onto the flip side here, we see Crazy Guy, and I feel like this has been such a fantastic addition to the RRQ roster. We just saw from those statistics there, he's almost neck and neck with Patman, while being able to IGL and lead this team forward.
Sabar ya, belum juga masuk playernya.
And as we say, Patman has really been lighting up the server since joining in Stage 1.
Yeah, Crazy Guy, honestly, his fragging statistics and his performance in certain games has been phenomenal. He's been right up there with the rest of the RRQ core, which gives them a fair bit of ceiling, even with Estrella's departure, and even Estrella on DRX has been one of the weaker fraggers, so I don't think he's really contributed as much to the fragging department for RRQ as Crazy Guy is coming into this team. I think he has a little bit more of a ceiling, a little bit more mechanics, and he can definitely fragging impact on the IGL role for RRQ.
Yeah, and something to bring up, Alex mentioned earlier about how Patman is really kind of rounding up the roster very well. They're kind of all holding hands very equally, so it's nice to see
Heaven-nya ini ya, Heaven-nya RRQ ya. Pakai Heaven-nya RRQ dibuka guys. Heaven bahaya sih kalau dibuka bro. RRQ menang 2 kali, PRX belum main sama sekali. Kalah 2 kali ya.
Mid of the map or something, or he's always that guy who you can depend on to actually turn the round in his team's favor. Right now we're looking at the map Vito, and of course this is a best of 5, so this is going to be very.
Dan final yang susah sih guys, soalnya pasti Heaven-nya dibuka guys. Fracture bro.
Kira Barrio di atas buat WP sama Bang Semi.
Agak itu main Delta Force game doang.
I think it's a very interesting ban for me in a best.
Mana baju RRQ-nya bang? Enggak guys, hari ini gue udah nggak ada curse lagi guys. Kalau udah lewat di atas playoff udah nggak ada curse selesai bang.
Why would you not ban that against Gen G, but they've taken it out of the pool today?
Ini buat
And we
sini
are
dokter
seeing
nyerang
them
kan?
pick
Gua PRX.
Fracture, which is equally kind of confusing for me.
I wonder if the Gen G game has kind of knocked their confidence on the map a little bit, because they were quite
BO5 kan, BO5 makanya guys.
But as you mentioned, Fracture will be the first map picked by RRQ here. In the past, in kickoff, it's been picked by PRX. PRX, more recently though, it's been the whole something narrative of him playing the Brimstone. Also on the side of RRQ, worth mentioning, Jemkin is going to be on the Brimstone. So you
Coba aku nonton MPNS dulu bang ya, kamu nonton bule sekarang.
Fragging out and have some great mechanics, playing that Brim, and it is a little bit easier for them to pick up in that controller role.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is a targeted pick from RRQ based on the weaknesses that they saw in PRX's Fracture, especially that first time we saw them play it, which was against the Vice. We know RRQ like to run the Vice, so I think RRQ will kind of feel like they have the counter there with their composition, but I'm very curious.
Well, let's make the fans even happier by sending it to the stage. It is our lower final, RRQ versus Paperrex for VCD Pacific Stage 1.
Udah ganti dah. Akunku yang lama udah bisa cabut-cabutin. Udah bisa muter sama yang lain. Nomor handphone yang belum.
Yang berat tuh kalau RRQ menang di sini guys. Di grand final tuh kan Mark Vito pasti buat yang di upper bracket dapat 2 guys. It's mean pasti eventnya PPRX dibuka. Lotusnya pasti di ban, yang kuat-kuat di ban pasti. Itu udah permainan map pool tuh pasti itu udah. Let's go!
2025 VCT.
Halo Muhammad Rehan, welcome.
Lama suruh panitia cepetin dong, udah nggak sabar lu buar MVP, wacak sabar makanya.
Guys, doakan ya guys ya hari ini guys. Indo peran kita menang guys. Tas siapapun tapi gue tetap dukung PPRX sih. Yang menang tetap akan membanggakan Indo kita guys. Ini BO5 bang, yoi.
di mana guys? Sampai malam nih guys.
3-0 aja nggak sih Bang Abel, biar cepet.
Team RRQ.
Gue jujurnya ada meeting guys, jam 5, jam 6 guys. Itu dia makanya gue ngincar, gue nyusul meeting.
And RRQ with their most successful Pacific stage to date. This team's persistence has paid off finally in qualifying to Masters Toronto, but has all the hard work steal them against the likes of Paperrex? Does the power of friendship pull through this specific stage?
3-1
We want to see them have a good game here. They cannot
3-2
afford to
sih,
get
udah
knocked
lama.
out in the lower bracket.
Habis ini.
And
3-0.
Toronto with
Oh,
any
3-0.
momentum. They want to prove that they just have a rough matchup against Gen G, but they're still one of the most dangerous teams in Pacific.
Oh, definitely, but they have to prepare for an equally dangerous one in Paperrex. And this is a team that has been a regular on the final stage, both in Pacific and internationally. We know they had a rough start in the beginning of the stage 1, but they are back. It's real, guys. Everyone is aboard the PRX train. The question is, where does the train stop, if it stops at all?
Yeah, as you say, it was a rough start for this PRX team, but they've been picking up so much momentum, and now they're practically at terminal velocity. I don't think the hype behind this team could get
Djaja, yang benar Djaja hari ini Djaja.
back to that final, get
Jangan
revenge,
kayak kemarin Djaja, tolong.
and of course, take that crown.
Definitely. That crown is up for grabs, of course, with our 3 teams that are going over to Masters Toronto in Gen G, RQ, and Paperrex. And for our lower final, RQ and Paperrex, again, the very best from Southeast Asia here. And as we're seeing, we have players also that know each other so well. So that's going to be very exciting to see. On
Anjay! Gaya anjing, drama-dramanya cowok anjing, sosok ngamotos berduaan cowok.
Actually, as they walked away, I did see them exchange some heated words. I'm joking.
I heard a scuffle in the hallway.
Berak, sarkas banget anjing, sumpah sarkas guys.
But as you're seeing our map veto once again come up, the fracture map is going to be very telling for this series.
Yeah, I think this is RRQ. I mean, they're backing themselves. It's been a map that's been a solid pick for them in the past. They did play DRX, who backs themselves on that map quite a lot. Very close. That's their only loss. And other than that, they mostly played it in kickoff. So they can smell blood in the water. They're not sold by what PRX is doing with this double duelist on Fracture at the moment. And they think they've got a good approach against it, I suppose.
Yeah, I think PRX on the flip side, they're going to be happy it's been picked. This is a map that they have shown that they like. So I don't think that you worry.
3-1 semua Bang Apa, banyak kan Bang Apa?
I'm laughing at this just because I think I would
3-1 berapa tuh? 1, 2, 3, 4.
And you can come. Well, yes, I would.
Yang milih RRQ juga itu 3-2 loh.
It's getting too real on my end, right? But I think this really doesn't explain like just how close the series can be, especially with the side of RRQ that is known for like such incredible comebacks.
Yeah, PRX has got full momentum and that's undeniable, and I've given them that respect.
Buset, buset guys, mohon maaf ya guys ya. Mohon maaf ya buat si Kingdom ya guys ya.
Should be a pretty tight game. It's up to RRQ.
Viewer rasianya lebih banyak buat Paperrex, mohon maaf guys.
Going to show up today. They're in fantastic form. They're riding that momentum wave, so it's going to be up to whether RRQ can kind of steady themselves in the rocky waters.
Yeah, I've just been a little bit more convinced by PRX. I feel like they have that momentum and they beat PRX pretty handily.
Is it the hero thing again? Is it the protagonist thing again?
That's what I mean.
It's the plot armor.
They have the plot armor. They have the storyline.
Look at that! Look at that!
Wow.
See, that's such an anime-ish kind of handshake.
They know they're the protagonists of Pacific. They know what they're doing.
Here's the thing though, if we're talking about storylines, I think RRQ were pretty crushed with their performance against Gen G.
Tulang punggung Riot Asia bang.
Awas
Awas YouTube-mu hilang bang.
That was just an off day. They are here to play in the lower final. They really want to make it to the final. You could tell when they lost to Gen G how much it meant to them. Looking at the agent comps here though, RRQ going to be playing that Vice into the double duelist. This is a comp that T1 played very well against PRX. I think the formula to beat PRX
Djaja udah apa Jod?
At the same time though, PRX
Djaja udah apa ini guys? Udah ngapais lagi tuh men.
and hopefully play this comp a little bit better into the Vice comp that RRQ will be bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you learn a lot more from your losses than your wins. So that first game,
Duel tank Rusia jadi smoker dulu bang. Oh iya cowok, tank Rusia smoker guys.
But he bounced back strong, and I do think they're familiar enough with double duelists to know how to counter what RRQ have.
I think Kushi's going to have a little bit of an easier time breaking the KJ utility, but it is worth mentioning Buzz on the op was quite key over on the side of T1 against away.
Aduh, si Santi pemanasannya pakai brimstone lagi, Cok.
Pop style. I don't know if you're going to be seeing Monyet picking up an op, to be honest. He was absolutely sending it on the rifle, getting very aggressive.
Misalkan adanya Kevin, Bang. Yoi.
Monyet's necessarily got the same kind of op chops.
Buset, Jason lah tuh, guys. Jason Susanto. Gelo, gede banget, Cok.
Well, maybe he'll get a little braver.
Gelok, boyband, guys.
The aura definitely changes when it's against friends, when it's against people that
Nah.
know like the back of your hand.
Nice
And of
Lester
course,
main
with RQ
PUBG
and
sama
Paperrex,
sama
it's
Bang
exactly that. So let's get started.
And she's
move on
Lester.
to Fracture and send it over to
Iya.
your casters, Quack
Takel,
and
takel.
Kaos.
Ya kan dia emang anak PUBG kan?
Oh, dia emang anak PUBG ya?
Dia dulu PUBG awalnya PUBG.
Thank you very much. You heard it right there from the desk with Mika, Big Time, and Pilski, and they are absolutely
Dari
right.
pagi
In
dia main sama
Southeast
sama
Asia, every road.
Kalau kalah menang masuk Toronto tetap, Bang. Betul. Tapi ini rebutan untuk ke EWC, guys. Kalau menang ke EWC langsung, jadi nggak usah apa sih? Nggak usah ini lagi, bro.
Kualifikasi.
Ya.
Paperrex, Rex, Rigum, Keon will follow on with that one. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see RRQ fall over like they did it yesterday. I think this series definitely has a lot more going in towards this one. But you also do just have to remember the pressure is kind of off for these teams now. They've made it in towards Masters Toronto, and this is the game to see
Grand final kapan, Bang? Besok, kocak.
Gen G to potentially take the Pacific Trophy.
Without a doubt. I mean, you're just thinking about.
EWC baru, Bang. Iya, EWC Valorant baru.
So we'll see.
Pistoronnya tentang Paperrex sih. Nomor 1, bro, Paperrex Pistoron, bro.
Opting to start on the attackers side here. And it is good to see as well, you know, a bit of a bounce back for somebody like Something as well, having a bit of a shocker in the first installment on the Brimstone, putting in something like 7 hours of VOD review and prep just to get an idea. Pistol round to shake off a couple of nerves. A big amount of players though here for RRQ, challenging.
Nice!
Sliding out though, but Divine gets the first shot.
Yeah, stalled out by the smoke a little bit right now. A lot of damage delivered though. Something low.
Wih!
Crazy guy gone.
Wih!
Well,
Lagi panas nih,
just
bro.
already out.
Wih! Es gak sih?
Just a bit of temperament
Yes,
coming
bro.
through as well, but Expero up from the back will be able to land at least the first shot still though. With a full
Nggak sih,
fire
nggak sih,
team
nggak
in front
bercanda,
inside
bercanda.
of Pemain, it's not gonna be easy.
Wah, gila!
Just to kick things off.
Well, if you want to get a good start coming in towards a map like this, where historically you've had some fumbles, right? To highlight the old
Uncle, guys.
that we've seen be a bit of a problem, but switching things up, Devi out for the Sheriff, Ace in the pistol rounds, coming out with confidence.
Kijo nge-swing duluan, anjir, serem banget dah.
The Deskers were saying a little bit earlier as well, where RRQ are most likely going to be playing quite differently to the likes of
Gila, guys.
absolutely smashed Paperrex on this map.
You would imagine
Pandang nggak sih, Pandang?
hopefully trying to study things up from that one before, but currently off just meeting each other with huge clash outside of A main does not really inspire you with much confidence, but at the same time...
Oke, nice gamble, RRQ gagal ya gamble.
If they can establish a plant here, again, you're just going to want to
Oh,
see
Street
what
Attack-nya bahaya
types
nih.
of pistols can come out.
Wih, Davai dapat lagi, Cok.
By carrying on with a pistol though.
No miss
Starts off
gaming.
with at least one, but taking a look at the positions as well, you got tower control.
Jangan sombong dulu, anjing.
A little trade
Nah,
over
itu loh.
with Patman, kind of losing his life, but not too much loss. They have a really good idea
Kayaknya nggak akan dimajuin deh.
of where RRQ are, and they're keeping them suppressed thanks to these smokes from Ilya, from Something.
Hujan buff Israel banget, Cio. Anjay.
Big jet players going onto the Brimstones as well. When you pull out your iPad, you drop your smokes. Then you can just hopefully have some yeehaw action, get your shots out.
Set, Jason juga tajam banget nih.
Paperrex already spotting out
Dua.
kind of what they need in this game here, Quack.
Yeah, full and full. Just trying to make it as clean as possible.
Wih, gila!
Guardian at all, not missing
God
a single
damn!
beat. First round started with an ace. The second round ends with a quad from Forsaken.
Yeah, everybody kind of, you know, we want to see them all firing on all cylinders.
Yang main Dava Jason doang, Cok.
Slacking. We want to make sure that everyone's shots are ready to connect. So it is good to see already for the train side of things, right, on Paperrex, that they've got a couple of their key members out the gates already. But this is the time where we'll flip it on over towards RRQ, get their first gun
Ruby-chan, hai.
where you'll start to
Anigaski,
like fracture.
Choco
Ace for
Minto.
Devi.
Ada
Are you going to start to counter a
Anata.
lockdown when that comes? Yeah, maybe even possibly this round. Who knows? 3 away from it there.
Especially when you're starting on a defense as well. Currently, though, it's just Expero on the B site.
Yeah, they've read this one quite nicely, Paperrex. An idea that when you're
Nah,
in
Jason
towards
dikit, bro.
tower, you're not seeing him there. You just put some focal point in towards A main as well, where Devi's lurk will start to come. Turret retrieved though. There's
Wifi dapat lagi cuy anjing.
for RRQ to get this flank happening, but Xfero's already lost his life.
Alarm bot as well, and you're not seeing too much action closer towards Canteen or anything like that, so enough information for Paperrex to shore up around tree.
Yeah, but you are locked out of the site at the moment.
Mereka pakai Vice guys.
Just kind of holding off
Dapat
a
nih,
bit. Something's
something.
already spent all of his smokes. RQ just waiting for him to pop off, but now something's still marking every exit. Out from the tunnel, out from the back.
Anjing!
It's the double. Just tree left, and Paperrex soon enough with all the information, with all the numbers, there's no chance of RQ retaking.
Not at all in this scenario. You want to see if they can just hold on their guns, don't you?
Eh.
A couple of good shots out from
Eh.
Jemkin at the end.
Eh.
Crazy guy as well. So whilst they do remove all of
Ya
the
Allah,
Paperrex members,
berempat,
they're not going to be
Cok.
in for a defuse in this round. So
Menang,
Paperrex
cuman
will claim the
mati
bonus.
banyak.
That said, with all those kills getting picked up as well, Komodo, you've got Jemkin now 3 points away from the orbital strike. Crazy guy with 2 away from Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, again though, they might just be a bit of an answer towards the lockdown at the moment. I do like the initiative from Something taking this bench space too. You got to feel for Cushy in that moment in time. Bailed out by the Boombot coming his way. Jing's little piece of utility there, working a treat. Had that not happened, maybe you see a world where he dispatches of Something and they can actually start to formulate a bit of a retake.
Oke, jangan kasih duit bro, jangan kasih duit bro. Hey.
Split doesn't go their way. Gonna have to have a little bit more awareness for Xferro. If he wants to go for any engagements or not.
Okay. Well, just back in with the round-to-round adjustments. Currently, it's Monyet. This is a play that Jing is.
Gelo! Neon membuktikan I'm the best. I'm the best Neon bro. Sorry bro.
Over the smoke, right? We've seen some players already having some success.
Cahaya boleh ke atas anjir. Dikira dia res ya?
Monyet will be.
Emang bisa ke situ Bang Apa?
Bisa.
We'll see what damage RRQ want to go for. It's not the worst decision for Jemkin, for example, if he does just want to hold the Phantom going to the next round too.
So at least,
Tapi agak lama kan prosesnya. Lama banget tadi dia berapa kali tuh loh mencoba untuk naik.
If he does get a little bit more, maybe some slight opportunity in the retake, but otherwise, it's pretty much written off. And at the same time, you consider how this round started off, Komodo. Monyet used to play with Paperrex. Monyet is the guy who kind of came in place of Jing. Still though,
Buset, Jason.
fights it pop off straight through Canteen. There will be a nice sheriff shot being found by Cushy, but that will be it. Just Crazy Guy left with the classic, possibly to die to the spike.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in and with the team and getting a bit dirty, right? The fault line available to help set
nice.
Or maybe he can get one himself.
Oke, jangan jumawa guys. Relax, round by round.
You know, somebody on Paperrex getting his ult board, but you also at the same time don't want to see them getting their ults online either, which is what Forsaken will have now coming into this next round. Maybe not going to be used, however, though. Keep that for when they might need a bit of a...
Menang banget ya spraynya ya. Dereng.
Paperrex quite swimmingly, right? 4 rounds in a row. Very stark difference to how RRQ started their game against DRX on this map earlier on in the season as well, right? That upper final, that game to get in towards Toronto. The 13-11 that DRX scraped by on. Ultimately losing.
Bisa aja, nggak harus
Ultimately
dipakai.
losing against
dipakai.
Paperrex as well, right? They bow out, not able to get through towards the international stage. Marco had a phenomenal map in that one. The rest of RRQ though, you know, everyone kind of delivering what they needed to.
Ini masa Toronto 3 tim Bang. Betul udah guys. Toronto udah kelar guys. Pengambilan timnya udah kelar. Tinggal kita ngelihat juara 1, juara 2, juara 3.
At the moment, some great little vast ideas to come through from Paperrex.
Mas Gibran, emang iya?
Its finest in all of these rounds so far.
Yeah, it's definite feels and also just a lot of lessons being learned, and that's exactly what the desk was talking about as well. You know, Big Time was mentioning that you learn the most from your
Si Korea dia masih melepas kangen dan cinta dia.
Felt quite a bit for Paperrex, so you see the improvements coming through.
I think it might even be a little bit before that for Paperrex, right? The fact that they changing up
monyet. Oke.
Season, Genji and Boom, they are playing on the tail.
Oh, dia ke B. Tapi dia ke B, cok rame B-nya lihat dah.
For the comp against T1, write that one off on the 13-3 loss, but then you come back to the Boom game and they're looking a little bit more coordinated, right? We've got the answer towards Pilski's question earlier. Don't think the Monyet's going to be bringing out the operator. Well, it's in play. See if he can do his best Buzz impression.
Yeah, not too aggressive though currently, right? Really different scorelines from that previous game. Right now, just watching for info lines around A main. However, Paperrex into tree, you already have a good progression smoke to try to deal with the shear.
See if the lockdown has to be respected here because there's no orbital strike from Jemkin that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
That's right,
Good
no
timing on the
chance.
Thorns too.
And that's going to be now Forsaken popping off over from
We've just had
shot angle. It favors Kushi instead. Just a bit of pressure though, and still enough information for RQ to solve the problems around the B site.
Something 6 HP. Keep an eye on that one.
Oh, and at the same time, you got Monyet now trying to head over to north side through the ropes.
Kill
Be a
satu
bit
ada
more
ulti
presence, might
Pemain.
be able to catch
Ya mati dong.
a player off
Bahang
guard
ya.
or two.
This is going to be super slow from Monyet though.
He's going to have to take his time. His team needs to push up a little bit more, buy more attention away, and they're doing
Wah,
just that.
dapat dapat
Monyet
itu.
then pops off, finds
Aduh,
another
MP.
shot. Jemkin takes down another player, and all of a sudden, it's just Jing inside of tower. Can he clutch this up? It's a 1v3. He dives
Oh,
right
Jing!
into
Masih
it,
dilompatin
but the
gitu,
power
bro.
of The forces prove too overwhelming.
Yeah, respect.
Jadi kalau Jason dapat menang tuh.
But when you start
Itu
to
nggak
get
dapat
in,
tadi.
kills start to be
That's right,
collected
that's
by
right.
RRQ. Quite patient on the retake as well. It's good to see that they are on the board on the back of a timeout coming through too, right? So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find their footing here. Already some adjustments though from RRQ, holding onto a little bit of this early utility, having a really late flank where you've still got a good amount of bodies on the site, looking to get the crossfires as well.
Alright guys, let's go.
You gotta reckon it works out well. You know, taking a slower approach, saving the
Oke, oke,
utility,
tenang, tenang,
letting
guys.
that lockdown just burn through.
And
Ini
in this
TKR harus
sort of
dapat
scenario
banyak
too,
nih.
You can rely on these ultimates on
Oh,
this
yes.
defensive side. When you consider a map like Fracture, you generally want to take some space somewhere around one of the four corners of the map. I say generally, this time RRQ being quite patient instead of going with numbers towards main, for example. They're waiting to see if Paperrex are going to be exploding onto the site somewhere.
Oh, yes.
You would generally see, you know, Breach Rolling Thunder going in, Jing on the
OP
showstopper
kah?
if you want to get
Wifi
really
OP, cok.
excited.
Right? Just let Paperrex burn those ults first and come in with something a little bit more.
And now they note that the Vice Shear is towards drop as well. So bait that out and try to trap him in. This is actually a stellar read from Paperrex, recognizing that the Armageddon is in effect.
Oke, buang-buang berapa tuh? Buang satu ulti udah aman, nggak apa-apa. Nggak ada damage
That's
apa-apa.
now been completely baited out. The
Yeah.
only other tools you might have left would be the Orbital Strike and maybe the Rolling Thunder from Crazy Guy.
And the initiative right now from RRQ
Dia nge-push
realizing that they
A-main,
have
Cok.
to get a little bit of information around the map, right? They're
That
going
could be an
together
alt too.
as a team in towards main. There's the showstopper that I talk about. They're going to see that no one's home. They can set up for the post plant, and they still have a bunch of utility to play for at post.
Which would mean that Paperrex does need to find a little bit more, an extra
Dapat info,
kill
Cok.
or
MN sih
two
harusnya dapat info
before
nih.
the retake begins. Jing, that's why he's holding up into this position. The pink shells as well, just to buy a bit more time and space. RQ
Nice.
will be having to push out.
Yo, Jason tenang banget nembaknya dah.
Position, that's
Bocil
it.
mati nih,
And
dua
it's
bocil
going
mati
to
nih.
hurt them somewhat.
Aduh, anjing.
Firefight going through. Monyet
Woo!
finding the up, but at this range, it just does not
Saya
favor
sih.
him. Forsaken slithers through.
Another 4K for him on for the ace at the moment, but I don't think
From
Jemkin
PRX.
wants to give him an opportunity for this one here. It's just confidence at the moment for Forsaken, isn't it?
And he's just feeling it all the way through.
Son!
Ever since round 2, he was looking for it at the
Anjing
end.
giliran
but,
S
you know,
nge-whiff, Cok.
Jemkin still able to hold his
Emang gitu,
ground.
guys. Sering terjadi di kota-kota besar tuh guys.
Yeah, he should be surviving for the tail end of this round as well. That
Adrenalin
is a
meningkat guys.
Udah kena stun padahal bang, apa itu?
formation play to
Iya.
come out from Paperrex.
Ah, gila-gilaan kena stun, Mif, anjing. Kalau nggak kena stun, dia habis tuh.
Kena kena anjir.
Get through and then taking the further space in towards main as well. If they played patient, if they played on the side itself and gave
Dia baru, si Monyet baru ganti senjata, Cok, itu, Cok. Belum ready senjatanya, anjing.
Considered the orbital strikers in play too, so they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information.
Go Jason 12-4, Cok, anjing.
Scenario for RRQ where they're just a hero
Lewat
rifle
gitu ya?
in towards the rounds. You may see Monyet on the overdrive if he can get set up nicely.
Apa Jason, apa sih?
I reckon
Bener-bener ini apa ya, anjing? Apa sih? Apa sih performanya kayak jarang banget turun ya? Main apa aja liat agentnya, Cok.
Dia konsisten.
Kinda feels like
Konsisten
the-
banget anjing M-nya, Cok. Ini orang yang ini makanya yang kita butuh tuh orang kayak gitu loh, mau ganti agent juga yang penting M-nya nomor 1. Utility mah nanti aja. Nomor 2 lah utility mah.
Skill crazy rounds come through.
you really need a catalyst of a round for RRQ. Things have not been going their way, and right now Forsaken just toying with them around the B site.
Yeah, he's checking all the spots that the shear could be with these little jump spots right now. Specifically that one towards main, baiting out a couple of shots as well. But with that not being seen just yet, the team at the minute mark will just come out with an idea to go together. It's currently only Kushi at this A site, where the rotations do start to come from RRQ.
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough space, not enough defenses being held up on the A site itself. You got the fast lane going through.
Yeah.
Already diving up towards the top of heaven. And it's some kills being exchanged.
Oh, he's trying to read it though.
Oh my god, what is that wild spray?
Just get a loose bullet towards the head of Monyet. 30 seconds to go though.
Oh, and the spike getting planted soon enough.
Oh,
Rolling
trap.
Yeah, mati
ripped off orbital strike as well, and that burns against Petman. Angle still being held though. Fast lanes up. It kind of keeps him out of dodge for it now until
Oh,
they
buset.
continue to domino
Ah,
through for
gila kencang banget Cok Jason Cok.
triple in the round.
Things get a little bit spicy at the end there as well for Paperrex. 20 seconds to go. The spike plant is denied. You get a little bit worried.
Gila,
that
Cok Jason Cok, anjing.
be able to steal a round away.
Terus juga lifespan dia guys ya, pro player kan makin tua makin turun biasa performanya. Dia tuh kan masih muda banget ya. Jadi masih panjang Cok perjalanan dia anjing, sumpah dia masih 20 kan. Apa 18 atau 19 malah Cok.
Yeah, the investment of the overdrive at the end, but you just
Dia kan baru 19 atau 18 ya guys.
He'll probably have that again in a couple of rounds the way that he is going at the moment. Second time out now invested as well. You would expect from
21 masih 21 Cok, masih sampai 24 25 lah. Biasanya pro player tuh masih 3 tahun lah. 3 tahun masih panjang guys perjalanan dia guys, makanya dia harus manfaatin banget Cok. Soalnya 25 26 tuh biasanya udah agak turun performanya pasti.
It just makes you think that maybe something might be in the water.
Kelas
Everything
SEMUANYA,
that was
Bang,
prepped
iya.
is kind of going awry.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Right? You think about this.
Oke,
best
lo
of five
Jason,
being,
bro.
The Lotus respect ban makes sense.
Kenapa
Haven
nih,
being
si
banned
Jing
by Paperrex, sorry. Yeah, that also makes sense. They've been permaring that for quite a little bit. So you
Baby
consider
Jing.
what map do they think
Emang
that
kalau
they
nggak
can
menang
trip
Bang,
up
ya
with,
namanya rezeki
right?
orang guys.
Have they been practicing
Dia nggak
last
menang,
week?
dia nggak pernah menang. Tapi kalau misalnya selalu perform,
Ran similar comp to T1.
fansnya juga banyak, terus keuangannya juga bagus, ya kenapa emang?
And so far, any
Harus juara juga sih guys, juara ya mungkin bonus dari Tuhan kali. Belum sampai sekarang
And
belum
this is
dapat.
also just because Paperrex has kind of returned to that top form. They're still going in with that momentum. Forsaken was citing, assistance from Mini, some slight like sort of assistant coaching going on, and performance coaches as well, giving them such a psychological boost.
This is the right read though from RRQ.
Okay.
Towards Arcade, silence behind the sky smoke.
Paperrex though, not backing down from it. A couple of shots going through.
Nice,
And
buddy.
they've spotted out Jemkin up by the top.
Oh, the stuns, man. Look at this.
Oh, and he uses that to slide through.
Who's that?
Forsaken has slipped underneath
Rambutnya,
tunnel to try to draw that attention away. Comes back through with Jing as on some assistance, but then the kills.
Dapet.
Monyet and Kushi able to fire back until the exchange.
Golon
comes
3 bro.
through.
Yeah, the battle is essentially
Udah nggak sih,
over
Kita
at
udah,
Arcade.
aduh belakangnya nih.
Settle down for a little bit.
Muter, lewat bawah,
Might be
nah.
able to scope in towards the site. Go and meet with your boys as well. Forsaken and something.
Aduh nggak ready lagi something, Corsair.
Fast lane available, but time starts to dwindle a little bit. What could Xferro potentially do on the rotate? They start to pivot towards this
Kak
B side
Adia,
as well,
nice.
which by the radar is going to be the wrong call. So it's going to potentially be just the retake scenario here, or
Bisa nggak sih?
might even
Masih
have to
nge-save sih. Kalau dia ke plan di B udah pasti nge-save.
You really might. I mean, Forsaken just gave RRQ a rabbit to chase, and they did. And when they went in for it, they found a trap.
Nano's now on the spike. You've got an incendiary. Devaya can just post up with that operator as well. There's no smokes for RRQ to come in with a retake here. You got to consider the investment.
Ada util buat ini nggak? Oh ada semua ada sih ada.
Rotate back. It seems like the call to the save is there. So this is going to be a non-conversion after the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just every angle would leave you so exposed. Steel Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for RRQ, that ability is going to have to be something used in the next round, perhaps with 2 guns being salvaged over. Monyet with the overdrive. If you can cut Paperrex's guns in half, may very well be able to have a round. Just really liking the adjustments of Paperrex at the moment and how they're navigating the duels, the stuns, how they're navigating the mid-rounding as well when they do.
Jason 16 sendiri, Jing!
How they were so incredibly aware. I mean, look at this little angle as well. Just spotted out Jemkin by the top of his beret. And then this. The push down.
Buset, itu 2 orang nembak, satu lewatin box, satunya tuh smoke anjing.
Paperrex, right? Forsaken having an absolute belter. 16 kills in there. You almost forget.
Sakit banget, sakit kan mantan player jet dia.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, the guy
Batman,
is
Cok.
putting up the clutch statistics.
Itu kenapa nih? Kemarin pedes, Cok.
What was talking about, but still. Next round shores up, and that's going to be Paperrex once again back in towards bench.
Well, here we go, in towards the B side at the moment. Try and see what you can get in.
Yeah.
Angles Jemkin while
Tak
stunned.
dicek bro, biasaan dah.
That's the shutdown that you needed to see from RRQ.
unbelievable. And with that, the engine is completely halted around the back of Arcade. No real entry from that point forward because Jemkin has placed down the slopes and then Devi to get some good awareness going on. Checks out his 6.
Satu lagi dapat. Sorry, 3-3 nih.
Pull back in towards the same train here for Paperrex.
I need quite a bit more though. Could go for a possible rotation off to the
Nice,
side,
Batman.
but with that flash over.
Aduh, kenapa dimajuin sama si Dava ya?
Once again.
And Kushi pushing through main as well. Seeing nobody home in the right spot for the flank. Now the 3 versus 1. And you play this together if you are RRQ. You don't give Patman an opportunity to find so many 1v1s, though the navigation that he's going at the moment. Right. Might find the right route on a Crazy Guy.
Spike not yet planted.
Nice.
Crazy Guy beginning to think. He turns back around and he finds Petman. Headshot to his face.
Salvo is available for Kushi.
Kalau clutch sih gila sih.
Might be able to
Flush him out.
afford some positioning. But Patman has a full kit of utility as well, barring 1 flash. Goes in for the fault line.
Aduh, satu lagi, cowok.
Jemkin swings out from the wayside.
Yeah,
Oke, bikin miskin.
Coming from
Nice.
the direction of the salvos, but you gotta have an idea that Jemkin may very well be with him. Just can't get the second one, but importantly, the fact that Jemkin immediately swings for the trade, it's what you need in that scenario. That's why I'm talking about don't give opportunities for the 1 versus 1s because it makes it look very doable. This time though, Forsaken, I mean, not checking the corners, kind of understand that, getting in towards the site. You haven't seen too much standing ground there from RRQ so far.
There's a lot of trust in the stuns. But sometimes, you've said it lots of times before, Komodo.
My favorite thing, man. Stuns in this game are
Oke,
cosmetic.
tenang, chill.
New round, fresh round though. See if RRQ
Udah dia
can
punggung
start to
Jemkin
get a
berat
couple
banget ya sih
more
bang.
of the
Lumayan tuh guys,
defensive
lihat tuh
side
Jemkin.
as well.
Oh, but we do have a huge
Yeah!
yet. Just fully met face front by Devi.
Good flash actually in return from Paperrex, just allowing them to escape from the aftershock.
Gak ada yang ngurang darah aja, Cok, sama sekali.
5 versus 4 advantage. You've removed Monyet. You've also got something, just making sure that nothing goes afoot over towards A main. So
Gue pikir bakal rata ya Paperrex ya, kena util gitu ya. Ternyata kagak anjing.
Go looking somewhere. You've conceded all of the top north side of the map control. Expect that they might have a bit of a how do you do over there, but more importantly, just go together as a team.
But that's why
drop your sky smokes and execute into the site.
you would have decent positioning out from RRQ now, trying to hold up towards drop. They've kind of elected to go possibly through south side instead. More angles would favor them in the retake.
Yeah, Forsaken getting in front of the Thorns too, so he can scope out the site. Meanwhile, Paperrex going to be held at bay for a little bit of time before getting into the site for the plant, wherever they want.
Yeah, Sphero trying to get lucky with the spams, but unfortunately not able to fish up anything.
Dah, kenapa tuh?
Spike down.
Nah gitu dong, Bang apa?
As well, just to attempt at keeping Paperrex.
Parah banget guys. Guys, kalau IG-nya hilang nggak apa-apa ya. Wih, nice banget, Cok.
Yeah, out from the flank.
Tumben Kusi kayak gini nembaknya, Cok.
Paperrex are so good at right now being very
Nge-save sih mereka. Nge-save mereka.
Very possible entrance coming.
Mereka tuh gampang banget. RRQ tuh literally yang tim yang kalau misalnya ngeliat tinggal akan doable untuk di retake dia akan nge-save selalu. Mau 3 lawan 5 juga. 3 lawan 4 kalau dia lihat oh nggak bisa gua save.
You got a 5 versus 4 where you've conceded control of the A site in its entirety, going looking north side.
Tapi duit Paperrex nggak kaya-kaya banget sih, jangan buang-buang duit sih kata gua.
Very minimal utility from there on out to kind of just stave off any retake from RRQ.
You really feel for RRQ in this moment as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, no resources, no time, no numbers, no reads.
There's no confidence, it feels like, at the moment of them as well, right? The reads that they're trying to get, they're getting shut down. They're losing a number, a body or two here and there.
Gua lagi di ini nih.
They're not winning just the
Lagi dia udah iya.
at the very beginning either.
And thinking down to the fact that this is the lower final as well. I mean, Paperrex has always been standing at the top of Southeast Asia. RRQ finally make it to an international, but still, they have got a lot more to prove.
And shaken up by Jinji yesterday, right? The performance of them leaves to be desired. This is some A-main control, though, that RRQ are going to find, and if Paperrex wants it back, they'd have to invest a couple of resources to get in here.
Paperrex switching up the pace as well.
Tight angle. Will divide.
Nembus nggak sih kalau tembak tuh?
Here. Just seeing if the jacket would poke out.
Oh, wait.
But now Monyet is going to be stuck. He's got a stinger. He can slide out.
It's an angle that EDG has held before back in Bangkok, but now back into it. enough time has passed that Forsaken begins to try to bait out the reaction.
Nah, itu dia.
And that's just another 5 versus 4 advantage for Paperrex, where they're just going to stampede in towards the A site you might expect. But this is a new look to Paperrex. Once again, they're very level-headed in their comms at the moment. Patman, Jing, both one away from an ultimate 2. They can pick up the A orb that's actually already gone.
Level-headed is a great description, but that said, Komodo, decent reads and reactions from RRQ as well. You got Crazy Guy already close towards B, and he buys time for the team with an Aftershock.
They've got all of the tower control, by the way, from Xfero.
He's going to have to come up huge with the goods, though. A single kill might not be enough, but he's good for the first until the Stampede just doesn't stop. Now it's Jepkin to try to hold down the angle. A 2v4 turned into a 2v3. Fault line coming back up.
Rolling Thunder if you need from Patman. Stuck at default.
And Paperrex
ngapain di situ?
noting these positions, noting every resource that they have are just comfortably sitting down in the pool.
Nice.
While RRQ attempts at making a splash.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the history of this map for Paperrex, you know, getting smacked by T1, really figuring things out against Boom, and now you're feeling confident coming in towards this installment. Map number 1, the BO5, you want to get a challenge against Gen G, you want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well. Definitely a change of look for Paperrex in the server. Patman coming into the fold too, having his moments of brilliance to shine. This time,
dilepas anjing.
Slow creep up in towards the main for Paperrex. Last round of the half, an ace split on the cards.
And they'll just dive straight in for it. RRQ leading the ultimates, trying to play for a retake instead. They do have some ults going on for themselves as well.
Yeah, Armageddon and Orbital Strike going to be used nice and early to keep them out of the site. Both actually used to remove any forces. The flanks, though.
I don't know, that's a little bit too eager, Komodo. The flank does come through, but still the trades.
Nice trade. Sumpah trade-nya bagus banget Bang Apa. Nggak bohong Bang Apa. Bagus banget anjing, selalu di follow up anjing. Satu, Jason.
And he's still got Patman with a possible Rolling Thunder if needed. Might not even be necessary at this point unless Crazy Guy can isolate the duels. But Patman just sends it through anyway. It's not going to be found. He's stuck into a corner. And Patman snuffs out that light.
There has just been, you know, no power for RRQ at the moment. No chance to flick on that switch, is there? 10-2 at the half.
Tiba berubah, benar-benar berubah sama Mudra ya, lihat nih. Asu datang lagi, Jing datang. Dia tinggal 2 lawan 2 kan, Jing datang tuh anjing. Kalau nggak itu, nggak akan rata itu.
The Paperrex are just ready with great crosshair placement at the moment, great recognition of numbers, and again, they're just having the numbers a lot of these times in the duels.
Itu, gua pertama kali guys lihat serap rapinya tuh benar-benar yang dia tahu temennya perang 2 lawan 2, Jing datang bantuin.
Lots of these rounds in the first half have begun with the 5v4.
Paperrex semakin banyak haters, semakin OP Bang. Nah itu dia.
RRQ, Patman as well. I mean, finding the clutches, finding the right moments to send off that ball.
Aku kak, yeah.
He's talked about facing a bit of
Kasih kak.
like the desk interview went through.
Kasih kak.
But at the same time, he's kind of found that confidence back in with a previous quote from before. He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of the best.
I mean, if you want to think about this question at the moment, the prediction for today, the way that this map is going, a lot of people might be considering the 3-0, the way that the percentages were going for the community as well. Everybody on the train hype at the moment. A lot of us here on the Paperrex train as well, except one bearded man.
Gloriously bearded man. You can definitely, you know, bet that there are so many Paperrex fans always, any single time. But at the same time, you've got to be honest. This current scoreline 10-2, it's just not a great look for RRQ.
The thing is, though,
gua nggak tahu abis sama Sligi atau nggak, gua nggak tahu.
Bad map. You still have a good length of recovery as well. You can technically write off one map here or there in this sort of scenario. Come for a reverse comeback, right? We've seen it throughout Pacific time and time again.
Iya, rapi. Nggak tahu di Define-nya ya. Define-nya dua dualis nih.
Monyet having pistol laced up against.
Kalau dapat pistol dapat lagi sih udah beda sih.
Yeah, but immediately
udah selesai sih.
Coming out with one on the attacking side.
It's a great answer back.
For sure. And what does it look like? What does it look like rather now for RRQ on the attacking side as well? Some big amounts of patience towards the south side of things. Paperrex playing 1-4. More heavily defended towards.
Dia selalu main itu, Davai sendiri selalu dia gitu guys, 4-1, 4-1 selalu.
A turret will spot some early information, but no real bodies here to reciprocate anything for Paperrex means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
Which could be good. Davai reading the situation correctly, opts to play for an ultra safe angle.
Ditarik.
Well, we go early though, that's the thing.
Oh.
Wes, orang gila nih.
Well,
Nah, itu dia. Tetep aja Cok tajam Cok anjing seripnya Cok.
And now the flank can actually come out. So shield is null and void.
Nah, ini bahaya nih.
which means RRQ has to watch out for this back position.
Wih, anjing cepet banget Jason, sumpah.
To line things up out from spawn. Forsaken with the dive.
Oh, gila.
Something with the assistance. And down to it at the end, Manya tries.
Gila Jason anjir, cepet banget itu. Itu cepet banget anjing sumpah.
Forsaken reigns supreme.
Yeah, this might be the nail in the coffin on this map right now. Paperrex picking up another pistol rounds. That's
Iya cepet banget tuh itu.
on this map.
Reaction time cepet banget si Jason anjing.
Deficit numbers once again, pushing into the sky smoke, not expecting Divide to be here. You allow for the flank to come out. I'm seeing Crazy Guy.
Kayak Corsair udah tahu aja di situ ada orang anjing, gila.
You know, shot probably towards main on the spot from Jemkin, but just caught in transition, switching between the utility and the weapon.
But what about the hero stinger?
Please jangan buka baju bang. Tumben ada orang begini guys, anjing. Gua bilang, kars gua udah hilang.
Too much at the moment for RRQ.
225 bos, anjing.
We'll see. Benefit of the doubt, they force up on the back of the plant in the last round. See if they can steal a cheeky round where again you've got a different look to the forces of Paperrex in this round. Just slow and steady creep up from RRQ.
Not a lot of information for Paperrex until that turret goes off. Rotation coming over.
Stinger as well.
Mereka nembak buat
Cemented,
pelurunya
I
ke
guess,
atas.
the force is possible.
And you just know that RRQ are trying to go in with a lot of mobility as well. Forsaken slows that down just in the nick of
Dapat dua, dapat tiga.
finds a wallbang through the ghost.
Lu lihat Jason anjing pakai
Already tied him up with the outlaw.
pakai ghost guys.
Adjustment that we get to see
Pakai
from him.
ghost
Try to
full seal,
wriggle
mereka.
the spray, get that shot out, finish him with
255 lihat Cok Jason Cok. Pas sendiri anjing.
You know, high gear play into the site.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a map from Forsaken, hasn't it? He is angry today, getting involved in all of these duels.
Kerasukan
25
gua itu
kills
Jason
already.
bacet banget.
In a map of 15 rounds,
gua tebak
going into the
450
15, he's got
guys.
25
Ini killnya RRQ 25 coba lihat.
Bomb all the way,
17.
Jason. I mean, he just looks so
25 lebih, cuman hampir 4 orang nambah di plusin keluar killnya Jason.
Before into what could be the final round. A stinger from Davai, shots from Jing, Forsaken again in with the ghost.
Buset, udah rata aja guys.
Will ultimately be RRQ's doom. 13-2.
Gila, Cok.
Scoreline from the first map.
Yeah, that is absolute destruction to come out
berapa
from
menit
Paperrex
ini?
at the moment. It feels like they've just got better.
Cok 30 menit Cok.
That game against
Aman, time out
DFM, they're
daripada
just on track for a recovery coming in towards VCT Pacific 2025, and it doesn't look like with this form that they're going to be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, this engine is just chugging all the way forward. The next map is going to be Paperrex's map pick of Split as well. It's tough, but you need to see more from this RRQ core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll highlight it again, right? Best of 5, you can forget about a map and look towards Split next to hopefully come out with a better idea of it. But right now, we're just seeing confidence from Paperrex, taking duels together as a team, multi-fragging up a storm. Everybody feels very aligned on Paperrex on this map, right? Every read that they're having, every play that they're doing, no one's falling behind. They're holding each other's hands essentially to get the trades out. It's just a kind of a masterclass play from Paperrex here to counter what RRQ are trying to do when they're gathering space, when they're playing patient, when their rotations are trying to come out.
And that's when you
Yeah,
have
lo, Forsaken sih, bro.
at their very best. Just kind of like what Alex was talking about, when everyone's holding their own leash, right? They don't need to be reined back in.
I mean, you know, we talk about friends in the server and everything at the moment right now. Beef before the game, no handshakes, no fist bumps or anything, but it's all laughs. You know, we have some fun there. And now we cast our minds towards the next map.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Sometimes it feels like you do need a bit of beef. You do need a bit of anger, and we'll see if RQ has that dog.
Coba game terakhir aja bang, waduh
Toss
gila
it
guys,
back
pusing guys,
over
gue lagi
onto the
guys.
desk.
Jason gila sih anjing.
baru 3 round aja.
Ooh, I definitely think
Tapi
RRQ
terlepas
has
Jason
that
yang pedas
dog
juga,
in them, but
gua
it's just that
ngeliat,
they're dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here
Cok,
on the side of Paper.
threat killnya anjing banget guys, sumpah guys. Even Jason tuh harusnya ngebunuh tuh, tapi nggak dibunuh sama Jason karena di threat kill juga. Jadi kayak orangnya ngepick dari segala arah, Cok. Mati, Cok, orangnya susah banget. Setengah jam, Cok, anjir.
Maksudnya kayak ketemu orang yang ditempel rame-rame gitu. Pusing sih.
First killnya 14, Cok. Iya, Cok, anjing. Sabar guys, sabar. Soalnya ini BO5, Cok. Ini stamina sama mental guys. Takutnya tiba-tiba ada yang gak nge-M ya kan? jangan tuh, sabar. Kita harus percaya diri guys.
Apa tadi? Mau kedua?
Apa dua split ya?
Oh, split.
Pilihannya PRX.
Satu map lagi terus.
448 aja saya lihat Bang Apa.
RRQ harus mainin lemon nih, lemon beda.
Lihat ACS Bang Apa lihat 448, Cok.
48 coy.
Tahu ini sisa ini.
Aduh anjing, kok pakai flash sih
Saya 448 ACS saya. 448 anjing.
Gak masuk akal anjing.
Tuh ini gede sih ini. Ini kalau 3-0 sih ya paling Bang Rio gak kena buzzer aja.
Anjing.
Betul ya besok ya Mas? Iya. Ntar gue download Roblox. Main game apa tapi?
Tapi benar kan yang dibilang ini. Tapi di Pasifik tuh ngaruh guys. Duelis kalau panas banget, pedes banget itu timnya gampang banget menang ya. Kayak RRQ Evangelion lagi busuk kan. Jadi susah banget mau ngambil poinnya, setengah mati aja mereka.
Mungkin PRX sudah bisa baca ini ya? Gameplaynya RRQ ya?
Enggak, emang Paperrex udah lumayan ini bebenah banget sih, hitungannya bebenah banget, Cok. Jauh banget dari ini, dari
Kita voting aja, Pak. Main apa? Oke, siap.
Toronto bakal main ini kah? Nggak tahu, let's see. Musik Bang, musik.
Nah, ini kenapa PRX lawan T1 ya?
Oh ini pas lawan T1 kemarin guys. Nih gak mati.
Itu yang gue bilang itu gak mati, itu kocak banget gak sih Bang Apa? Itu kayak bug anjing. Itu sebelah percis meledaknya gak sih Bang Apa?
Iya anjir.
Itu kan berapa orang doang anjir bisa sekarat begitu? Aneh banget.
Lah ini juga bunuh itu aja mak lama.
Emang gak nyala waktu lawan T1 kan?
Scripted guys. Sengaja yuk.
Scripted. Iya, PRX lawan T1 di fraktur kesusahan. Soalnya T1 juga ini sih, M-nya lagi dapet.
Oke, siap Whiskey Gracia, siap. Katanya Whiskey Bang Apa? Gua sama Kingdom yang lain di Telegram udah siap bikin IG lo hilang Bang. Sekarang sama YouTube lo kalau bisa silakan. Silakan. Gue tinggal WA Pak Ape namanya Whiskey Gracia ya. Oke, siap. Kok gak kenal Pak Ape, kocak. Siap, Bos, siap.
Guys, kalau misalnya akunnya Bang Rio bener-bener ini ya kena buzzer, pindah ke gua ya guys. Tapi
Bang Adil mana Bang Krok?
gak tahu nih, gua udah cek gak bales.
Masih ini lewat internetnya. RT.
Sandy. Kalau kata Pak Ape itu kalau di Mobile Legend tolonglah Kingdom yang dewasa dikit. Itu nggak ada tuh Kingdom yang baik tuh nggak ada yang begitu kata Pak Ape waktu itu ya guys ya.
Kingdom menyamar Kingdom kah?
Enaknya Jason tuh apa guys ya? Dia main high sense tapi dia bisa kontrol guys.
Iya ini enggak soalnya makanya gue bilang dia tuh ada hari-harinya bisa ngontrol bang apa. Ini lagi hari itu kayak mostly hari-harinya lagi bagus banget lah tuh. Bisa stabil banget high sense-nya. Biasanya kan nggak stabil ini dia lumayan goyang dikit walaupun pala-pala ya.
Aneh banget guys, Jason ini guys. Ajaib anjing bocah ajaib.
Emang sense-nya berapa dia?
Tinggi banget anjing bang apa lu? Gue udah pernah coba anjing. Lu gerak dikit tuh 180 anjing, gerak dikit 180 sumpah. Tangan lu nih dari kiri ke kanan dikit tuh yang satu kali putaran set itu udah hampir 360 kali.
Lu lihat aja mousepad dia mouse dia Bang Turok. Dia di ujung mousepad itu mouse-nya.
Enggak gerak lagi.
Hampir enggak gerak lagi.
Anjir. Ini sih
Ntar lihat.
Bang Jason menyala. Nyala guys, lu lihat aja tuh.
KDA-nya 6 cow mau 6 lihat tuh ya.
Iya. ACS aku salah enggak ini sama ACS anjing.
Damage per round 300 anjir itu pas.
Iya cok, damage per roundnya 300 sih udah nggak jelas sih cok lihat cok. 300 dia minimal bunuh 3 anjing per round buset.
Bunuh 2 tuh 3 tuh. Gila sih.
3 hampir 3 itu.
Ada yang hampir 6 anjing.
Dia tuh 0,7 guys, 800 DPI.
Kalau nggak misalnya mati 3 pasti ada yang sekarat itu.
Bang Ciu full senyum jelas lah, PRX bos.
Sabar baru map 1 cok, nggak ada yang tahu map 2 bawa RRQ pedes banget ada yang tahu cok. Itu kan masih per.
Tapi tadi itu map pick RRQ guys.
Iya.
Biasa di map pick PRX-nya dia agak ngetrol dikit nih.
Iya emang biasa gitu, emang agak troll dikit biasanya emang.
Moga-moga lebih rapi aja sih.
Bang Jason jual aja bang RRQ atau kebum bang. Lu mau beli Jason tuh kayaknya harga tim lu dah tuh. Dijualnya kalau mau beli. Harga tim lu misalnya tuh, gue mau beli Jason dong, yaudah nih gue buka harga, langsung kaget, anjing, dengan gue masuk MPL kali gitu kali ya. Harga slot MPL mungkin lebih mahal kali.
Lebih mahal lagi, baru gue mau bilang.
Jason tuh itu, lu ibarat sekarang kan 50M. Gue rasa bisa segitu sih guys kalau lu mau beli Jason, gak mungkin anjing, Jason bakal dilepas, makanya dimahalin, kalau lu bisa beli berarti lu gila gitu maksudnya.
Gue kan lihat dengar podcast yang udah lama itu yang dia sama orang tuanya sama Bang Son kan. Harganya kan hampir di spill lah tuh. Aja ditolak anjir.
Ya pasti ditolak. Maksudnya dia tuh piawainya Paperrex secara simpelnya. Kayak hitungannya kayak dulu tensnya di Sentinel. Ada yang mau beli tens, ya pasti dihargainnya kayak gua kali 50 lah harga gua. Lu mau beli nggak? Kalau nggak mau ya nggak usah gitu.
Punya lemon kocak.
Guys,
Beda game.
Podcastnya Bang ini ya sama Bang Gaya Liveson sama orang tua Jason guys. Ada tuh.
Kan mas soalnya itu uang kalau misalnya segitu itu nggak wise aja kalau lu beli walaupun lu punya duit ya tim lu ya. Lu mau beli Jason tapi uang lu mau keluarin segitu banyak nggak akan. Pasti dibikin harga nggak worth it tau nggak sih sama Paperrex kalau mau beli. Or emang ditolak mentah-mentah udah nggak bisa, mohon maaf. Nggak ada harga yang bisa membeli Jason misalnya gitu.
Halo Xavier, what's up?
Tapi lebih gedean uang streamnya bang di podcast bang, karena gini loh guys, dia tuh ngebangun reputasi di Asia tuh gede banget sama di luar negeri ya. Jason itu fansnya bukan di Indo doang guys, di Amerika ada, di US ada, di Eropa ada, makanya streamnya tuh gede karena AdSense dari sana ke challenge ke Twitch si Jason tuh besar cok.
Makanya dia stream aja di Twitch guys dia.
Simpelnya gitu guys, karena kalau bilang gede ya gede pasti karena ibarat kata lu dengan viewer segitu, viewernya dari Amerika, dari Eropa, anjir. AC-nya malah dikit.
Udah skala internasional, siap.
Iya, dia internasional udah.
Internasional itu beda guys, makanya duitnya dibilang streamingnya gede ya gede karena
lagi dah telat Abizar udah map kedua. Nak bantai RRQ tadi.
yang bikin gede AdSense tuh karena dari luar yang nonton. Udah lama gua nggak liat split cok. Let's see ada Jet nih.
We have a Sky in VCT
We
Pacific.
have a
I mean, this is crazy. This is such a classic look to the map. I'm so
Thank you, Finn.
I mean, Patman bringing it back with some of the classic that he's been running. I hope it does work as we're going into our second map of the series, Splits. So over to Quack and Komodo.
Enggak telat, kocak udah datang tadi. Lu yang telat.
Thank you very much,
PRX
Mika,
dominan,
big time.
yoi.
And Pilski, yes, it's going to be split. And as Mika mentioned on the desk, BO5 is a very different
Track by track
We also have a
aja.
very different composition coming through with this one, don't we?
Yeah, RRQ actually playing Paperrex's comp from the other week, so we'll see what sort of...
Pistol run juga masih PRX anjir.
We've seen this
Ditoron.
before. We should know how to adjust for that. And
Ya, orang-orang tadi menang 2 langsung pistolannya.
And a team is still going to pick them up. Why can't we see the same potential?
Aduh, kena lagi, Cok.
Wah, low banget tuh.
Maybe. And hopefully a resurgence of Sky as well. It's the only pick in Pacific currently.
Kenapa?
I should mention that crazy guy on the Omen as well. This, I believe, would be his 3rd time ever playing it. On the attack.
Jadi dikosongin aja, bro. What the hell just happened, man?
On the breach, which
Ada
this time
heal dia.
opting for
Ada heal loh, heal
pushing
dia sana.
to see what he can gather in the information department. This time,
Oh iya,
however,
Badminton pakai
goes
Sky
for
ya?
a pistol for
Dia initiator
a retake.
full.
And every single Paperrex
Mampus
member
lu.
opted to go out from the ropes.
Wah, monyet sih bau banget, Cok. Anjing mati pertama mulu, Cok.
Sumpah lu.
Eliminates Monyet straight out from the roster. Then for more noise,
Sekarang di mana?
as something dashes.
Aduh, anjing,
straight
dapet,
into the
Cok.
smokes.
Yakin
Jim
bisa.
had to deal with him. A flash. To be able to stave
Tawan tuh, 3 rame tuh.
off the Paperrex aggression as well. Trades going through, however.
Oh, jadi bikin
Paperrex
banyak
once
banget sih dapat
again,
soalnya
the
teman
numbers
gua itu.
looking for an opportunity in this retake. Cushy though,
swing.
able to
Jing.
hold down the ground. And crazy guy X-Sparrow as well.
Oke, nice try. Ini gara-gara dilepas sih aja.
Pistol round so far.
Yeah, on the board.
Masih
nice and
mendem.
Early. Good round come out from RRQ. A much needed round to shake off any worries from the previous map as well that you know.
Soalnya gue jarang liat Paperrex main di split lagi sih, udah lama.
The break. Best of 5. You've got depth. Losing a map
Nah
here
ini
or
jam
there.
kita semua kena
Have
unlucky ya.
some recovery as well
Udah
for a
full
map
game
like
udah.
Split.
Tapi dapat
where
2
we've
itu udah
not
GG banget,
seen
anjing.
Stability actually
Tapi
from
Sky
RRQ
sih
on this one either, right? Both
something
times
kok
we've
nggak
seen
ini ya?
them
Oh,
play it
ke-flash juga dia?
throughout the
Ke-flash
course
dia,
of
kena
this
flash omen,
game.
kena flash omen.
Changed up their agents, albeit
Oh iya,
small,
kena flash omen.
right? An Astro and an Omen switch up this time, a little bit more drastic.
Sekarang nggak ada suara.
But picking up the pistol round on Paperrex's option to just stay together as a team in mid first.
Ya Allah, something!
See a battle against the Boombot go, by the way.
Well,
Waduh.
looking for the share shots
Bang
instead.
Batu, halo.
Unfortunately,
Gini, kayak gini kah?
Nembak bumbotnya miss
Paperrex
anjing,
to
Bang.
try to hover around the sites, but everything's been smoked off, of
Standar,
course.
welcome!
Yeah, just running on this double duelist comp as well for RRQ. You really want to see them get down and dirty in the battles, right? You really want to see them go for the good old fights, which is what Paperrex could potentially do at the moment.
Yeah, the double duelist. Well, not in this round currently.
It's more so that you've got the pistols on Paperrex's side. You can just
Smoke tuh guys. Itu
throw
smoke
caution to the
bagus
wind a
tuh.
little bit and see what you
Buat
can
masuk.
find.
Gak ada suara.
But that said, RRQ recognizing the situation as well. They've got these guns. They need to hold on to them. Monyet playing around
Betul
backside
itu, lu
alongside
cek sendiri
Champion.
pakai handphone
That will be
makanya,
a
Kocak.
huge
Tahu nih Andika nih
crossfire
kayaknya berak, Cok.
if Paperrex does decide to walk into it. They're taking their time
Tadi dah,
currently, which
gak ada
might
suara, gak
be
ada suara, berak.
down to the last few seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kill's the name of the game at the moment for Paperrex. See if he can get any extra ultimate orbs, maybe on Jing, for example, but you don't want to give any more to Monyet. He's traded guns with
Monyet.
teammate to make sure the primary rifle will continue.
Nah
over
tuh
the next
monyet lagi
rounds.
itu yang mati tuh.
Lagi mati, Cok.
Andika kepencet mute, berak.
For the showstopper, but in the grand scheme of things, this was the expectation of the round with RRQ finding the pistol, now doubling down.
That
Apakah
gives you
akan dibalas
a bit
13-2, Cok lah RRQ.
ideas as well.
Ya nggak mungkin, nggak mungkin.
RQ having opted to go for the garage space, garage fights instead. Paperrex, they've been doing a decent job of picking up the ult over around A main.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be back to the learning curve as well for Paperrex on a map like Split, right? Where
With a
we're
comp like this as well.
only seeing them play it once against global esports in this
Sabar,
stage. You
Pandal,
throw it on further
senjata-
back as
senjata
well,
besar-
kick off once against
senjata
T1
besar
where they get a
ini
close loss.
menentukan semuanya, guys.
Tapi defense-nya tuh kayak agak-agak shaky ya sih.
Similar style of play, you would say. Just
Kal-
like the
kalah game.
Sky
Nah,
and
monyet
the double
lagi.
duelist there. Fresh
Monyet.
round though.
Kalah gambling terus soalnya
For
defense, Cok.
Paperrex and opening battle
Nah
one
langsung
against
BMJ.
Monyet. And a change of
Enaknya ada Yoru gitu, Cok, supaya enaknya ada Yoru gitu. Mereka bisa langsung fake A atau C.
Let's go towards B main. See if we can win some 2-on-1s. Maybe get towards the
Nah,
Wah,
Jason
Oh.
nih, nah, duel lah sama Jason nih.
I was gonna say, Sky's gonna do a
Oh,
decent
dilawan,
job,
dilawan.
but this time it's Forsaken doing
Hey.
well as well.
Buset!
Hai!
Second kill,
Bomnya drop.
and
Predik
just
berapa?
like what we saw in Fracture,
Gua ya, kalau
RQ
gua pribadi
kind of
3-0 buat PRX.
Dan di
sih,
start
nggak
2 nih.
tahu.
lost
13-2
plot.
bener nih Bang Rio. Kayak tadi 13-2
That's just
tapi
the bonus
perek lagi. Ha.
Gelo, pede banget tempat gue liat tuh, Cok.
into an angle.
Kalau ngomong gitu, gue itu katanya ntar mau dihilangin IG-nya soalnya.
Iya, iya.
Sama YouTube-nya sekalian.
Gue
This game called Valorant. Right now the Spike is in firm control of Paperrex. It's the controllers of RRQ to see what damage they can get back in return.
Aduh,
here.
nggak buta lagi satu Vipernya.
I guess 2v5 going
Tajam banget sumpah.
try peek
Ah.
duels inside
Nice.
the garage, and Paperrex just does not
Tenang
let them
Ih si Jason tenang banget, Cok.
whatsoever.
Emnya anjing sumpah.
Yep, Flawless round to come through from Paperrex in that one. This is the big old battle though that we do wait for, right? RRQ to get the guns back in possession, getting closer to a couple of these ultimate orbs. It does feel like at the moment, you know, it's going to be opening jewels that are extremely important.
Itu tenang banget. Dia ngeras, dia nge-swing juga dikit baru nembak.
So it feels like little by little RRQ need to just get one foot in front of the other, right? Find an opening jewel, fight together, go in with a good game plan.
Pertanda bagus.
Currently it's a more stacking side.
Dia harus menang lagi nih biar miskin.
Mid, you could say as well.
Benar ya, Sebastian ya.
Lone soldier at A.
Playing into defensive position as well. He was out of that range of the paranoia being sent over. So really good idea, and look at the awareness to play inside the smoke as well.
Yeah, choosing not to just flash himself though, waiting for a team to rotate.
Hanya masuk kosong banget, Cok. Kagak dijaga set, Cok. Emang kalau gak di sentinel gini mainnya ya.
You're not running the fade, for example, so there's going to be no stuns or anything like that to entrap
Ini
with
dia
the paint
duel-duel,
shells.
ini dia skill ini, baru dikombo-kombo ini.
Also paint shells from Jing as well. This
Nice hunting.
the plant in towards the corner of the site, where then Paperrex has a really good idea of where RRQ are positioned, except for Xfero, who
Buset.
might be able to find a couple more kills.
Jing, lompat
chooses
begitu
to stay
anjing.
undetected instead. And
Buset, Jason.
numbers all get around him. It's just crazy guy left.
You can't do this one, unfortunately, mate. So just going to have to call the audible on this one. Maybe be a flawless round to come through from Paperrex, because they aren't going for the hunt over at main. They got to protect their own economy too. What a retake to come through from them, though. Something catching a shot.
Kalau yang begini, Jitu pun bisa kalah bang ya. Kalau segi bisa kalah, tapi kalau segi strat Jitu serem banget bro. Hati-hati bro. Jitu stratnya najis anjing sumpah.
Orang-orang luar itu sebenarnya ini
Stratnya gila Cok. Aimnya mah bisa kita kalahin. Stratnya itu kadang gara-gara strat bisa kalah. Karena mereka jadi wangi juga gara-gara stratnya wangi.
I think that's a really good word to use here for Paperrex throughout this stage. Adaptations and learning. RRQ though coming out with a bit of a force buy in this round. A lot of stingers to back up a Vandal of Jemkin. You got a showstopper as well. If that Peralatan found anything, you'd expect that to be won immediately. But just the positions, by the way, of Paperrex, they should be able to dodge the ultimate.
Tuh ngapain Son?
You can't dodge that one.
Ngapain Son? Itu overpick sih Jason. Kalau mau jiggle.
Jing with a big old rocket. That said, he has missed several.
Waduh, itu overpick Cok.
And in a 3v5, you might not be able to find that opportunity. However, Defy just straight down from hell. He finds 4 kills. Being able to rip all those numbers away from RQ, it's just
Buset, monyet
to blow things up.
Shrapnel gets him at the end of the day. The showstopper explosion spreads a bit more when you got 30-something HP for Defy. That's not enough to get the job done, it seems, in the end. Trying to dig his team out of an awkward situation, but in this one, right, a 5 versus 3 scenario for RRQ, bring a little bit of stability on the site when the plant goes down. That's just crazy. Getting the shots out there from him.
And that's just a beautiful round.
Agak senang ya, dia habis kena ini mulu Cok.
Yeah.
Nah, first blood mulu dia.
Player when Jing had to step out for a moment.
This is what we're expecting though in this battle, right? In this matchup. Duels going both ways. This time though, scouting out the opposition positions, dimensional drift into the site. Second
dapat Cok.
of Monyet off yonder.
Dia dapat gimana tuh? Kok bisa dapat?
Timing.
Ya Allah Son.
Unfortunate kills, however, that will be the spike then a little bit closer towards the B site.
Overlooking
nice fight.
That's a problem. Spike is down. Imagine a world in which he just decided to rip the hit, but he's going to fall back.
Oh, dapat kill satu lagi bisa bawa kabur itu
The
si
assumption
ini.
and thinking that the rotations might have been pulled over, but we'll see if Jemkin is able to craft anything out.
Nice.
Said though,
Ambil
straight in
shot.
with Cushy, he's been rocked.
And you're not in the scenario.
Save lagi sih kata gue.
To get the spike with Jemkin finding complete control of the A side. It's kind of null and void at the moment. You want to go.
Tahu ada something tuh, ada something. Luar. Jemkin mati.
And you're going to catch some decay. So this round feels
Nah,
a little bit
udah kan.
more difficult for RRQ now. Paperrex looking to tie it up.
40 long seconds.
Dan
Tapi bisa juga sih kalau amit-amit tiba-tiba dapat timing nih si Crazy Guy.
Dapat
Tapi
dua.
kemungkinan tapi 20% sih harusnya. Kalau bisa bunuh Defy mungkin menang.
Get a spray transfer onto Defy.
Ih, nggak kelihatan
It's
ya.
possible. Taking his time though, and Paperrex.
The full decay.
Yeah, holding on to their leashes. They
Tidak dengar
wait
step
for
padahal.
this. They're playing as a team.
Kira di cancel sama dia.
Crazy Guy being able to avoid the bullets for now.
He technically only has one angle he needs to spray.
Mampus dilepas lu.
Pit down, vision on him.
The hood's been spotted. Tries to play around the smokes. being able to read the situation that Paperrex are looking to play as a team, but of course when you have something on the Jet, he's just going to dive in with a shorty.
Yeah, the 3 versus 1 in the entirety is just going to be a difficult thing for him to stave off and win. So Paperrex doing it.
Gila berani banget ya, ada ulti Viper gitu dia nge-plant bang apa?
Tadi di ini sama si Dafa kan udah buka step masih nge-stick dan
3 on the scoreline now as well. The scenario where we
Goyak 100%.
say timeouts earlier on.
Pasti pikirnya udah nggak ada orang kan, soalnya dia berhasil bunuh si.
Iya. Itu nge-flanker ya, flanker dikira oh flanker aja udah mati nih.
A little bit more from
Kedua
RRQ
ternyata.
here.
Taunya ada satu lagi.
Intervention needed. Happy by the fact that
Bisa kan nih RRQ?
they're gonna
Nggak tahu sih.
potentially have something to do in this round anyways, right?
Sekarang masih kita nggak tahu, tapi dari posisi senjata kayak kemenangan harusnya dipegang sama PRX.
Ini hitung aja di lumayan map attacker kalau dia main agentnya nggak ada sentinel gini.
Went in for the execute as well. He
Ya,
crashed towards the corner.
pelan banget cok.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got the pop.
Aduh.
That said, Monyet quickly dispatches of him. Something then Angle completely blocked off. He still tries to go in for the flick though.
Ngapain sih something anjing? Itu kan pick aneh banget coba nge-pick begitu anjing, gila orang tuh.
Good time to use it actually.
Nah ini baru bisa dibilang kemenangan untuk RRQ.
Maybe.
Udah
We'll see.
ulti
There's a
soalnya.
showstopper for Jing.
80% RRQ dapat.
Masih saving.
Risky for sure. This is
Oh,
what I'm
ada
talking
ulti
about though,
begini.
right?
Something ngapain cok anjing?
Making sure that you can
Tapi
try and
duit
get
masih
something to
banyak buat
work.
Dafai bakal nyari sih.
Correctly into Patman on the side. Good. TP from Jemkin to get in there.
Dafai masih nyari ini. Soalnya dia dapat duit kan.
A bit of damage at the moment, but you just feel like the spike is way too far already.
Oh, second kill going through. You got RQ members up by Heaven as well, but even then,
Dafai dapat lagi anjing.
continues to tick away.
Ya Allah, sama klasik anjing.
We'll
Dia
just
pengen
collect
berusaha
up to
bikin
another
miskin
kill.
ini sih.
Jemkin as well in
Bikin
the
miskin
round.
mereka.
Now, of course, ultimately goes over to RQ.
Yeah, but it's a thrifty. That's really important for RRQ here as well. Already knowing that
There's
they
dua
have to
orang yang
buy in the
bisa
next
beli
round. It's
berarti.
just better that they've got another round
never
on
mind,
the
semuanya bisa beli,
tally
guys.
to back
Bisa
this
lah.
one up.
Ngeplan
Single duel
dapat
against
duit lagi.
Patman, awkward encounter for something as well.
Bung
Just
kalah sama
falling
siapa
out of the
kemarin?
rafters.
PRX?
Updraft back into it, doesn't work out. Bit of a rough one
Ya, so nge-whiff
for
tuh.
Paperrex, though they themselves should have a bit of an investment coming in towards this next round
begitu
as
ya?
well. See if they can challenge back.
Should
guys.
be.
Kok thrifty?
But it
Apa
is
dia?
a fair and very
Tadi
tense
beli
fight right now.
Thrifty.
Yeah, but I mean,
Oh,
this is
makanya
namanya.
kaya dia.
everybody
Makanya
should have been
kaya.
expecting coming in towards this series, right? Really great
Iya,
duels, a lot of
banyak
backwards and
tuh.
forwards action. Bit of a mid-prowl from Paperrex at the moment, though. Meanwhile, RRQ finding successes towards the alpha side, going back there, forcing Paperrex out of it to just have free territory again.
Different flight path as well, Komodo, and that means Patman needing to play a much
Oh, gila
different
nih,
position
Jemkin
for
dalam
then
banget, bro.
Jemkin to possibly set up a huge flank.
Itu kan yang
Currently
bagus sprint tuh.
undiscovered,
Oh, Jason.
not hit by the Nightball as well, and it just gives him a
Ya
bit more
elah,
timing and space to then
dia.
push in alongside his
Nah, dia
teammate.
menghindari.
Aduh,
Kushing.
ketahan banget,
Paperrex,
Cok.
though, avoids
Aduh,
the
apa
angles
sih?
Until Jing tries to
Jelek
fight
banget,
back
Cok,
in.
defense-nya,
He
sumpah,
gets
Cok, Paperrex.
denied, and it's just Paperrex with 2 left.
ulti lagi.
Something. He's noted at least one position, but he cannot go in for the chase. And
Jadon,
meanwhile,
Jadon.
the spike just continues to beep off.
Nembak apa something?
Brings back up, and it's just Patman left.
Emang diambil.
Peeked out once again. A decent dink.
Crazy
But
guys,
that's it,
kayaknya
isn't it?
ngebuang deh.
Another successful aim.
Ah, nggak nyampe juga, nggak
RRQ,
nyampe. Ada yang
Blades
ngambil.
going awkward for something.
Terusnya kayak turun
Feels
bang.
like
Ada.
Paperrex's game plan to relinquish control of this A site is starting to get the better of them. So maybe we do see a bit of an adjustment for them on the back of that round there.
Jason ngapain TP begitu anjing?
But this is where we talk about
Hindar-
positioning your
hindar
opponents
ulti
as
fade,
well,
Bang.
right? If you're going A successfully,
Biar nggak kena.
start to change up your own approach for a mid-B split potentially for
Keren, ada
RRQ.
Jemkin.
Though feels like in this
Jemkin
sort of
juga.
time, Alex is
Ah, mana nih, Bang? Mas Alek nyala.
have to come
Time out,
out
time out, time out.
Tuh, mana tuh?
That's the first time I've heard that one.
Paperrex's timeout, as expected though, to come in towards this round.
Tapi untung Mas Alek gak gabrak meja sih. Jadon
I
nyala
mean,
banget
you're
hari ini.
gonna have to
RRQ mayoritas kalah duel mulu.
Plot
Tapi dari tadi
something.
Nggak, ini mereka either harus retake aja, mendingan main retake kalau nggak berani nge-fight. Kalau nggak ya push satu titik.
Flying up over to the top of Heaven.
Si sesuatu emang lagi aneh.
Also for
Lagi
Jemkin
gak in the zone
to
aja
oversee
sih.
all
Lu
the way
lihat aja
back
tuh
into
banyak
screens.
momen-momen dia kayak
Just for that
Dia cuma
Nightball
mikir
to
kayak-
get sent through. I mean,
nge-weave.
It's this aggression we were missing from last map from RRQ,
Overpicking
right?
sama
Joining together
ini
as a
sih,
team,
nge-weave sih.
having a
Banyak
more
banget
layered
wave-nya. Lu
approach
bayangin
with
tuh
the
50
beginning
Jet,
utilities.
but for
semuanya
not
miss.
a
Cuma
single
masuk
member
dua.
of the Paperrex squad to be able to anticipate this play, I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed
You got to remember as well, Split is not
Aaron,
generally
iya,
how
Aaron.
the Paperrex opts to play.
Which is why this is a bit of a question mark pick, Komodo.
Best of 5, you made it to Toronto.
You gotta feel it out. And why
Jing
not
ada ulti
leave
nih,
your
dong.
best
Dapat dong,
men
Jing.
for the last?
Jangan ini dulu, Jing.
Extra reps on it as well for a map that will be in that next
Ini di sebelah
tourney.
Bang Alex siapa?
Fracture.
Main pick.
I salute you. Be gone.
I say that, I laugh with tears in my eyes. That's it though, RRQ of course, a much better showing right now.
This is what I'm talking about earlier though. Paperrex having to change things up. Get some more bodies towards the A site, but it's the conditioning factor of RRQ.
Harusnya dia tahu sih, ini A-nya nggak
Have a bit of
ada,
a different
kemungkinan
approach
besar
as
mid
well.
sama
Very
B.
silent up through mid.
Aduh, nge-whiff, Cok.
Oh, but everyone's
Ih, gak ada yang mati.
The showstopper just doesn't quite blow anything up. Jing, then again, spin down.
Apa sih,
in the
Cok? Gak ada yang
corner.
dapet, Cok. Itu, Cok. Bingung gua.
Forsaken to try to hold up by Raptors. RQ though, they still have their options, and it's going to be the current TP into backside. Forsaken's attention being pulled away. He has to try to hold the angle. He spotted out Zemkin. He finds the first duel. However, a flash gets sent over. He tries
Aduh, kenapa nggak
to
lepas data ya?
smoke, but gets denied.
Do they expect something on the flank already? Look
Ada
at
blind
him.
soalnya.
He's here super early.
And he's still sneaking his way up, skulking
Biar
his
cepet
way
hindarin
forward.
ini,
A
hindarin.
Nice!
second kill,
Nice!
something
Something.
clutches up for Paperrex.
And this is the other side of the coin that Paperrex see. When they have numbers over at the A side, they push something in towards main. He gets all the information in the read that, well, nobody's home. We're seeing some duels in mid. We're seeing a whiffage of the showstopper. Let's get a quick flank happening, and he was there.
3 orang berarti ntar hilang IG-nya nih.
Come out with the Red Bull for Paperrex to answer back.
That's just quick reaction
Kalau
from the
gua-
entire
kalau
team.
gua PRX
Sure,
lah,
you know, the
jauh.
initial contact might have
Sama,
gone
anjir.
Nggak tahu kenapa.
south
Gua
for
dari
some
feeling
reason
pertama
with that
PRX.
showstopper.
Ininya loh,
But hey,
maksudnya kayak
It was
permainan
2 versus
gameplaynya
4
tuh
as well,
asik
so
buat
they've
ditonton
really managed
gitu.
to pull that one back by isolating a couple
Walaupun
of...
Oke,
kadang-kadang
ini baru map seru nih, guys. Map lama ini, nggak
Adrenalinnya
buru-buru.
seru.
Forsaken putting up those
Kalau gua gitu
performances.
ya, belum upload chat,
Similar
belum.
approach
Belum.
this round.
High
Nanti
low
gua upload
setup though over at this B site.
Something that RQ hasn't contended with
Nah,
before.
ngapain?
Forsaken will
Monyet.
come out on top
Nah,
of the
ini juga nih.
duels.
Udah menang.
But RQ does not let up.
Ketahuan lagi,
Forsaken
aduh,
eventually
aduh,
play
aduh.
reckless, but yes, completely
Tahu di kiri udah ada orang ya.
exposed
Gak
thanks to that
panik
haunt.
dia, kena scan soalnya. Kalau gua
Utility for
kalau
retake
gua,
here. No
ayolah.
smokes for
Karena ini
Paperrex
aja
though.
nih,
Seekers invested.
Which would give them some
Aduh, Jing, emang apa, Cok?
urgency into the site. Shot down for now. Something
Oh,
with 2
nice.
kills around the pillar.
Again.
He
Ah,
grabs the
bisa.
tailwind, but Cushy ends his life.
Nah ini.
Scrappy battles.
Udah di off-angle,
Do
udah
love to see
off-angle,
them
udah ada
opening frag in the way of
Corsair
Paperrex,
udah
but
bagus.
immediate retaliation from
Dia mau ngancurin
RRQ.
scan tadi Jason.
A lot of bits of
Kalau
utility
dia
as
stay
well, just
buat nge-pick
off-put the
kiri,
Paperrex
dapat lagi dia
members.
tuh.
Have a great haunt at the end there. Makes Forsaken
Dia bingung
sweat
sih
a
pasti.
little. There's Devi caught in the open as well. These are the moments where you just need to see these players have some really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team?
Anjing.
Sometimes
Wah,
it
makanya
is out of
toxic,
your
guys.
hands though, and you
Wah,
need
toxic, guys. Monyet, guys. Toxic, guys.
your crosshair.
Yeah. A lot of pressure.
Apa dia bilang something
So
anjing
that's
katanya.
that would be RRQ playing things
What the hell?
extremely well with the micro adjustments. Haunt towards the side. It completely
Karena di sini mainannya
flushes
tuh aku jadi
makes
bocil kingdom aja.
Forsaken flush full in his face. Round 11, and right now it's the same execute. Paperrex possibly a retake.
Dapat,
dapat.
Best weaponry. Devi though,
Sekarang monyet, Cok.
decent trade for now.
Mati dong.
Yeah, numbers are here.
Oh, lo banyak banget tuh. Lo banyak, Cok. Jing, kena granat, Cok.
Paperrex looking to flood towards the side. The shots
Buset, Jamkin, Cok.
Superb. Taps forward again and
Aduh, ketahuan
again,
lagi.
and he knows that Jing is pinned down. A possible ace in our hands.
Aduh,
7
susah.
rounds left in the
Bisa.
bag. Something though. Still looking for the
Ini
fights.
semua ada lagi.
Woi,
The
Ada des,
counterpart Russian across the other side. He finds yet another kill.
And how do you play this as Jamkin?
Wah, rahasia versus rahasia, guys.
Your ability right now.
rahasia,
Has to go
rahasia,
for the
guys.
spike plant.
Rahasia mana
Something
emang
then
nih?
taking elevation.
Ulti gak sih?
Looks for the best possible angle. Jemkin
Turun
has to be
tanpa
aware
ini,
of this.
tanpa
He
bunyi.
has to work around the pillars. Spots it.
Aduh, gila. Nice try.
Jemkin all the
Low
way
guys,
back
low
then
guys.
from when he was
Low,
on
low, low.
Scars against Sengoku,
Sama
and
low
he
lagi.
still comes out on top of something.
Harus
He
bagus
gets
sih,
the
sumpah.
better of him in this
Tekniknya
one, but at
PRX.
what cost, right? It's an
Ini emang sih kalau engine-nya begini udah dia fokus attacker, Cok. Dua duelis. Inisiator, nggak main sentinel.
Berarti emang dia sengaja buat dapetin poin sebanyak-banyaknya sih berarti.
Oh iya, kehin dia sama something.
I mean, it's a
Tengok.
winnable scenario at the end. Jemkin 20 HP.
Kalau nggak ada shield mati dia tuh.
30, I believe.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sure the
gapla,
shots sting a
gapla.
little
Apa
bit, but
gapla?
considering how
Sebenarnya
the
kan-
Tiger half has played out, Komodo, RQ are happy to take that little bit of damage. They're able to buy back up again. Viper's pit up towards middle now.
Information that he's in the vent as well, so you don't even need a contender. You're through it. Forsaken none the wiser.
Snuck past, and with Forsaken gone, that makes the B side that much more open.
Space that Jemkin's taking as well. With the clone.
Aduh anjir.
He can fight and then meet up with the team. This is
berantakan masuk itu.
Yeah, Xero just blocking every single letter up by mailroom. Something though. Able to sneak up from
satu,
stairs, so
anjir.
possibly another round with elevation going forward. The blades have been drawn, but Jing has been silenced. Pala. Something.
Nggak mungkin anjing.
Just goes in.
Cuma Jemkin doang yang main guys, RRQ guys.
Jemkin will pick the round.
Oke, Jemkin semua lihat.
RRQ to an 8-4.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of hit and miss from Jemkin on this Yoru when it comes towards this map specifically as well, but this time it looks like the hit is here. Great amount of shots, great amount of multi-frags to come through. It just feels like the game plan of RRQ on this attacking side. You're really forcing out a lot of information needed from Paperrex to get an idea where you wanting to go.
Panas Jemkin bang, panas Jemkin doang guys. Aman sih kalau Jemkin panas bisa di kick off lah.
9 times out of 10. You're seeing duels go each way. You're seeing scrap battles be won by RRQ this time as opposed to last map.
Kayak tackle bro.
Oh, this is a tough one.
I mean, currently you go with Jemkin, I guess, just because he's been the primary duelist most of the time.
Yeah, Monyetta's kind of sent himself into oblivion a couple of times. So,
especially on that previous map. Come on, you can't really fault him. Sometimes he's on the smoke.
Tahu aja guys, gue lelaki sejati bro.
Got a lot of players.
Who came up with this? Who is the real
Kingdom bang? Ah, bodo amat lah. Ngapain serang-serangan kayak bocah aja serang-serangan.
Oh my god, production sometimes
Orang
cracks me
pro
up.
bisa aja ya. CR ke badan,
got a
tiba-tiba
man.
banding ke kepala anjing. Iya emang crosshairnya di kepala, di badan. Mereka tuh crosshair placementnya udah dilatih. Dan siapakah PRX bisa membalikan meja?
Aaron mana? Oh ya.
Throw that one away. We're going to have to get to a switch up of the sides as well to see if we'll tie up this series 1-1, get a fourth map in Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
But certainly RRQ keeping things interesting with a strong first half showing. Now swapping over onto the defense, where you get to see, you know, Crazy Guy maybe show off his chops a little bit.
Well, you get to see the pistol round kings at the moment in Paperrex.
3A.
Leading very handsomely with those.
Boleh
RRQ already getting a lot of information at the A site with the Prowler.
Ah, B-nya enak banget nih. B enak banget sumpah guys, kayak tadi kayak RRQ juga sama nih. Sama kayak Paperrex, main di event aja biar retake.
10.000 dari Naga 95. Pesan, Naga 95 sensasi kenangan.
Kenapa ya?
Bring out the Trailblazer.
Yep, spot out a bit of information, a little bit of a forward position now for Paperrex, getting pretty close towards a B-pop.
Right. As soon as that Trailblazer goes through, clears out backside, the rest of the team pushing up from mailroom, and you do have Crazy Guy who's kind of given up the site.
Yeah, you recognize that when the Trailblazer's there that you have to just play in towards a retake.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Props it up right now in this moment. The entire team surrounding him.
Zero utility for Paperrex here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a full gunfight, if anything. RRQ having the resources.
Where do you want your smokers Forsaken? Towards CT.
Trying to position around for it.
Anjing!
Inside the smoke though, and it's just Paperrex finding first contact. Nice. Something out from heaven as well, and the only one left then is Cushy. Sort of.
Nice. Posisi Dava enak banget sih. Oh, ini nggak mungkin menang sih
As
harusnya.
you make a single peep, the entire force of Paperrex will turn their crosshairs and sights toward you. That will be the pistol picked up by Paperrex.
Soalnya semua
Come out a Crazy Guy with the classic
udah diambil
as well.
mereka dah.
CT jumping around, right clicking.
City
Taking some hits. But Paperrex, they will take the second pistol of this map. I do like the forward play that they opted to go for as well.
Right
Jump is a little bit crazy. Pistol round will keep things in good contest here.
Batman tegang banget, Batman tegang banget, Batman.
Defensive side.
Mukanya stres banget kayak itu.
This is a bit of a lighter buy coming in towards the bonus though for this map. A couple of pistols, a couple of Spectres, and a Marshal for something.
Not a single rifle except for
Pinter banget, efek A-nya cok, B-nya kosong lagi cok.
Currently able to read this map. They've gone for the 4-1 stack closer towards the A site.
Oh, 4 flank nih.
Little by a little, let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer into the B site. where it's just going to be crazy guy here himself.
Padahal mereka udah tahu sih.
If he plays close, he might be able to find some right clicks, but
Nice.
with the
Hampir
angles
miss anjing tuh.
exposed, Jing will quickly deal with him.
And now you know that no one else is
Bisa
here.
nunggu bansos
So
di
it's
A.
just going to be this
Semuanya
little
pada ini. Mereka
pistol
main
retake. See
barang
if
selalu
RRQ
pakai
even
pistol
just do what
doang.
Paperrex
Mereka nggak
did
berani
and go
kalau
with the
misalnya
spike eventually.
pick satu-satu, guys. Kalau
Makes sense.
pistol tuh.
It's a full best of 5. It's lower finals.
Gambling satu
I
side.
get why you need to play to every advantage that you can possibly find. So not wanting to give too much up to Paperrex, but that said, it's a little bit quiet right now.
Bang, menurut lu yang menang VCT
You get
Pacific
the
siapa?
idea of what RRQ are doing. You just want to figure out where they're sitting, which is in spawn.
Oh, gue sih masih PRX sih. Seru, guys.
Give us a corpse.
Something will happen.
There we go. You got paint shells, you got a seize.
Ngapain anjing?
And that's not too bad in terms of
Ngapain
A
anjing?
little bit more going through it. It's just Forsaken left.
dong.
He's up by heaven. I know the spike's still going to go off, but ults and points being found by RRQ.
And the fact that it's
Jason nggak pakai senjata padahal. Oh, beli Vandal habis itu.
one of the players that went in with the pistol means you're only taking a ghost in towards your bonus rounds. Though, on the other side, you did save a lot more coming into that second round, right? So you do afford yourselves some rifles now going into this bonus round. So
Very awkward. Not a true Red Bull clutch.
yeah. It's one of those weird ones. But here we go. This is a bonus round, by the way, when you've got an operator in the hand for something. You've got a, well, it was going to be a Spectre for Pac-Man, but he does upgrade.
Ding, full buy, cok.
So, let's call this a rifle round. There's a heavy investment.
Tapi nggak OPS.
And it's unexpected.
Anjing!
Something, X-Pharaoh, that's going to cause a headache.
What the fuck?
Expect it, even if you're going for the jiggle, somehow, something with a punish. And that means you got to place a
cepet banget, cok,
around
anjing,
it
cross.
just to watch.
It was the judge
Ruginya
as
tadi
well,
lebih ke
so that's
ultimate
gone
orc-nya
down.
sih.
Can't play close with that one. Meanwhile,
Poin ultimate
Crazy
orc-nya
Guy,
jadi keisi
he wants to
gara-gara
play
mereka
close. He
matikan
wants
tadi.
to play down and dirty. Don't touch that orb and give him the info. Now you're stuck. Shrouded step
Ya,
out.
nggak kecek.
Has to go in for it. A little bit more
Untung nggak
initiative.
Oh, bahaya banget
found
jam
by
kini. Jam kini panas
Paperrex
banget, cok.
on that.
Wah, pas banget timingnya anjing.
Kind of left Crazy Guy by himself here.
Precisely.
You made things extremely awkward for him.
No angles to be
lucky.
found around the B side. It's just Crazy Guy who had to spend utility just to get out of
Bro,
dodge.
dapat bro.
Once
Udah
again,
habis itu,
another
B-nya.
scenario where RQ left without
Oh,
resources.
spawnnya.
Aduh,
Just
City-nya,
establish
City-nya,
yourself.
awas. Oh,
A
there's
plan
lawan.
in the 5 versus 4.
Heaven, awas
Safer plant for Paperrex, so not leaving themselves exposed towards spawn. You do
Ya
have
elah,
to
Batman
take
open
down
apa gede banget.
towards the
Nice,
bomb
sampai.
as well. Something then peeking out from Garage. All of RQ trying to look for that space into sight, but Paperrex
Nice,
just
guys.
not giving
Nice, Byron, kalah
anything
lagi
up to them.
Ini loh,
Yeah, that's,
rapi kali. Bang, lu ada
I mean,
top
I know it's
tips nggak
the
biar
bonus.
nggak-
Map attacker kan bang apa gue bilang agent begini map attacker bang apa udah susah anjing.
Because it's not really a bonus round.
Lu dapat plan lu udah pasti susah retake-nya mau gimana lagi.
Both are equipped into the second round of this half to then get out to full straight by FPX style. And they do. The operator was very pivotal in this round from
Si Zarting temen banget ya, nge-pick-nya tuh nge-swing dulu anjing, swing pick anjing. Gak mau apa sih, gak mau nge-pick apa sih, nge-pick yang di hot angle gitu loh lama.
It works though. I mean, it's a little bit risky.
Ini orang main OP kayak main Vandal anjing.
RQ's gonna have to continually respect. That's why you got more players up around mid this time.
Or try and disrespect if you want to play close line with a judge, for example, as Xpharaoh, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any jewels that'll come his way at the moment because yet again, it's going to go to Crazy Guy.
Yep, and that's exactly what Paperrex wants to do, trying to exploit this
Aduh,
weakness.
anjing,
Yet though, quick on the reaction.
Nice banget, rapi.
For Paperrex to find the shots with the rifles.
Again, in these big battles where you've just got many bodies flooding, Paperrex are coming out on top.
Spike planted.
Sight controlled. Trailblazer into the kill as well, and it's just
nice
Djaja
Wih, Toro mau jadi saingan Adel. Apa kenapa gue jadi
drastically
saingan
attempting
Adel?
at anything, but still.
Tika player CS gitu bang, ya.
Sama Kevin.
8 to 8, 4 rounds in a row. Is this the awakening though for RRQ that they start to have an idea on how Paperrex are playing this attacking side as well, or do they need some coach investment, right? Do we need to have a bit of a discussion on that regard? Didn't work out too much over on map number 1 of Fracture.
Timeout.
Feels like we do need the timeout though. Was waiting to see if that was
Kalau
going to
main
come
pakai
through.
keypad gimana?
Defense susah bang, map ini bang. Sebenarnya
Sebenarnya
guys ya ini tuh map defender nggak sih? Bang apa lu tau lah di map defender anjing. Sekuat apa defense ini? Kalau lu main sentinel, main satu duelist gitu loh. Dia main dua duelist terus no sentinel guys. Ya udah ini map attacker ini. Dua-duanya lagi.
Hijrah ke apa ajakin WP bareng. Kenapa WP bareng?
Kalau PRX dia lebih milih defender duluan
get a little bit aggressive, right? We haven't really seen the deep paranoia play come out from them to send it with the duelists. There's a couple of options that you can come out here and there to try and catch
pasti dia lebih gampang dapat poin soalnya.
Paperrex off guard.
It's definitely going to be, quite the conundrum. You place more players towards
Jinbung, oh itu tuh apa di FM anjir. Jinbung sama Akame aja.
Bisa aja kamu Sebastian.
Di FM nih.
Di FM.
Tadi dia hilang, YouTube juga hilang. Jangan dong,
Wah, OP2 guys, 2 OP guys. 2 OP Russian operator guys. Russian operator.
Operator of his own. He is playing around to the A side as well, so we might have another something V Jemkin moment.
Yeah, we might just have a really cool battle in the round, which
barrel.
Aduh,
Elah.
I can't believe that hitbox.
Mundur banget tuh dia, maju banget tuh OP-nya anjing.
Iya,
just a little
Wasn't even a slight tag.
Blown off the body. But you'll take that as a kill. We needed an advantage for RRQ, right? They needed to find a good opener here on this defensive side. Now a challenge towards this A side where again, it's Jemkin operator.
Sniper Overwatch just works wonders for RRQ.
Nice. 2 tukar 2, let's go. Ulti, cari info.
We're moving forward in, especially with Seekers just flushing RRQ away. Looking for spike plant though.
Yeah, you got to find some timing to have a little
At
bit of
least
stability.
Pemain dapat 1 kill aja. Atau Davai dapat 1 kill.
Ya, Davai.
Finding some timing.
Yeah, might be able to sneak through. Petman though, no more flashes, which means he's going to be kind of pinned down close to the site. Still though, concealing their movements.
Dengar gak sih dia?
Making things as silent as possible. RQ thinking to play
mati dong.
Timing on yet.
Ya Allah!
Beautiful movement. Just at the right time. Davai would have no idea. Even though the spike is down now, how do you isolate everything?
Ya elah, wave lagi Petman.
The first swing from Monyet, and it just fully catches Petman off guard.
Lebih jelek tadi.
Something sih. Regaining the lead, more importantly getting the first round on their defensive side.
Dia nggak aware dia ngepick pendek gitu tau, Rock. Aduh, Jing kena assist, coba pantesan aja mati.
Dia kan harusnya sadar ya. Untungnya Oki kan banyak banget, Cok.
Nggak, tadi berdirinya juga salah.
Maybe if they planted a little bit earlier, but you throw that.
Nah, sekarang B-nya kan dipikir mau ke B lagi nih balik nih, tak A. Tapi nggak tahu ya, agaknya agak busuk sih dari si kalah mulu dia.
Where once again, early engagements may very well go Jemkin's way with the operator.
Yeah, different line being held as well. Paperrex would be none the wiser. However, something might have an inkling. Dashes right forward alongside that showstopper as well. Jing looking to find effect with it, and he will collapse onto Artix Pharaoh.
Udah kasih over, jangan overpick Jing. Jing, udah Jing, turun Jing. Ah, udah 4-5, udah enak banget.
Udah sadar dia, nggak nafsu dia.
Kalau nafsu dia mati. 4-4 anjing.
They're going to have to go in for a bit of a guessing game. Jemkin, though, will eliminate those guesses into more than 4 drift, but Davai just denies all of that outright. Something with the double kill to end up the round.
Ini Monyet juga bau ultinya, padahal udah pakai Yoru kan. Ngecek buat orangnya di mana buat diultiin, Cok. 2 ulti mereka rugi loh.
Enggak, dia full blind tadi pas terbang sana.
Oh, full blind ya? Oh ya udah berarti mau gimana. Pantesan aja. Enggak, pas tembak ultinya lo kan belum blind dia Bang apa? Tembak ulti kan dia kan dapat info dari Yoru kan?
Udah ke blind dia pas terbang dia tadi.
Oh, udah.
Udah pakai ke flash apa itu aja. Flash Sparkman kayaknya. Apa sih Yoru?
Yorunya tadi lagi ini, lagi
starting to find their footing. And that's just going to be a scared little Monyet running back towards the site, the shorty at that range. Yeah, it's not going to do too much.
Decent info though, and you got 2 smokes all being baited out right now.
Biasanya Cypher di sini enak pasti.
Further towards A main to see if anyone has started to scale up either.
Someone needing to play safe, and that flash will just confirm that there's a possible other shotgun hiding within close range around Mail.
Definitely an angle for Jemkin here to try and find 1 or 2 and then get out
2 shotgun tuh, Cok.
with Kushi.
Iko 10 ya harusnya.
Truly is just Paperrex continuing to dot their T's, dot their I's and cross their T's.
Biasaan, Cok, anjing nggak pernah ngecek itu kan angle-angle orang pick ya anjing.
Yeah, something. Down for the count. There was the one from Jemkin that I was talking about. Now you're looking for a bit of a plan as Paperrex.
Masih menang senjata.
And possibly for RQ to find close range with the right.
Apa sih?
It's going to be Jemkin with a share for now though, and it's working pretty decently.
Eventually a flank from Monyet, but the shorty, you see the lion's share done by probably Jemkin.
Paint shells, blast back still could be good. Jing might not have an idea. He will dispatch off the first though.
Dapat lagi info Monyet, Cok.
That's where Monyet picks up the Vandal. Into the site they go. RRQ has a great chance because Patman's been fully blinded. Still good for 1, but it's just a 5 left. Tries to go for a flame trap, but it's not found. Experiment with the
Pala sih anjing.
Could potentially even use the judge at the end there.
Merah kena thrifty anjing.
Doesn't really matter.
Something sih dari tadi sih
RRQ to get
kacau
the
sih.
thrifty on the board. Flank eventually coming out from Monyet, picking up the weapon of something that was dropped earlier on, courtesy of Jemkin. So even with the pistols, you know, if you're getting your one, getting out, giving your team an opportunity to play by the numbers, play by the angles.
Si Jing dia mau
Certainly
ini
work
guys.
a treat, but you
Mau
really feel
satchel
like
ke dalam
Jemkin
kan,
just had to hit
malah
the
balik
shots in
ini.
there, had to buy some time, give the team
Dia mikir tadi
opportunity.
lebih milik balik sih, tapi
Move
nggak
on.
dapat.
sama Damai.
As the team following in pursuit as well.
Dikira temennya
Backwards
ngeliatin.
and forwards
Off angle
engagements
guys,
operate
itu
back
susah
in
banget
the hands
buat
of
dilihat dari
Jemkin.
jarak segitu.
Tapi keuangan Paperrex bagus terus sih. Gak pernah jelek.
Keuangannya bagus terus. Soalnya
Pushing down below.
Aduh ngapain lagi, Cok.
Tool for RQ right
Susah
now.
banget antisipasi orang
Paperrex
gitu.
though not backing down and
Macam
something
apa?
straight.
Aduh ngapain sih?
Once again, just quickly dispatched of. Then of course you got the rest of the team trying to work around elbow. Jemkin still in position, cushy up from the backside.
Nice.
Suddenly silenced, forsaken
Sabar dulu,
Patman,
dulu.
marking these angles. Monyet though, surely you don't expect another. Tries to blast back.
Nice, nice one.
Doesn't quite work
Aduh,
out.
ngapain Dava ya? Aduh.
From ropes. And you have
Atu-atu,
some
Ding.
slight resets.
Seekers from Patman off the plant, gonna choose to invest them here.
That gives some further information. You know that one is up by ramp. Where could the other be? It's a little bit obvious as well. But with the smokes coming up, another duel being isolated.
Gila Jason, Cok.
He'll just spin back around on a dime to find it. Every kill.
Ayo.
Backwards and forwards.
This is your mapic, bro. Ayo, teker kasih tau, bro. Cuman Jemkin doang ini yang main, bro. Kita 4 orang main, Cok.
Because there's going to be some light investments from
Mereka
RRQ.
antisipasi dulu si Jemkin itu di ramsnya nggak sih, cari ini dulu solusi.
Stay alive to try and foster an advantage. Just doesn't work out
Jemkin
for
tuh sakit
Monyet.
banget.
No trade
Set,
ability
Jason.
either to come through from the controllers of
Dia
RRQ.
map awareness-nya dapet sih.
A little bit disconnected.
Kalau Awareness itu kan udah kena itu kan udah kena ulti, Rok. Anjing duanya gimana tahu anjing.
Sigma
10 to
boy.
10.
Aturannya ini
As I
kalau
said, a
menang
bit of a
11-9
lighter
nih,
investment
guys.
from RRQ coming in towards this round. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the
Bener
pit.
juga, ada ultinya ini ya, ada
Paperrex
ultinya
take
si
things
Patman
real
ya.
slow. You
Bos.
choose to use them.
50.000 dari
Decide
MUSI
to just go in towards the A side.
Sigma boy
Would
kan
be
tuh tadi.
nobody
Satu,
to
solo tuh,
stop them.
solo tuh dia tuh.
Hey,
Coba
why
tuh.
not? If there's no one
Kusi,
here to welcome them, they've been having that much success on this site.
Yeah,
Nice,
you
A-nya
see
kosong
like
lagi, bro. Ayo, bro.
Akhirnya diantisipasi itu kan ramsnya
where
gitu loh.
Jemkin likes to lie in wait.
Tadi kayak gitu.
Yeah, blocking everything off. So Jemkin's sheriff not able to sing right now.
Potentially plant open as well. Give your team.
Oke, mereka ada 2 ulti ya. Kalau masuk dapat ulti SS Vero bahaya tuh.
Range being blocked off. Elbow as well with this pit now coming up.
Cheeky one too.
Just
Wah,
to
ini
secure
susah sih buat-
possible 11th
Ya susah,
round.
laut CT nggak bisa tuh. Dia nyampe ke site udah sekarat tuh.
Boombot from Monyet, get some paint shells
Tapi
in
ada
there
ulti
as
nih
well
si
to clear up
Kusi
close
nih.
angles.
Bisa bikin budak.
Maybe.
Just gonna choose to go through heaven instead.
And if you find a little bit more, maybe the alt's coming through as well.
Oh,
That just
wait.
diving straight in. He's got that judge, and he's just hammering every single player down until Jemkin goes
Ya
in for a trade
Allah,
of his
apa
own.
sih?
It's just something left, and now he's back up from heaven. But he's got so many targets to contend with. All of them body blocking, a full firing squad, and he's down to 5 HP. X-Pharaoh
Ih, throwing
out for
mulu,
the final
Cok.
frag.
Have we
Reviewnya
cursed him
selalu
here?
jelek
Have
dah.
I said the words? Unless RRQ come out with another thrifty.
Masalahnya kok ada yang
And
main
it
di luar
happens.
guys.
4
Ada yang
alive
luar,
as
anjir.
well.
Kena judge anjir.
They are just going to
Terbang gitu,
steal
dia
those
terbang bebas
guns.
gitu,
What is
anjir.
it with
Nah, lihat.
RRQ lately? Having the numbers, having no care in the world, just sending it in towards these
Mungkin dapat
rotates.
lagi itu anjing
Oh,
di
this
situ.
one specifically sending it nicely as well. Got the Nightfall invested. Yeah, thank you for the gun. Xvero was the one that invested it, right? He was the one that brought it up, recognizing the situation that, well, I've got some satchels.
Bisin nggak sih? Enggak bisin kan emang apa?
I can have
Enggak ya?
a little kiss to the back of the side as well and really just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second onto the pit player as well, right? Awkward that Devaya loses that and there's no more pit available.
And you just love being able to watch RRQ come back in.
From Thailand.
Finding themselves, awakening. More confidence off of the first map, to say the least.
Dari Thailand datang ke Korea.
It's exciting at the moment with this backwards and forwards adventure that we're on, though.
And it's also them proving themselves to be a worthy contender of the title of who could be the greatest in SEA.
Yeah, for sure. Against each other. Yeah, we haven't seen this battle in quite a long time. It looks significantly different as well with the roster of RRQ, for example.
Especially with the new members coming in. That said, we are on only map number 2. 11 to 10. RRQ with their ultimates.
Could be scary as well. Early pit for Xvero. Will he get sent upon or not?
Yeah, Paperrex possibly looking for the full send. The Vipers.
Lo ngapain, Cok? Lihat kan?
Completely deter the dinosaurs.
Bodoh banget, Cok, masuk ke situ.
Frag going the way of Jemkin with the shorty. Still has dimensional drift as well. Scope things out a little bit later where you might want to just be situating yourself as RRQ. You've got the advantage kill. Just reset a little bit. Figure out where Paperrex might look to end things. Not give them an advantage in a 1vx duel.
Precisely. Not too eager as well. I mean, look at the tight angle from Monyet. Now in position to possibly send a showstopper.
I was going to say, I want to see
ini shotgun, bro. Berat ini shotgun.
Over at this pit, but if this is a call for Paperrex to go through vents and start to
ke vent aja ke A, bro.
that would actually be the right call.
If you did have Xvero pushing out, this might have been a different story, but it will be Paperrex forcing some utility to then go in for the A push.
Feels like Xvero might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of Paperrex can hold a potential retake from main.
Silent, strong statue into the corner around rep right now. The judge not yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information. The showstopper not going to work, but Jemkin.
Ya Allah, Jemkin dapat 2 lagi, Cok.
3 kills now, and then for Crazy Guy to chime in as well from screens. The trade protocols just to
pasti Jemkin dapat 2 lagi, Cok. Bisa-bisanya loh.
Xvero, he's done his job. He's blocked off ramps, and Devi has no recourse but to allow that spike to get defused.
Yeah, Xvero just an angel in the round at the end there as well, making sure he's the protector, making sure that Paperrex don't have another avenue to potentially hold a retake from. Cut off main, it makes things a little bit awkward. You get in towards it.
Aduh, ngemis, Cok, Jason, Cok. Nah, 2 orang ini kagak ada yang bisa bunuh, Cok.
Absolutely insane. It's now map
8 loh.
for Paperrex, for RRQ. They've got 2 of them to play with here. Paperrex do have another buy, at least presentable. Blades will come out for something.
Masih bisa beli sih.
So will they get any early advantages here? Or will it go back in the favor of RRQ yet again?
Those blades are going to have to be swift and precise, if anything.
Sabar dulu, samping chill dulu loh, jangan sendiri-sendiri anjir.
Got the defensive setups.
PD sih PD loh, tapi
ini mapnya emang kayaknya kurang ready deh mereka. Kelihatan banget pajak ini.
Like a hot knife through butter, he really needs to just get them easy.
Ngapain, Cok? Aduh ya Allah.
A little bit longer than he expected. And out for Prowlers from Kushi as well. Further information being found by RRQ. Just to mark the angles up from Garage, but a little bit awkward on the spray.
Ya Allah, miss semua.
Nice. Opportunity to get inside. Forsaken with the double kill. Jing with another.
Jason lagi nyelamatin, Cok. Ini Jason doang anjing, sumpah nyelamatin itu tadi.
Pulled him out of this one potentially, hasn't he? 1 versus 3 for Xvero.
He's got to pick up a weapon at the very least.
Yeah, you will be able to, but is this the one that you want? It's the one that you've been favoring in this map.
At this situation, though, I don't think so. Comes back
Ya Allah!
first, looks for further hits, but Jing just dumps him instead.
Ya miskin. Maksudnya ini Alpha Armor nih pakai ini enak nih.
Or will RRQ be able to close it here? And
enak banget, tapi pakai OP
last
sih.
round of regulation, something again just not able to find value in the beginning engagements. Well, for each round, space was found for the team, for sure, but it already feels like, you know, RRQ kind of did give that to them, recognizing they don't have the numbers in the top tower. So you fall on back.
Sabar dulu, something.
Here we go, last round of regulation.
Chill out gitu loh.
Operator out yet again for Jemkin. Gonna see nobody home at the B side.
kejar,
What is home
anjir.
is everybody at the A side. The numbers needed for
Nih.
RRQ.
Oh, dia bawa teman itu.
Sudden call and a good read from Crazy Guy as well into position, but the showstopper though.
Nice. Doanya udah rame banget, Cok.
PRX to shore up around A ramp.
Speaking of
Kita taruh counter buru-buru bahaya nih soalnya. Udah rame banget tanya.
First casualty in this round. Silence for Paperrex.
Ada ulti.
Towards this A side at the moment, towards the heavens though. The judge heard.
Yeah, invites them into more space, but Xfero will certainly give
Nice!
them a warning sign. Off to the side though, the sudden peek out from Monyet around elbow just
Nice!
breaks things up.
Okay,
The second kill, and it's just RRQ left. We might go into overtime.
Nice!
Jig has the silence up by ramp. Jemkin down.
Hang on, they're all low. They're all half
Ini
HP.
dia lagi yang manusia lagi nyala lagi yang hidup.
Jemkin with the flashes.
Tank ini Cok anjing darah 100 lagi nih.
Does he have the vision? Does he have the sightlines? Looks for the transfer. Forsaken. Swings.
Itu kalau Jason mati, dia ngumpet kan. Si Pemain bisa mati juga tuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, only bangers on splits. Overtime we go to yet again. Well, I say yet again. First installment of it in this series.
I love that you cleared your throat for that one.
You gotta get it ready. You gotta get it ripe and ready.
Anjing di one tap anjing. Tang.
He's been having a banger on this map so far. 27 kills that he's coming out with. So far, we've had some phenomenal moments from our duelists across these two maps.
Yeah, well, you might have one Jemkin 27 kills up on RRQ. You've got two duelists or two players from Paperrex who've got 21 kills apiece.
Yeah, brothers in arms, Forsaken and Jing, certainly seeing what they can do here. But we switch things back up. Paperrex to the defensive side. See if they can continue with where they were able to find some little bits of greatness.
Nice Jing!
Moving Crazy Guy, not too bad.
Yeah, forward space information into paint shells. And another crossfire just to deny RQ A ramp control. They will elect to just
Ya Allah.
and that's something once again fighting first death.
Oh, the angle. Xfero wins that one.
Yeah, the Trailblazer might be able to get a kill until that snake bite.
Udah di threat kill nih. Kalau dia masukin lagi.
Paperrex, some urgency up from heaven, as well as screens.
Aduh, Jing!
Jemkin reads that, holds down elbow. Ramp as well as additional angles being found by RRQ. Paperrex will have to find kills in order to get a clearer picture into sight. But so far, not good.
3 lawan 1, 3 lawan 2 gimana nih?
Drops down, shot fire to mask sound.
Timing nih.
But RRQ not peeking, still holding. Decent trade, and it's just a Vine, a 1v2. The spike still beeping away. Xfero alongside Cushy, they could go in for a double peek, and that will be that. A singular tap to bring them the first victory in OT1.
Yeah, you feel a little bit stuck running into the elbow there as something. You got to do something as
Jing
there
di
as well
shutdown
to try
mulu,
and bring it back, satcheling in, not getting his shots on out. Great little trap play at the very beginning, but RRQ, once they're in the site,
Gak kena Cok flashnya.
to hold. Bit of a crossfire allowed at the back of the site.
Ya Allah kena recon Cok anjing.
By the way,
Iya ketinggian tuh
definitely
flash
loving to see good initiator utility always.
Enggak itu bukan buat elbow, buat side itu.
And now
Nggak sampai nggak sih itu?
RRQ will find themselves
Buat side itu buat side. Dipikir elbow nggak ada orang kali.
Now defensive side.
Something glass cannon.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. He's kind of fallen off a little bit, right? In the tail end of this map too.
Udah guys,
Getting shut
aduh
down
beda.
at the very beginning. You're bringing an operator onto the attacking side. You need to be
Belum masih mid kok.
very aware and having a teammate next to you. You feel like in
Wih,
case you
biar
miss
maju
the
dulu
shot.
Could be something like
Waduh,
RRQ
Cok.
doesn't expect it, but they're pushing out a
Yeah,
garage.
this is so risky, but so rewarding if they
Jason,
can
kasih pump
find it.
Jason.
All Forsaken is marking the back. However, he falls.
Nice,
Something
satu.
takes
Satu,
the duel
satu.
up by mailroom then. So Paperrex, they've got a dilemma here. Do they push up front or do they clear up back?
Taken down the heavy hitter in Forsaken though. So you definitely take that as RRQ.
Ada smoke ya?
What it's worth, something.
Nice!
Wins the duel against Crazy Guy. Advantage for Paperrex into the B side. Dash across, dodging the flashes. Jemkin, he wants to do the party, he wants to do the damage.
And he's holding the
Oh,
angles with
Jing.
assistance from the team. Cushy up by the right side. Jemkin then to find the triple. Just a 1v1 left, and Jemkin has an ult.
Where does he think the Divide is coming from though? He's got the ult, but time right now for Divide to get in his head.
Please Davai.
Divide slowly skulking forward.
Aduh!
Jemkin marks the angle, and that will be that. The map ends in the very first OT. Final final scoreline of 14-12. Jemkin with the ultimate awareness to silence Paperrex.
Yeah, he's dug him out of a rough situation time and time
That's
again.
right.
Hasn't he? Multi-frags on multi-frags, couple of great early openers. Feels again that the shutdown towards something hurts a little bit more for them, right? These
Jika dapat tuh bodoh banget sih Jingan, sumpah dah.
throwing caution to the wind a little bit, trying to really get up in your face, and you are just getting smacked a little bit. Really good adjustments of RRQ. I mean, I look at the
Something udah better sih guys. Menurut gua Jing nih berapa kali coba, memang penting dia nggak nembak anjing.
Making them really fight these scrappy battles that usually Paperrex are good for, right? How many of them were they winning in map number 1? This time though, a little bit more awareness as RRQ and how they want to kind of push Paperrex into the palm of their hands. Just the single OT needed at the end of this one to get it done, which means we are guaranteed a 4th map in this lower best of 5 right now. Icebox will be here soonish.
Soon-ish. The first one we got to go through with is Pearl. But that said, it is an RRQ that is howling forward.
S-Block,
When they are finding all of these moments. Just such great situational awareness and reading how they need to hold the angles on the map against Paperrex.
Itu Jing kocak banget dah bang apa itu. Lompat udah pas banget depan muka ya padahal.
For RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of excited to see which way this is going to go in the next map.
Dia udah ready senjata siap mati ya.
This could go the full distance, but for now, we're going to have to toss it back over onto our desk.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, I'm expecting it to go the full distance, but for now, that is RRQ's map. We are now tied at 1-1 for this series for both of these teams, and it was a much better showing for RRQ.
Yeah, I felt like they woke up
Kamu kenapa nggak
finally. I
tutup
felt like
Indo?
they were
Kenapa
here
nggak
to
suka?
play.
Nggak
Jemkin
suka.
was alive. He wasn't just getting exits on the Brimstone. So much better. I mean, yeah, I felt like this was a real great map to watch. It always is on Split. We talk about it all the time.
Aduh,
There's one
skillnya sih
statistic
sama ya.
I really want to highlight.
Thrifty doang sih 3 kali ya bang apa ya, kalau nggak Thrifty udah menang sih.
About 350. About 350, I think it was. No, honestly, like this was exactly what you expect from an SCA derby. You had messiness, you had some sloppy, thrifty rounds one, you had some clutches one, you had some man disadvantage situations thrown in the bin, but you also had some amazing individual
Soalnya ketat guys skornya guys.
Honestly, some really
kalahnya kalah ya udahlah kalah nggak ini aja.
It was so interesting to watch these two comps go head to head.
Jing tapi MVP loh. Ya main sih ini doang tuh kan. ACS 200 semua, coba mereka cuma 100-an. Main Jemkin doang anjir.
The raised Yoru that you've seen from a lot of teams, T1 included. But you have to say Jemkin definitely the standout there, dragging them kicking and screaming through this game of Split. It was a very tight one that could have gone either way, but RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen both of these teams exchange each other's map picks, and now we play a BO3 from here.
Evening up the scoreline here is so massive, going down 0-2.
Jason main smoker udah bagus sih.
But they've leveled that playing field again as we move forward to
something dikasih Jet lebih perform kan. Emang ini aja sih bro. Emang Jemkinnya menyala parah sih.
Crazy guy gets loud.
Yeah.
Like when he died to that raise nade, he's like, I heard him screaming the call. Like he's like, Jet solo on site, go. He's like pushing the boys to scale out. It's something
you felt pressured to push on site, right?
Yeah,
with how he's calling the and of course Monyet as well. You can hear his roars from all the way up here, and you can just tell RRQ are fired up. And this is very encouraging going into this series because, as we mentioned earlier on the first map, they were absent. They were absent on that first map, but now they're back, and we have a series. It is confirmed, and now, of course, we are, going
Icebox
main
apa ya?
But this is so encouraging, as we mentioned, for RRQ, because
main
there's so
race
many good individual.
Main Yoru dia,
something. We're going to go through some highlights here, and particular things that we wanted to point out on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to point out was actually from Paperrex, which is about how they like to play on their attacker side.
Yeah, main Yoru kemarin.
Double duelist, you have to not be afraid to contact and take risks. We just see something walk through a smoke into B main. There could be anything behind that, but he doesn't care. They get smoked off again, but they have all this space. They're so close, and now they can burst. We even saw him do exactly the same play in the very last round of the game, when he just walks through with the off. This is why double duelist is so good for Paperrex. It really suits their style, and contact burst is great.
This was a stroke of brilliance. We saw 3 thrifties won by RRQ, and in this round, it's a split-second decision that they're able to put the pieces. You see Pharaoh juggle the Judge over to Monya as they see the pit on spawn side. Double satchel over to Elbow, and Monya's able to catch PRX completely pants down. They have no idea that RRQ is even going to attempt that retake, and that must have been a bit of a bitter moment.
Itu yang kayaknya di backshot itu kena flash kan ya? Tadi itu yang di backshot tapi sih yang di titik tengah itu kena flash jadi kagak bisa ini coy nembak recon.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's that.
Apa justru setelah digunakan Bang Cio aman.
What do you think the comms were like?
I honestly think that was just a stroke of brilliance from Monya. He's literally, they initially, as we saw multiple times that game, have the Judge on Viper to be able to play that disruptive role in mid, throw out the orb, but they able to
Bugil please, tadi gua pertama pakai baju ini ngebantai-bantai di nggak disuruh Bugil anjing, berak.
I'm gonna satchel Elbow and then they put the rest of the pieces together.
Jangan lepas baju PRX sekarang suruh Bugil.
The rest of the team kind of play off of what Monya wanted to put together there and understand reactively based on what the Raze was doing and the entry pathing, how they needed to put the rest of that together.
Oh, kalau lepas malah kebantai guys, jangan guys.
Where he was on the first map too, well here he is, coming and swinging on split, and this is brilliant from RRQ, but it wasn't that far off. I mean, Paperrex, this was an overtime, and of course Paperrex, each round, we're not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have gotten as deep into the game as they did, Morgan.
Yeah, we have to run back these Jemkin highlights. I mean, he woke up so much in this game. We see him landing these sheriff shots. You know, he got
so
them these thrifties, shot them in the wrist, and Quack lost his mind.
Yo, the wrist shot, he's breaking his opponent's wrist. Usually it's the other way around. For Jemkin, though, you can see the mechanics, the crosshair placement. He's anticipating every peek. You cannot catch this man off guard. Even in the last round where Device trying to flank him in through Heaven side, he's sitting on that off angle, waiting for you to peek him. This is why Jemkin, for me, is the best Yoru in the VCT. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I think he just does such a great job. It's such a great fit for him on this stage, and you know, I think if they have a chance in this best of 5, they need this man. This man almost always leads from the front, and he's at his best when he's getting set up from his team. He's allowed to express his own individual brilliance, and he took over 7 first bloods, 32 kills, 2.2 KDA. I mean, what else do we want to see from this guy?
He's seen what Forsaken did on Fracture. He said, I can do you one better.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me your... I mean, there are things, there are agents and players that really just make sense together, and I feel like Jemkin on Yoru makes perfect sense with the way he plays and just how he's able to utilize his agent. And, you know, it
baju yang kemarin udah dicuci, kocak nih baju baru, guys.
We are about to go into our next map, which will be Pearl. I feel like for RRQ, you know, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl,
Pearl dulu ya,
Pearl. Better, but of course PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For RRQ, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool at times. They've been kind of deciding whether to play duelist or not. They used to play Phoenix Jet in kickoff and play some different styles. Recently going over to the Neon and the Yoru, as well as mixing in some slower comps. So they've really been kind of deciding what kind of comp they want to be running on Pearl, but they haven't had a lot of success on this map. The last time we saw PRX play Pearl, though, I mean, you cast your mind back to that DFN game.
Yeah, I mean, they only just got over the line in that game, but I'd like to think that a big problem in that game was the mental. It was how they were feeling, and the game got so scrappy. I do feel like they're a lot sharper since then, so they should be able to execute it better, but I am curious if they're going to change it. This is a comp that RRQ knows very well. Said we saw them run it in kickoff, so it's going to be hard to be able to surprise with that Phoenix like they've been able to catch a lot of people off, because the reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You don't see it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way.
Gua nggak enak bang. Ya dari awal juga perasaannya nggak enak, tapi awal-awal bisa menang satu map dulu udah GG sih.
I don't know. PRX just look very comfortable with that kind of composition, right? I feel like they might go with it again and just.
Kalau menang ini bonus guys, kayak WC sama ke Grand Final guys ya.
Yeah, I think Pearl has been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool for both of these teams at times. So RRQ being the team that will pick it as the third map in this series. For PRX, they definitely struggled against DFM. It was quite a messy game. So it's really a redemption chance for both of these teams. At times you've seen brilliant games of Pearl for both of these teams, but the last couple of games maybe leaving a little bit of a sour taste.
Ayo Jing, you have to like, Jing harus melek sih bro.
You got to be playing your way
harus harus tenang di momen-momen penting, Cok.
out some of their mistakes in the map pool, and Pearl is going to be the perfect example of which team's going to be able to adapt and actually improve on what didn't work for them in the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's all about a lot of prep, right, for these best of fives. You definitely have to prepare differently. In a best of three, you can steer it away, so you often have maps that you can play, but you'd rather not. And I think Pearl has been one of those maps for both of these teams. But now I think this becomes a really crucial swing map, because I suppose if you're looking at that map pool as a whole, I think both these teams might write off Pearl and go, okay, yeah,
Asis lu bang, suruh melek. Meleknya bukan dalam arti melek mata, melek gameplay, kocak.
Snowballs a lot of momentum forward.
Juga nggak bisa melek, nggak bisa melek gua.
Could potentially be a final map.
Yeah, especially since, you know, we have both teams did win their maps, so they do have 1-1.
Yeah.
So you mentioning Pearl as a swing map, that's very, very likely. And I do love it when teams are really just like, it's more like a pick your poison, especially in a best of 5, right? And you have Pearl coming up and it's like, no, you know what, we're really gonna push this. We believe that we have a solid game plan on this. It just didn't work out a few times, but let's bring it out now.
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of Killjoy here.
Yeah, look, RRQ, I mean, they are going to be playing that double duelist yet again with the Neon and Yoru. It's something that they've been going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination with the Teo. You can have these very quick, fast executes where you play this burst style with the Yoru and the Neon, and you have the Teo utility that makes that execute a little bit easier to get off.
main Killjoy.
PRX have chosen defense here.
Yeah, Paperrex only making that one change, swapping the Vice over to that Killjoy, so Divaya has a lot to do against this double duelist.
Well, let's see if that one change is enough to take this map. We'll throw it over to our casters, Quang and Komodo, for our third map in the series. Let's step into Pearl.
Map number 3, and yeah, they're absolutely right. You know, we do see a lot of Killjoy. RRQ also swapping back to it.
Back to where the train left the station, though, for Paperrex. The game against DFM going to that stretch of overtime.
Beres mundur sama Jamkin-nya keserupan setan anjing Jamkin. Nembak kepala, literally kepalanya gila banget, tang-tong anjing kepalanya.
Paperrex had on Pearl. Meanwhile for RRQ, it's both losses on Pearl. Yep, as well.
Interesting for me as well that both teams are opting to go for the Killjoy instead of the Vice as well. See maybe who can do their best Margaret impression. I always think Margaret on this map is.
Dia ngontrol, dia ambil map op, Cok. Kontrol map dia.
Rather than taking their time with such. Right now it's a drone for info, and we've avoided that drone.
Yeah, I was going to say how much is that going to force Paperrex to rotate a little bit to the A site, but you got to remember it is where the Sentinel is the Guardian, so we'll see essentially what Forsaken does there, what the art plate comes out for.
Ambil op terus dia.
This is kind of free reign, free territory, right? You gather the orb there as RRQ. Start to pivot on back. Not really seeing any overinvestment.
And Paperrex is okay with that.
Oh, now they start to get a little eager.
Going in for a possible retake play. Paperrex is down to 50 seconds. You don't see anything yet. Let's begin to traverse forward.
But where do they want to go, right? Generally, when you're running on the Vice, if you're going towards the A site, you see a lot of teams have the shear that cuts off through top of mid towards A main. In running the Killjoy, you're expecting to hear a turret or something, right? So if you hear nothing at the moment, now the utility all comes towards this B site, you know what's happening. It's going to have to be a retake.
Yeah. Retake where crazy.
Gila kayak Tejo-nya jauh banget, Cok, di A, Cok.
He's in another postcode.
Harus cepet sih retake ini, kalau nggak Tejo jauh banget, Cok.
Itu ngapain ya, by the way,
That's gonna be a real tricky one. Paperrex, though, they eliminate that
Nungguin
turret, so
Tejo, dia tahu
RRQ
Tejo
begins to watch their flanks somewhat. That's when Forsaken alongside Divide begin to peek forward from spawn.
Ini berat sih.
Small chunk of damage, but the spike.
The turret, watch the flank, by the way. Crazy guy's noted now.
Lamaan sih tapi ini.
So not too bad. Paperrex, this is a 5v4 in clarity. Paperrex are just happy to take the numbers fights head on. Off towards Link though, and it's Jemkin along from
Ada yang ngecek, Cok, anjing.
Paperrex completely crunched
Di belakang jelek banget, Cok, retake-nya jelek banget,
was cleared out.
I mean, that's going to be the problem for Paperrex, where they just had zero idea on where things were going to end, right? They don't know if it's coming A, they don't know if it's coming B. They call for the mid push a little bit too late, and then they have to double back a little bit when the site is just given. You know, you've got a couple of protocols there as well to have the turret. You're not having enough time to just clear a lot of the angles in these 5 versus 5s. These are going to need to be some scenarios where Paperrex has to adjust real early on the defender's side, and probably RRQ too, right? If they're given those sort of scenarios, they're going to be happy as Larry, so if they don't have to adjust too much, that's really going to work favor for them. Just coming into this second round though, lots of rifles, deep lanes on this map of course. For something bringing out the Marshal. Need to see him connect with some shots. Maybe not fall first.
Just hold on to
Keren,
it for now. RRQ, though, ooh, if we're talking about something falling first, this might be where that happens.
I mean, it is the second round though, right?
Ya, mana itu?
Goes in for the repeat. He spots.
Gak ada yang kena anjing, buruik.
Falls out for the team.
But what can you do here?
Mana
You've got
burunya
your
tuh,
team
guys?
here, but do you have the shots?
Yeah, maybe play inside of the smokes. They're looking for the right clicks. Jing does find the first one, but RRQ, they've got the flashes, they've got the forces, and they will continue to overwhelm Jing. Another kill though, and he gets a third.
Aduh!
But Jemkin will snuff him out. Just Forsaken left, who does have the Marshall, but Jemkin on an absolute tear.
Yeah, needed to hit that shot at the end there with that Marshall. Take out Jemkin one-on-one. Different scenario potentially. Lion share damage.
Gak ada ulti lagi Jemkin anjing.
Feel like if he got that
juga ada sih.
as well with the classic, that would be an absolute monstrous performance to come out from him. On the
Apaan anjing begitu bro?
played in the game of Valorant no more. A Jing special, better Jemkin better. Looking to see who's going to be the top duelist in this one, right? Something falling a little bit. Jemkin stepping up in the previous map, carrying that over in towards this one. Now the bonus round for Paperrex.
That's where you would love to see something get his head back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one. But Jemkin out from the back with the dimensional drift. The salvos as well, and causes them to feel so uncomfortable. Something getting silenced by the Sheriff. Jemkin back sight.
Got to run it back as Jing. You have to invest in this round that you feel like you've already lost the control of the site. You need your teams coming over.
Aduh.
Just waiting for the right time. Star is being propped up as well. We begin with the hot hands to block out position. But it's been quickly shot down. Still though, the rest of the team with numbers are able to find trades. Cushy trying to hold out by Pillar. Silences the first duel, off to the next. Hetman out from heaven.
Aduh, mahal banget coy, mahal tapi.
They came away with the goods there.
Itu pusing gak ngecek anjing di situ.
Sinister round for RRQ to find. Just one alive at the end for Paperrex too. Means that there's going to be a couple of lighter shields coming into it. The fact that there's a dimensional drift, by the way, coming in towards that round makes things really awkward for Paperrex too. Jemkin noting a lot of members assisting in quite the significant amount of kills. Just at the end there, the scrap battle this time won by Patman. Scoped in with the Bulldog. You asked who's got the dog in them a little bit earlier, Quack. I think all 10 players have the capability to do that right now in this map.
Push us to a map 5 maybe. Patman with the stability though. 3-2 stack.
Towards the A site now. Drone in early to back it on up as well. Monya to be sent on in. Devi has to be really...
Ya elah, Vai!
Who other than Jemkin to find the first?
Yeah, quick bulldoze, quick contact, and Paperrex has no choice but to hang back. Reinforcements have arrived, however. I don't know how much it's really going to provide.
That lockdown makes things so awkward as well,
doesn't
it?
Oh, give up your life for the lockdown, but Paperrex will continue to push up, but they're gonna have to cool off because of that ult. Patman though,
nembak apa something?
The lockdown away, stuns up from Monyet. Patman with another kill. It's just extra left, but he does have vision. Stars up as well. Takes down the first frag. And then for Petman to hold, does he have the goods? He hops up the stairs. Xfero, no! And he times it just right. A Red Bull clutch for RRQ.
Wasn't on the board just yet, but now he is with a round in tow as well. Things look a little bit awkward when Devi loses his life first on towards the site, and you've got a lockdown in play as well. The ult economy at the moment, right? Yeah, the dimensional drift last round nearly working out for RRQ. This time a lockdown invested. You're thinking, all right, they're starting to really navigate these quite well. But it's the Red Bull clutch from Xfero. Not using the grab well too early as well. Finding just the catch first.
Completely unfazed by that one.
And that resets Paperrex a little bit coming into this new round too. Something with an outlaw, blades in one. But nobody seen towards the B site here for RRQ. It's yet again towards the alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if Paperrex does decide to push up, but that said, RRQ currently just so much info into A site.
Yeah, Jing as well on the Phoenix, right? No flashes, so it's good timing on the Nebula at least to stave off any rush attempts from RRQ. If you can try and force them towards the B side at the moment, you're very happy with that as Paperrex, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun that you want to do some damage is right now. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. A minute to go. RRQ They change up their own approach now as well. Which if they
buka baju bang, kagak. Gue pakai baju. Gak ngaruh anjing, tadi menang-menang juga berak.
So trying to work around that, but yeah, it does come down to something, doesn't it? Until
does have to play the angle right at this
Harusnya
piece
dapat
up
satu
too,
sih,
though.
something.
He's got a gate crash. It's all right.
Hasn't it been next? Oh no, yeah, he does have one.
Oh,
holding the angle. Hot hand spent though.
Oh, that's baited something to move off his line, but he still finds the one.
Oh, almost the second, but it's enough for the blades to come out. 20 seconds and RQ needs to
Aduh, apa sih something? Sabar aja nggak sih?
Trying to find his moment.
Teman-temannya belum datang, udah
RQ denies it.
Makes things really
Jadi 4-on-40, Cok.
It's just pistols.
Yeah, flashes as well, but again, the hot hands were already spent, so RQ are just happy to mark these angles up towards heaven. The swing up for Forsaken does aid them somewhat until the rest of RQ just pulled down their mouse. Forsaken with 30 HP will be quickly dealt with, and RRQ marches onwards with 4th round win.
Yeah, the sort of time right now going in towards a rifle round, but you may consider bringing out a timeout as Paperrex, right? You don't have rounds to count. You're starting to lose a lot of control. You're also not getting a lot of forward reads. It feels like we've just seen a lot of standing still at the moment from Paperrex. A little bit too late before they start to gather some information around the map, right?
Marah nggak tuh? Marah nggak tuh sampai?
Okay, that's definitely a timeout coming up.
Masih marah, Cok, itu jelek banget, Cok, soalnya.
Gotta press the pause button.
Itu pasti dimarahin something sih.
Bring them back in.
Reset time. In the mental capacity, it feels like
always one of these games. You have a rocky one from the previous map, and you begin to get into this mentality where you want to find kills to bring yourself back in the game, but that's not always how it works.
You're speaking about that, right? Who was doing a lot of the lion's share of kills when we think to map 1 in this series, right? We saw consistency from kind of everyone, right? Taking space, taking names. We even had something trying to still do what he could, you know, on the Brimstone, but it really was Forsaken.
Kalau tuh kenapa Aaron sana? Aaron lagi break, guys. Yang gantiin Batman dulu.
Forsaken and Jing, right? Something getting up there as well, but it feels like a lot of these duels that he's taken, he's losing his life first, right? He had 6 first deaths on the previous map of Split. I know it's early stages come this one, but the fact that he's popped the Blade Storm there and jumped out wide into the open, and there's members there already. A little bit of a wrong read in that scenario.
I mean, he's hungry, almost too hungry, starved for these moments. He hasn't found them. RQ, meanwhile.
Change up for Paperrex. Yeah, RRQ are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility out.
Jason udah deny tuh.
For force contact, but Paperrex are actually holding dub up through A main. Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift at B.
Oh, Paperrex will find.
Aduh, anjing hampir nge-whiff, Cok.
Was nearly losing his life, but still the sight handed over onto RQ. Forsaken with the Odin spam, however.
Aduh.
Unfortunately, not able to find anything further. The overdrive though, and it's Levi who stops it.
But Jem can still alive, remember?
He's still able to hold it out by Halls. Cushy, once again,
Nice.
not able to get the spike planted. There's a full minute though, and Jemkin
Gate crash, grab the spike, maybe get out.
Flashes as well, down to holding the angle. Jing trying to get a bit more space. Devi is low, so he knows he's trying to play it safe. They know that Jemkin's looking.
Nice fight!
That's the precise moment when Devi swings out at the right time.
Not really a crossfire that they could kind of control in that scenario. So just a bit of a swing to coming out and hitting his shot. That duel looks awkward from something, even though he wins it too, by the way. Very lucky to be able to come away with that one to give Paperrex an advantage and hold on to it, most importantly too. You know, at the end there in that 2 run it back for Jing, just in case he potentially loses his teammate, can have a second go at winning the 1 versus 1.
Ya soalnya menangnya nggak menang flawless terus.
A bit of the economy though,
Menangnya berdarah juga.
For a bit of a lesser
Kaya terus.
though they did win 2 thrifties in the last map, so we'll see what they can do here. Monya ahead of the curve, down for the count.
And Paperrex upwards into main. Still trying to hold the angles in case RQ continues to peek out, but this will be a lot of control. It's only Forsaken though, onto the B side, and he's been noted.
Yeah, needed to see a lifeline thrown to Paperrex to keep them in a good stead on this map. That's a lot of bodies spotted out from Forsaken though, stuck in the holes.
Just stay alive, you gotta judge. He's waiting for the right moment. Nightfall sent over by his team. But into the smokes, nothing really found.
Yeah,
Kushi.
Kok dapat dua sih Kusi anjing?
Push the link.
He's found both of them at the A site. What does this mean for RRQ? Do they stay B?
Kok
Do
bisa
they
kalian
leave?
nggak senjata? Kalian
Certainly
kalah
not.
main Iko.
That's the question that you have to ask yourselves as
Sampai
Paperrex, and that's
Oh.
where it gets
Ya elah, apa sih bunuh 3? Kusi bunuh 3 anjing.
Another kill, and the spike back into B.
It doesn't really matter where they go at the moment, you feel like. Pat and Forsaken are confused on
Ah,
what to do.
Ya Allah,
Where
Cok,
are they
apa sih,
going?
Cok?
Back into B. Now you know, but at this point, how can you really play out the round? You pick up a weapon, but because she's already found you from behind, RRQ, masterclass at working the map.
That's phenomenal from Kushi. The fact that he's able to find those 2 kills over in the AR side of things, I think we need to see how those ones did result with their knife out duels. He caught something, and then going for the re-peek on the second one with the burst mode. That is absolutely disgusting. What an individual round to come through from Kushi. And you look at the reads that RRQ are trying to do as well. It feels like a bit of to and fro. Come A, don't come A, stay B.
Mate kalah 2 orang sama Kusi, Cok. Pakai bulldog doang loh anjing.
We've got the round back.
Pakai apa?
Paperrex.
Bulldog anjir kalah 2 orang sama bulldog doang.
Pistols yet again.
I mean, a phenomenal pickup now onto the Sentinel. He's 1 away from lockdown. Kushi
Terbalik guys, lihat
being able to
mereka
provide
yang
such a
tricky.
performance for RRQ.
Yang apa yang
Bit of a trap
Iko?
here too.
Yeah, Paperrex, all the pistols, but RRQ ready for the play. They are able to mow every single Paperrex player down. And it's just
Classic.
left.
Yeah, you feel like the job's done in this round. RRQ just drop a single member in Jemkin, Forsaken. I mean, he's already got the lockdown. Doesn't matter what kills he gets. You got to try and hold your economy in your mind for RRQ here, but if you lose another member, you can just redrop anyway. So this is a good round for them. The turret, okay.
Come on yet. He's seen him, but took a little bit of time to continue holding mouse 1. Kushi, though, fully aware, just needs 1 bullet, and that will be
Ini
that.
nggak ngecek itu
62.
ya.
RRQ holding some leads here. Some great shots coming on through.
Kan tangan kiri dia,
Afford a
harusnya nggak
couple
ketutup.
of mistakes here and there
Pas
for
nengok
sure.
kanan baru kelihatan kali.
But this is where you would consider the big blow soon, right? If they are able to stave off another big gun round from Paperrex, well, maybe they start to derail this train. Yeah, you can just laugh on that situation. That's good. It happens.
Paperrex aren't.
Ada ulti nih guys, something udah OP nih, udah OP lah something lah. Kasih OP aja guys.
See what they've
Lihat
got
nih,
in store
busuk
for us
apa
in
enggak
this
nih
round.
OP something guys.
Still holding on to the runner back, 6-point ulti. You can refresh that time and time again to have huge success on a map like Pearl.
Even with the off back in as well, not spotting too much out. The entire Paperrex core on the A site needs to hold true.
Oh, but this is a bit of a trap, isn't it? Devi is stuck. The fact
Ya
that it was
Allah,
that-
nggak Wifi.
The fact that the lockdown takes a while to come in toward it too. Just disrespected into the site. Can establish a
Cuma butuh
plan.
nge-aim doang sih kalau nge-wave udah susah soalnya.
Yeah, the only way that this goes forward for Paperrex is if they begin to find the picks, something with a possible angle. Jing, though, in with a run it back, just fully pushes out. Something then out from Doug, able to take down Monyet. 3v3, and RQ having crossfire set up. Crazy guy holding the angle, but gets spotted out by Jing. Jemkin holding out from stairs now, and he goes dimensional drift. Where is he gonna go? You have to come out because something's sticking the spike to halfway. Jemkin needing to swing, but still the rounds not being found. It's Forsaken picking one back up for Paperrex.
Another battle bathed in blood for both of the teams around that site there, but it is one out at the end by Paperrex. Despite losing Devi early on, no more smokes available. Just trying to take it into their own hands, something. And Forsaken trying to see what they can do. It feels like in that end there when the dimensional drift is activated from Jemkin that he's a little bit stuck. No teammates to play on the back of that information. So that lifeline yet again given over towards Paperrex to see if they can tie things up. But you still got to chip away again against another gun round from RRQ.
Kalian lihat guys, siapa yang
Still
nggak ini?
leaning towards this A side, a bit of a split through art.
Dua map ini kayak jelek banget tiba-tiba coy, yang bagus di fracture doang.
To try and have a focal point towards
Dua mapnya jelek guys. Posisi jelek banget.
Really played this position, and that's why RRQ Crazy Guy has opted to go for this. The Prowler though,
Dapat banyak tuh ya
at
info.
the right time, the C's
Jangan
as well.
ngepick ya sih.
And Paperrex continues to push.
The fact that they get out of there, is this just
Kalau ada flash nggak apa-apa sih nge-pick.
A,
Aman.
we've seen too many members.
Kalau nggak
Yeah,
ngepick
looking
jangan.
for contact, but it's also the utility being spent. Out from Connector though, Forsaken. A slight angle, but also RQ with the movement to bypass all of it. It's down to something. He's got to watch the angles, but the overdrive. Can he really connect the shot? Looks for it, and he does! In with the tailwind as well. He does have a shorty, his favorite weapon. Might be stunned up now, but he's able to keep himself alive just a second longer until the salvos blow him up.
I wonder if Divide has to use the Cosmic Divide here for this retake. It would be good. Damage delivered on the hot hands. You are dead as Jemkin. No. Out with 15 and Crazy Guy finds
malah mati anjing.
It's the angles once again. RRQ, a couple up by Pillar, but Forsaken marks it.
Nice.
Operator being marked down as well because she still comes up with another kill. It's a 2v2 and Pat
Nice!
goes in for the swing. What confidence! And it's down to Xpharaoh, undetected so far. And he sleuths forward. Cosmic Divide up. Gravity well as well, and it's in for Pat.
Nice!
Still Defy! Once again, Kalish Rashidi clutching up for Paperrex.
We've seen Divide use the operator on the Killjoy a little bit of times, not on this map though, but Kushi bringing that into his hands. He can point and click, he can try and do something. Meanwhile, something. Corpse in the halls too. Great Nova Pulse, great salvos to make him a little bit hot under the collar. The fact that op shot does actually miss means that Xpharaoh has to try and pull that one through. Starting to get closer, a couple of retakes to come through from Paperrex. They will have to contend with yet another investment of RRQ here, choosing to go for the force up.
Hopefully if you're a Paperrex fan, that might alleviate some pressure for the rest of the team, but still.
Oh, 4 members.
Tabrakan nih.
Pushing up again. It's going to be contact with the op. And then for the curveball. Look at this. Flashes for flashes and Jim.
Nice banget.
Dazed.
Yeah, that's commanding, isn't it, there? And now you've got the information node.
That's on.
The street, but you don't necessarily need to give him the jewel, right? You see that this is an investment from RRQ. You know that if you win this round, you're resetting them come the last round of the half where what? They might be picking up the Armageddon for Crazy Guy. They're not close to really anything else bar Xpharaoh needing to find 2 picks, 2 ulti points. So this was a much needed round for Paperrex.
If you're Paperrex,
RRQ tuh si Jayukin bisa konsisten banget anjing. Sumpah ya, nembaknya nggak turun-turun, Cok. Gila nih orang.
Push up A main
Ngeri.
Unexpected but well crafted by the team.
Jason soalnya nggak duelis Bang, apa kalau duelis itu ngaruh banget soalnya ke tim. Jason kalau tajam juga, kalau duelisnya nggak tajam itu yang bahaya. Nggak bisa masuk ke soalnya ntar.
Bantai-bantai ini 13-2,
I was wondering for RRQ too. Are you happy enough on the attacking side, only finding 6 or maybe 7 or 5? You know, they struggled against T1 when they went on towards their defensive side. They looked a bit better, you know, for the game against Nongshim. But then you also remember, well, Nongshim did trail at the half, and there was not a lot from RRQ on defense as well. So I start to put things in perspective, right? You've got your defensive sides that you've been able to figure out so far. Over on Fracture, that, well, it was 30-2. You had 2 rounds on defense, and that was it. And then you're split as well. 4 rounds. The lion's share, 5 if you include OT, doesn't get good favor today so far on defense, in Pearl's history on defense for RRQ. So I really wonder, are they going to be happy enough with 6 or 7 if they get the next round of this half?
It's definitely something to consider. There are a lot of supportive fans out there, though, and upwards trajectory. 4 defensive rounds is definitely more than 2.
Let's just run it back. Let's just go again. Not with the ultimate, but maybe if Jing finds it, it's 4 again at this A site. And there's going to be a big old duel from RRQ.
Oh boy. Salvos, and he just goes in for it as well, Jing. Support from the Haunt, and he's looking for the wallbang shots. Spanyet, though, looking for space, but silence. The judge will not be able to sound off. Something in with another angle being held as well. And
gila.
guy left alone in the cold.
Guys, RRQ itu nggak bisa main begitu, guys. RRQ itu harus main culik-culik. Dia main begitu kalah mulu kan?
Oh, the trail just reveals everything, doesn't it? Petman.
Nggak bisa, guys, RRQ main gitu, guys. Lo kalau misalnya main tabrak gitu udah pasti Paperrex bahaya banget, so dia punya utilit, udah siap banget buat tabrak tuh anjing. Nggak bisa coba RRQ kalau mau nabrak gitu. Dia nggak bisa sih, dia harus kayak lihat kalau di rush ya dia mundur harusnya. Retake.
So they will tie things up 6-6 at the half. A great collection of 4 rounds in a row.
Tapi ada tag defender Bang Cio, tergantung agentnya. Karena kayak gitu guys, bukan tergantung tag defender, kalau agent. Agent ini 2 duelis. Biasanya sih tag sih.
I just want to clarify, right? Well, we do see him kind of go off in that coaching booth. I believe in the actual calls and timelines, he doesn't do that.
Yeay, mengapa tayo ba?
All of these players and coaches and stuff sacrifice their time, their efforts. You know, Valorant is their life when they're here, right? It's always on their mind. They're trying to improve, they're trying to do their best, they're trying to showcase, you know, that they want to they want to get these overseas plays happening, they want to get to the Masters, get to the Champions, they want to win. And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team, your emotions just do get the better of you sometimes. Right?
That's when you precisely have to reel them in. It's down to these very crucial moments, pivotal moments. We're talking about the game that you go out there and die for, putting their lives on the line right now as we go into the second half onto Pearl, RRQ.
Soalnya nggak tahu senjatanya apa.
Possible second map win because the upcoming ones.
Let's go, Jing. Nyala, Jing.
Never quite know what to expect. PRX so far, though, with the momentum being found, 4 rounds in a row. Yet with the pushes out from A-Main.
Tahu dia dapat 3 tuh.
From the first one of this match.
Arta diambil nih.
Leading in Pacific with number 1 pistol collections. Looking to remove
udah dia rotate ke Art.
through Art, but meanwhile, RRQ seeing that they've got A-Main control. Looking elsewhere around the map, giving an idea to Jemkin that, well, you might need to reposition. And now Gate Crash out of there.
Aduh, tunggu ORP habis gak sih harusnya?
And rotation beginning to move across the board, but you do have some slight lurks all across, Forsaken possibly.
Monyet's going to be here quick though. Remember, on the Neon, can sprint on over quickly.
Dari semuanya Jemkin ya. Jemkin sama Kusi menang.
Paperrex with the double duelist, looking for some space in towards halls, but it hasn't been found yet. It's Jemkin who's hiding inside, but the ghost shots, they're not there. It's Kusi and Xfera off to the back. Spaniet as well. Paperrex once again looking for the trades to find more space, and they found it. It's just Crazy Guy left.
They saw where those salvos came from too.
Know exactly where he is. Do they push up though? Surely not. You've got the turrets, you've got the placements. Just more obstacles for Crazy Guy until the spike goes down. Crazy Guy trying to find the right moment to isolate the duels. He's hugging the corners. Walls, but Forsaken will be a little bit more precise.
Yeah. Doesn't matter that there's information for RRQ that they've got A-Main control. If no one of PaperX is there, well, they're going to have numbers when they look to break in towards the B side, isn't it? The Blaze Wall as well that you've got to contend against, rather. Allows for the play in towards the halls where you think these trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage, but it's just PaperX, again, at the right position with the right numbers to get the trade, something that they were so fluid with over on Fracture.
Especially back hall, when you consider it's
nice. Go back, nice.
He continuously sends them out, just keeps RRQ at bay. Off to the next round, then you've got decent buy-ups, 2 Bulldogs, a Marshall, and with the long range that it provides, you're happy to go into B.
Yeah, you're just kind of not wanting to run into the stack, right? You're making sure that you're seeing that if no one's home from RRQ at this side, well, let's just plan open and defend it. Eventually, RRQ are going to have to second guess themselves in their stack towards A and caution the wind, stop some damage, stop the spike, you know. Standard anti-eco things when you don't go for a bit of a force fight.
Toronto, nggak tahu, jadi pakai Time Freak kan nggak tahu.
Bits of utility there, go for the plant.
Utility speciality-nya ya ini guys.
Let's just see what RRQ have for us. If anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just...
Masih ini sih, mati sama Spek.
Probably. Well, we've seen the current teams do that, but this is SEA, Komodo. We expect...
The problem is, though, there's a very big difference when you've got Jing here.
Yeah, that's true.
On the Phoenix, you're so quick to get this ulti.
Oh, and look at something.
Wait, something? Nggak usah.
It's SEA. We expect literature. We expect absolute cinema. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't see 5 kills on a Marshall.
Come on. That's the first. Oh, salvos.
Maybe
there's number 2. No, 3. He's too low. Surely, well, it's a
He's
Marshall.
dead to the spike.
Yeah.
You'd rather that than give them an ulti point, so...
I'm sad.
There we go. Everybody going down with the ship.
Farewell,
Captain. 8-6, PaperX still continuing this lead, still continuing this accumulation of rounds in towards the bonus round of RRQ. See if they're going to be able to get on the board. And how much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights to go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look. What can they be set up for on this THOR?
3 senjata nih bro. Kalau menang sih GG sih, bonusnya dapat.
With a bunch of this Astrostar utility as well, they'll gather the control of the A main, but seeing something in return from Paperrex.
You're not PRX, bro.
That you expect Russian duelist picks it up.
And finally, there's a bit of a difference, right? It's something actually winning the
Sabar, something bareng-bareng anjing, dia mau sendiri masuk, lihat nih.
Kushi, who has been on a hot streak on the other end though. Not by Link, but he gets
nice, kebakar dikit tuh.
Yeah, that's gorgeous from Jing, isn't it? One away from the runner back at the moment, and you're looking to potentially establish the plant with all of the numbers here for RRQ.
And you just expect the spike corner being planted. Monyet with a great spam. However, Paperrex able to refill space. Forsaken on the flank.
About the turret though.
The flank
does bring some attention away. The rest of the team have begun to hold down the positions, but Monyet looking for some spacing towards back balls. That fast lane just provides so much cover. Jing though with the aim, and it's Kushi now with a double as well. 1-2-1. Forsaken, he has to run through, but he doesn't have the time. Kushi's just sticking into the round being picked up.
Apalah miskin.
Loses his life too, so no one surviving for RRQ, but they at least
perangnya terlalu cepet, Cok, mereka tuh.
Get a little bit closer towards some of their ultis as well, but the scrap battle, yeah, the economy gets a bit reset, doesn't it? That's the problem when you've got the quick rotation from all of the RRQ members. The fact that you're trying to plant a little bit more open, and you get shut down as Pac-Man. There's no time really for.
Dapat 2 anjing Kusi, Cok, anjing begitu.
Didn't win any battle in through the street. And not planning for it.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean, it comes down to attrition. How much do you have left in the tank? And RRQ right now, they're beginning to run a little bit dry.
And in these sort of scenarios as well, it's how much can you just recognize you need to shrug it off and go again, right? Yeah, we should have won the round, we should have won it, but you didn't, so keep going. Have a level head, recognize that, well, we did remove all the guns. It was the bonus round, so they don't have a lot of cash built up whatsoever. They're probably going to look to come this next round.
Meanwhile, Paperrex possibly looking to go and extend this gap from 2 rounds to maybe 3-round gap. They've got the guns, they've got the space right now, something up towards the pillar.
Yeah, just how patient is he going to be?
He's expecting a jump.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Kalau Jiggle, yeah.
Very common. Jemkin's now to give it to him, and he doesn't know. He did not spot that. So Jemkin has the info for RRQ right now that they've spotted something, but he's just the lone straggler at the moment. An Outlaw would be given over as Paperrex still prioritizing this A site by the timing as well. Something is going to get out of a situation. A runner back invested. It's okay. You'll scope out all of this site. You'll get free territory. Now you protect it.
That's the Paperrex teamwork right there. That's the hive mind. He pulls off, something pulls off just as soon as the team gets the site. Oh, come on, surely not. They've done this so many times before, but they've also recovered from such mishaps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Stars up now, and yes, Petman is holding on towards the back.
RRQ are just giving them too much respect at the moment, though. They've invested some upgraded pistols, and they're just not really pushing. They're looking for any economical damage, any flanks that potentially would come, and Paperrex are at least not giving it to them. So another avenue where you're probably just going to lose your life to the explosion.
And that affords for Petman to possibly greedily lap up some points. That will be 2. Crazy guy for the trade, and a rifle picked up from
Rifle 1, Cok, lumayan, Cok.
Balance the numbers just a small bit for RRQ. One weapon that you can take away from that. An upgrade of shield coming in towards the next round.
Iya, tuh lagi kan. Sabi up ulti dia.
But importantly, Paperrex, right? They lose the previous on the bonus, which generally is going to be the result anyway coming into a bonus round. But they do pick up the next one, so you would assume that they're still going to be okay with it.
They are.
Now is the rounds to best, though, right? You've got a full gun round here. And my real question for RRQ is, what do you have on the defenses? Because on this map, you've not looked the greatest.
Yeah, they've been playing with their cards close to their chest, but right now, once again, some slight A-main control.
Jemkin
with the goods.
That's a sharp shot to get a leg up in this round. Force Paperrex.
Flashnya nggak kena ya, flashnya ya?
Different approach.
Ada tuh flashnya di pojok dah.
Trying to create some pressure around the back of B
lane.
Dia
pakai beginian. Dia nggak ada yang half armor, Cok. Maksudnya.
Where you've got a trap in the halls from your Killjoy utility. You can buy time with a nice popped nebula as well. You start to figure out the information. around the A main side of things, nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back, or you're pivoting Crazy Guy for the salvos.
You anticipate the Nightfall as well, so completely evading that in full. Cushy not even getting marked by it. Now there's a very slight window of opportunity to sneak up as soon as that smoke dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? RRQ building up with all of this utility for a huge retake.
It comes down to the fights. Paperrex, every single one holding up by Pillar. Save for something who's up around B-Link, maybe able to do something with the Outlaw. I don't know about that range though. Everything's smoked off right now, and it's the salvos that forces Paperrex out of position. Around the outskirts of this smoke though, and it's Forsaken evening up the score. He finds a couple more flicks, and Device ends up as well. Cushy finding the trades, but he's down to 30 HP. It's just something. And he's trying to play for time. Of course, it's a shorty as well. Look
oh, nice.
Look at the airstreams down to Cushy's doom.
He recognizes that he has time on his
kaya.
mollies to come out from Forsaken.
Something kaya 5,000, 8,000 duit anjing.
To remove Crazy Guy off a potential defuse, and then you've got the right weapon at the
Nih
right
Jason
time.
sih gila, lihat Jason dapat berapa
He's
anjing.
not trying to sweep the rug out from under you. That was a
2, 3.
could have been a problematic one for Paperrex, given the fact that they did lose it earlier on, right? They lost the first jewels. They
Gila, Kusi panas banget anjing, lihat apa-apa.
They bring a little bit of stability to them.
Tembaknya palanya gila, bro.
Versus 5 in the post-plant scenario, that might be the straw that
Nah, Kusi kan sempat turun kan 2 map. Biasa aja kan?
Discussion here. Because that's another defensive round that they are not able to find, which means investments going forward. For right now,
I'd like to take a poke and, you know, kind of wonder about some of the plays and the compositions as well, because now you're seeing Paperrex repeatedly play around the smoke. In that little retake, it was just Forsaken playing around it. And without the information, without the drones or the haunts, there's a slight difference. And Paperrex have been exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath RSQ's nose.
It's something that I highlighted a little bit earlier as well, right? Where a map like Pearl currently with this new RRQ roster is not their favored map, right? It's not a map that they've, you know, been locking in the same agents, opting to pick, opting to see picked against them in common occurrence. Right, we're switching control. We're switching a couple of agents in there, right, between the Neon or between the KO, and changing who's playing what role.
Hey bro, jangan trolling bro ya, bro. Tolong thrifty guys.
Still not looking the greatest.
Niko lagi nih, 11 harusnya.
You know, are you gonna have to look to just be perma-banning it come best of 3 territory?
Meanwhile, the gap just gets wider and wider. In towards A main control now.
I like the initiative at least from the duelists over towards B main. You'll pick up a ulti orb there for Jemkin. Both one away now from the ults. You'll pick that
nice. Agak nge-wave tapi agak nge-wave dikit ya. Mohon maaf ya.
Again, all the defenders playing to the numbers as Paperrex.
Well, if Monyet finds a kill, it could be overdrive.
Yeah.
Page on Paperrex inside the smoke. Paperrex though, doing their due diligence, they check it. It's a second kill though, and look at that! Relay bolt into the for a triple! Maybe the quad prevents that from happening.
But he's done his damage, hasn't he? The fact that he gets away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what Paperrex had for this round.
Forsaken has been noted as well. So even though you have the site somewhat smoked off, is it safe enough to truly get the spike planted? The Cosmic Divide invested because of it. Forsaken continuing to try to hold further space.
Jatahnya buang-buangin, harus kita buang-buangin bro.
Force them into a little bit of an open scenario.
Well, that will be somewhat similar to the one before, and look at this, juggling the guns to get them away out of RQ's reach.
He can go for a full spray if Xfera gets a smoke down on the spike, and then get the other gun to continue the spray.
And that's what it comes down to. RRQ, even if they try to go in for the bottom blocks, I don't know how successful it's going to be, but peeking through the sprays, Cushy finds
apa sih goblok banget anjing? Tapi udah nyedot, cok.
The round comes up all of a sudden.
What is it with RRQ?
Berak banget anjing, gak jelas, cok.
It's always the case that the round they need the most is of a thrifty variety. And this is a scenario as well where the first kill goes the way of Paperrex. They don't sniff out what's happening in the smoke though.
Wah, goblok banget anjing.
Gets the better of them.
Lupa, cok.
They were checking it, but of course Monyet. It's Monyet. It has to be Monyet. What a round.
Heavy lifting. The fact that you guys win it, yeah, let's go.
Let's see if they can tie it up. 2 more. Paperrex though, they will not be slowing down.
Yeah, in
Kasih duit, Cok. Padahal udah mau miskin loh itu, Cok. Udah gitu-gitu doang, anjing enak.
Towards the A side with a bit of a split. The blades though, oh, something. He's missed the ball.
Well, he's getting the space for the team nonetheless. Looking for possible right clicks with the Nebula propped up against Crazy Guy right now. And his further space as well. Flower being blocked off again. Continuing to push up through Secret. Completely
Iya, anjing 12 ini, Cok.
And you can't do a thing as Jemkin right now. Talk about a change of pace from Paperrex. Very slow and steady these last couple ones. Turn it up to 11. Oh, right in your face. A little bit overzealous, don't get me wrong, pushing in towards Flowers, but Pac-Man winning his duels as well through Secret.
It's just ridiculous how quick Paperrex can truly accelerate. I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from multiple teams that it's a Paperrex thing.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, they had such amount of time where they were looking
Ngapain lagi?
out of Pacific, right? But they're starting to really
Ngapain buang-buang duit, lihat, aduh.
Couple of consolation frags at the end there for Jemkin, just going to remove the gun from Paperrex for all intents and purposes. Play with their economy just a little bit. That thrifty round, they're not able to double down with another on the back of it. I mean, madness from Pac-Man, by the way, into his teammate's molly, catching him off guard. Yeah.
That was a true and blue W gaming round, Komodo.
From the new guy too, Pac-Man. He's adopted quite nicely.
Fits in like a glove, and there we have it. A timeout by Coach Ewok and Warbirds as well. We'll see if they are able to deliver Paperrex and L in this moment, because this is something they sorely need. If this doesn't happen, we actually might see a possible 3-1, much like how everyone has predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet, but I think my worries are being seen for RRQ in this scenario, right? The defensive side on this map, you know, when they're trying to gather the early...
Siapa yang senam jantung dan ingin keluar, guys? Otak nonton ini, guys.
Three numbers there. Let's just move it over towards a lean towards B, either through a B link split or all through main, because they do hang around a little bit too late. When you consider that Jemkin on this Yoru is also baited generally to rotate a little bit early, or he's playing...
Terus itu biar streamer makan, Bang. Emang ya?
It just plays into Paperrex's hands more often than not in this sort of environment right now.
Tapi ngeselin, Cok. Harusnya ada round-round dimana mereka menang gampang, Cok. Tapi jadi kalah, anjing.
Di split tadi, guys. Kalau mereka nggak kalah 2 kali, menang split. Sumpah.
Iya, itu harusnya menang 3-0, bro. Gara-gara thrifty doang, 3 round thrifty, anjing.
Single mistake, and that could be the map.
Yeah. See what the beginning installments look like in this one at the moment towards the B site, where I say, right, RRQ gathering the A main control at the moment. You're either seeing Paperrex there and leaving, knowing the numbers.
Jing, abis ini ulti, guys. 12 terus ulti lah ya.
To see that cheetah rotation from Jemkin come out nice and early.
Nice on!
Smoking off where the alarm bot has generally been to slip into there. Unexpected.
He's been doing this all half. Paperrex has been doing this. And it's unfortunate because you're just unable to read it. The lockdown now forces Jemkin's hand. He's looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is another Yoru player.
Di push kiri kanan, Cok.
Because there is a flurry of utility out from the back as well. Some slight spacing now.
Ya, something mati sini. Dia nggak turun.
They're aware of this fact.
In with the Nightfall as well as the Dimensional Drift. So you do mark Jemkin somewhat, but you mainly need to watch out for Halls as well as Spawn. In for it though. Something's traded positions with the team. RQ might not be aware. They are thinking to check, but the barrel, it just reveals all. Couple more kills and in towards Jemkin alongside Xfero.
Gravity well, already used.
And that just thins down the floor. Jemkin though, another frag. He's marking down Pillar to the best of his ability. Sticking down the spike to halfway now. The pressure is on. Something looking for the kills. The time continues to beep, and that's when the shorty gets pulled out. But the shots, they've whiffed, and it's Xfero sticking it in.
Apa sih?
Final 0.3 second. RRQ finds a lifeline.
Literally something there with the shorty missing those shots, getting immediately on towards the defuse. You've got to feel heartbreak for a situation that you thought RRQ were not going to win. They lose the first duel with a great heads-up change of pace from Forsaken. Jemkin doing what he can with the 4K. He's needed to deliver nearly everything. But Xfero gets the last one. And they know it's not over yet. They know that they have to switch their focus to the next round because they need more in consecutive affair
Job's not done. They're pushing up a main. Petman's contending for that spot on the other side of the smoke. Couple of sprays through, and RRQ just trying to regain control. Paperrex, they might have gone for the quick W gaming down Art, but is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall, you've got the sight, you might be able to sink the spike.
Yeah, but how do you defend it at the moment? Sting is close, okay.
Oh, it's not going to quite work out the way that they wanted it to. Jemkin with the spams, you got the Suns out the back as well. Cushy, another kill. Jing, though, trying to hold down to the best of his ability from the backside. Unfortunately, he's going to be the only one left now, so it's just full on spams. Monyet, how do you like them apples?
Oh. Good round from RRQ, needed here. A lighter investment from Paperrex, double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough, though, to give them an idea on what they need to be doing in the early stages? Because here, right, it's a quick one up from Paperrex. It's recognizing that they've got control of main, they've got control towards their spawn. They can have a multi-pronged retake coming in towards that one.
That's why aiming control is beginning to be a bit of a pesky issue.
The thing is, though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got, Quack. 4 retake defuses, right? Challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different look, no A main control. But a similar look towards the actual smokes utilized now, an entrapment towards B long.
Ya Allah!
Monyet, their job is done. They can fall back.
That's all they needed. What a call by Crazy Guy, or just the
sama
entire
kan,
team
tolol
as a
banget
whole.
anjing. Aduh, sumpah guys, anjing.
Just
Sumpah,
as soon as the
sumpah.
round rips off, a clone towards the back as well, and Paperrex won't deal with it.
Could you imagine if that clone was real?
Oh
gets
my God.
pinged, turns around.
Harus colik-colik sih, kalau nggak colik-colik, nggak dapat 2 aja, susah nih.
Not the case.
Gonna have to see what Forsaken can potentially do here. What gap can he find? You've
Kalau
already seen
otomatis
a
ini mereka
change
ikut
up
anjir.
of Kushi's utility as well,
Gitu,
right? Being
Tolong
protected.
menangin Niko tuh,
But it's
12.
just singular movement, singular audible cues, which means RRQ are fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3. If Paperrex continue to
Tahuan
this
nih, bentar lagi
B-side, we've
nih.
got numbers, we'll just trade
Forsaken
you.
bisa nggak ya dapat killnya si Kusi ya?
So just holding the
Crazy
angles.
Guy lah,
now.
at least mati tuh
Forsaken,
Crazy
though,
Guy.
snuck all the way through the back. If the timing
Aduh,
is right,
ngapain coba Dafai, cok?
a bit more. Down for the flicks, he gets the first, but fully blinded now. Able to dodge the flash, but not able to re-peek. Expero just puts up a huge wall, and Spekman running for his life.
Yeah, he couldn't get in towards the site to help him there, unfortunately, and catch them when their heads are on their shoulders, swiveling all around. Now you got to put a priority on saving this Vandal to the next round. Tied scoreline 11-11 at the end.
Cak, dibalikin gara-gara masalah itu doang anjing, gara-gara selisih sama ini anjing. Blok lah. Dua map anjing begitu mulu.
Side in a book hidden deep in that shelf.
RRQ watching this entire map with intent, putting up a strong stand.
Padahal orang
Map
udah
3 might
nge-calling
give them that confidence that they're looking
semua
for into map 4. Paperrex certainly feeling the pressure once again now that the lead has been lost. I mean,
I just highlight, I love the play that they come up with for B-Long as well, right? Just
expecting Paperrex to go in for B.
And if they're not there, you've just got the full space and you know it's A. You've got your mollies still set up towards the site. You might even play retake. You've been pretty successful in doing that so far, right?
And that's why I love this scene as well. You got both coaches in the booths, and it looks
Sudah
like
mentang
a true
anjir map ini,
chess
cok.
match
Aneh
between
banget, cok.
both
Sumpah,
masterminds.
sumpah.
Alex, though, trying his darndest to possibly steer the ship in the right direction, because the boys haven't yet been able to crack the code around A main.
Yeah, for a little bit now. RRQ, more importantly, I think, have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ not have ideas on this defensive side, and Paperrex have kind of exploited that time and time again. You know, just commanding that A main control. Paperrex were real happy enough to give it to them and put more focus in towards the B side of the map now. Well, you're not even seeing RRQ really contend with A main control anymore. They're just doing the smoke only. They're not putting the salvos behind it, right? And they're still coming up with the same look, missing one piece of utility.
It's down to all these tiny little details and margins. Are Paperrex able to get a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, this sort of scenario as well, right? As Paperrex, well, are you playing towards more of a default or not, right?
Wah, beli lagi, cok. Habis ini udah kalah, udah selesai sih.
For example, for something, you do have Jing one away from the runner back yet again, but I'm seeing, you know, Jemkin with the dimensional drift, Judge in mid doors.
Oh, and it just does its thing. The Prowler was there for check as well, but Monyet a trigger quicker, and it's going to be Paperrex reeling from the loss of that one.
And again, just the same utility over at main bar.
Santai juga kurang tenang anjing, M-nya beneran getar terus anjir. Tenang gitu loh, kayak si Jason gitu loh, walaupun high sense juga kan tenang Jason tuh.
Need to adjust a little bit. Play retake again if we need. We've got a dimensional drift to scope that one out.
The one slight light at the end of the tunnel that I can see for Paperrex is if Jing finds a run it back into further space being taken up for the team. They're going to opt for the Cosmic Divide to block off back sight.
Good timing.
Nano Swarms.
Yeah, good timing. It'll just waste the time on this Cosmic Divide. Starts to go for plan. Got him.
Ah, elah.
That's done. A perfect skull executed wallbang kill.
Mereka kenapa maksa ngeplan sana? Nah, situ aja apa dari tadi?
And something sticks it. Will it be enough though? Paperrex has yet to hold the post plant. Something then opting to go around stairs. He does have support from Patman in this area. A seize would be great as well, but it's the Guardian. I don't know how it's going to be. Divide with a possible spam.
Ya Allah!
A main, but
Masih
still,
spray ya?
the shots, the dimensional drift, it susses out all. Intelligence has been
Wave semua
found,
nembaknya
and
dah.
RRQ will take another round.
More importantly, they're going to take map point here. That means that they, on this map, for
Cuman
pretty
perkara
much the first
thrifty,
time
anjir,
since
masuk
the
kembali.
very beginning stages of the first half,
Merah.
will reclaim the lead.
Match point-nya tadi tuh sayang banget anjir.
Match point, Paperrex falling a little bit flat now.
Something
Getting taken out by the judge, getting taken by the spams, not able to off-put Kushi's position. Makes it really awkward in the 5 versus 3 when you just try to get a plant and all the information from that dimensional drift as well, working a treat.
And it's just brilliant calls from RRQ, recognizing the job's not done, I have to lock in, you bring out the judge, all of a sudden Paperrex has no idea.
It gets scary now.
8 cowok, 11-8 cowok anjing. Patron dibuang-buang.
Put at the right spot. That could be massive. Back towards normalcy for RRQ, pushing forward to get Monyet on the overdrive. Meanwhile, Jing up to run it back. The team is within 2 and they're stuck in the Armageddon.
In for the relay bolt as well.
Ngapain anjing?
Finding advantage. Divide though trades it right back up, but there's a lockdown at his feet. He needs to push up. He needs to go in for it. Jing finds that. Some assistance being afforded now as Spike somewhat gets retrieved. Patman declare it back sight.
Ayo lah, hotel lah, 3-3.
Divide alive, so smokes for Paperrex, timing for Patman. This could be everything, but Crazy Guy on the drone, he was contemplating it right
Nice!
now. A massive duel for Patman to win.
Popped up over, looks for the flame,
Low,
but
low,
Shimkin
nice.
comes up with it instead. 4 HP though.
lagi.
Paperrex might be able to push this into overtime. Jing now
Open-nya
with
mana?
the
Davai,
space.
pick itu jauh,
You've
low
got
range.
an op being played by Divide as well. It's a position that surely RRQ doesn't expect, so they will continue to march forward. Offside, past Flowers. Jing marks the angle, has a flash, has a molly as well. How on earth can Kushi possibly play this? He goes into check, almost losing his life, and it's Jing swinging off of contact to push us into overtime again!
Could have been extremely awkward if Jing wasn't able to find that trade at the end there on the 2 versus 2 because, I mean, he dispatched of Jemkin, who was really low. A brilliant Armageddon early on as well. I gotta give props towards Crazy Guy for that location. Really trying to assist the team from afar. But in the middle of the 3 versus 2, trades upon trades, the offhands try and force him to not push. And you do get the eventual trade there as Jing.
And it's Patman seizing the initiative to sneak up through Flower as well, just to surprise Crazy Guy, who...
I mean, if that duel goes the other way, that's probably the map.
Exactly. I mean, if you're played by the...
Main sabar udah menang dari tadi bang. Iya harusnya udah menang 2 map lagi udah 3-0 guys.
OT1, here we go again. Pressure mounting, I hear the cattle whistling. And both teams, both sides are feeling this. We kick things off with RRQ, slow march up B.
Well, you say slow, but they're pretty fast in towards this one, aren't they? 4 members again from Paperrex. Going back to tried and tested. Gather the orb, gather the A-main control.
Jason di EW lagi nggak sih ini?
Utility that Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge expecting a bit of a play, but it's the similar utility. Salvos, Nova Pulse, trap Ryuji.
He's just played DDR, he's dodged everything. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Paperrex slowly coming up front from mid.
Aduh gak mati!
All of them down.
Ya Allah apa sih?
And it's just Patman able to find one trade. Kushi might have been dealt with, but how do you
Gak ada yang low anjing itu.
spearhead a 2v4? The first thing you got to deal with would be Halls, but that's Monyet with a judge. He fires off a warning shot. Patman tries to go out from the back. Attention has been bought, but then the spams out from Pillar. You've got Jemkin all the way towards the back
ngapain?
as well. and he uses that elevation to bring this to a 3v1 divide. Not able to find the burst necessary. RRQ will once again take up the first OT round.
They've really afforded themselves some recovery on this map, haven't they? Since the 4 rounds that they got in a row. Before that, they looked a little bit down for the
ngapain dua naik begitu, Cok? Aneh banget, sumpah, Cok.
Losing the last, but back towards the OT, quick towards the B site, establishing a plant with sheer numbers. Kushi delivering the goods as well, making sure that the numbers were found. He's on 30 kills now. He's absolutely stepped up in this map.
Yeah, I mean, since when have you expected Kushi to go in for that lurk? All of a sudden, he brings it out. This time, RRQ on the defense. They've done this good so far. Can they complete the run? Paperrex. Patience all of a sudden.
How long do you leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the Nebula over at A main before going together as a team.
Might not expect the glass cannon op either.
Did the drone spot 2?
Dia tahu anjing ada something soalnya.
Keeping a heavy investment of numbers for RRQ towards the A site. And an operator, remember here for Jemkin 2. Something of the glass cannon variety. Something walks into the crosshairs. The opening duel.
Actually, yes, the pathing precisely.
But it might work problematic for the team.
Yeah.
He's gonna dry walk into it.
Gotta be aware, but no.
Anjir, kenapa sih segampang itu ya kenanya ya?
And the damage is felt.
Ya elah!
Tries to re-peek into it.
Satu-satu aja dry pick, jing.
And you're double dry walking into an operator line at the B site.
Oh, not like this.
5 versus 3. RRQ setting themselves up for the map in another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there. But when it was needed most,
Soalnya Kushi udah selesai. Push aja terus, push terus anjing nggak dapet.
This could be the end of Pearl. Paperrex desperately trying to hold on, Forsaken needing a huge multi-kill, but it's nowhere to be found. RRQ will find the eliminations necessary to propel themselves forward. Another OT, and they show that they have the true resistance, the true endurance to go the distance.
They don't do it cleanly, do they? But they will not go down without a fight. Another overtime victory to claim their first win on this map of Pearl as well. Last time, both 13 to 10s, changing up the agents. Another new look to what they deploy in this time, in this installment of the map. And now that's 3 done for the series. It's 2-1 in favor of RRQ, setting themselves up for one more map to then have a rematch against Gen G for the Pacific Trophy.
And what a rivalry that is. The map from yesterday wasn't too much to write off of, but this one today, just going the distance, finding the adaptations mid-game, mid-round. They forced Paperrex to scratch their heads and think both times in the past 2 maps.
Literally after round number 19 into round number 20, where they get then the 4 rounds in a row. That's the turning point of the map. That's the time where the defenses actually exist.
Truly. And what a performance it has been for the entire team.
Gue nggak tahu sih.
Paperrex
biasa aja soalnya.
Kushi with the insane performance as well all of a sudden. The player from Indonesia just picked up this year. It certainly has been a wonderful performance and we are so hungry for more. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
I echo that statement. We are definitely hungry for more, especially with all of the performances that we've been seeing so far. Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have had not exactly the greatest series in Pearl, and it looks as though RRQ are intending to rewrite that.
What a game from RRQ, really bringing it back. I mean, one thing I really have to highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we've spoken about
benar sih di Icebox, kalau misalnya mainnya masih begitu lagi mah udah susah, Cok.
They've come out and closed 2 overtime games. And if I'm Paperrex,
Icebox itu Jet lah, Yoru tau gue sih. Yoru race, Yoru ini.
won 3-0, but they
Sampai itu
haven't.
dari tadi ya.
RRQ
Yoru race ya.
now stolen
Maju
2
sama.
maps away from
Dia dari
Paperrex
dulu emang
and
kayak
putting
gitu mainnya,
themselves
something.
1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of a Paperrex
Nggak-
across
nggak
a
berubah-berubah.
large sample size, across
Yeah.
a best of 5.
Control
They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full momentum, they're impossible to stop. All the decisions have been made
3-1
so
anjing.
quick, and they're always the correct ones. But when you
Musuh
drag
game
things
itu
out
aja,
a little
man.
bit more, when a couple of
Anjir.
rounds go astray, a few mistakes start
Kalau
to
Pereng
happen,
rata
that's
semua
where you
gila,
get some of
18,
these rounds where you
16,
really
18,
scratch your
19.
head for Paperrex. The round against Monye on B long.
Jet something kemarin.
Walking into the op and just
Oh, Jet Omen ya, Jet Omen ya, Jet Omen ya.
corners. So
Iya, Jet
Paperrex,
Omen, Jet Omen.
this is why they're such an entertaining team, because they can show you perfect Valorant the way that it was intended to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same time.
It's why this train is so
Aduh.
exciting, right? And of
Ini kalau shorty-nya kena tuh anjing, shorty-nya di miss gak sih Bang Apa?
The composure.
Apa?
Shorty-nya miss sebenarnya kan?
Right. There were so
Enggak,
many
belum
rounds
nembak
that
aja
came
malah.
so close. Like
Belum
that one
nembak,
round
dia
with
tuh
that
bikin panik
defuse,
orang itu aja yang
0.03.
Kecepatan dia kan Desya, Bang.
And you saw Xpero actually just
Ntar dulu nggak,
accept
Desya?
whatever was going to happen. And,
Emang Desya
yeah,
udah.
he was closing his eyes. He was just like, just
Udah
please,
sih lah.
whatever
Kalau
happens,
somethingnya
right?
tertidur
But
lagi
it's
susah
that
sih.
factor of RQ that make them so special, and that has also
Timing-timing gitu
contributed
susah
to them making it this far.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Malah di Xbox lawan siapa guys? Lawan ini ya, lawan DREC ya? Oh, lawan DREC.
Lawan DREC, ya.
It looks like a different team, and I mean, have to say, very, very impressed. We can roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see this is, so they've just won the pistol, anti-eco, and he's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills, so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do, and then, of course, the bonus round, we can see them send it in.
Kena remontada Bang, iya guys, ini kena remontada iya. Udah tadi 0,03 sama Thrifty udah.
All of this connector information for free. They spot out something. Salvos immediately flush him out. Crazy guy one digs him. You're able to get into the backside of Pauls and see absolutely everything. The site's nice and clear, and RRQ are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side if it takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Kushi was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Kushi was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the kill,
Apa?
I was so impressed by his timing, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very, very well. And
Duelis, Monyet.
he was just
Bisa
so
duelis.
safe.
Yeah, he has great first bullet accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Sova. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into RRQ and was playing a lot of Sova in kickoff. But I think actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Kushi, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor the way he was just walking up art and just taking duels.
Jason udah nggak duelis guys, nggak bisa guys. Kemarin Jason duelis kan kalah cok.
He was the one who was really the hero for RRQ in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds just pivot around Kushi, right? Especially since like as you
Oh,
mentioned,
interview
he would
belum
lurk
kelar,
and then
kocak, orang
get
masih ada
close
ini
until
lagi,
he
orang
rounds
BO5,
off
kocak.
RRQ. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX though, again, this was a very, very close match. There were some rounds also that were very, very good, well played by PRX.
They just send it. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have this comp where you can just fight with everything. You can throw everything at the other team, and if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, they love this. This is the PRX style. We see 4 people in a main because they're looking to control it, and of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this util, looking so good when they're able to execute this. It's a gamble, it's a risk, but PRX love doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they either get an orb and a lot of map control that the other team has to answer, or they're able to find a nice timing where they have everyone fighting. They either leave something on that info.
Kalau Genji lawan RRQ lagi, kayak berat deh RRQ. Kemarin aja 2-0 ini aja digampang banget gitu kan.
He goes to Kushi. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be rookie.
Kecuali Jemkin Kusinya menyala kayak gini guys, nyala banget ya.
But this was the last person that
Tapi yang lain harus nyala juga sih masalahnya.
to step up this hard for RRQ and in an important series.
Paperrex pun juga nggak yakin bisa menang, tapi kalau dia nyala 5-5-nya lebih terus mainnya absurd, kadang-kadang bisa menang aja cok. Mainnya suka aneh cok.
Lebih blunder sih Bang Rio itu tadi PRX
Ya blunder doang makanya.
Yeah, I really think he could flex more into Sentinel. Like, some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
I'm so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Pemain on the other side, who is also that rookie. And I mean, I feel like Kushi's
Genji lagi on form banget soalnya ke Genji, guys. RRQ lagi up and down lah. Kadang bagus, kadang jelek, kadang bagus, kadang jelek. Kalau Paperrex nggak jelas aja, pokoknya bisa bagus banget. Kadang nggak jelas kayak ini hari ini.
So much validation for all those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage.
Unpredictable kalau Paperrex, guys. Bisa bagus banget. Tapi bisa jelek banget.
We have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? RRQ seem to be very, very confident in their map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, RRQ, of course, losing there. So both teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good. You know, I think they looked a lot better on this map than RRQ.
Mainnya labil bang, labil ya.
You see that difference in
PRX tuh ibarat kata kalau misalnya di game itu roulette, guys. Bisa dapat damage 200%, kalau nggak damage-nya 50%. Ya nggak, Ron? Roulette dia, Cok. Kadang mainnya burik tuh kan. Tapi kalau bisa lagi bagus 200%, wah gila tajem banget, Cok. Bunuh gua. Kalau RRQ ya udah dia mengontrol gameplay bagus aja udah.
It did look pretty good for them yesterday. RRQ have been early
Roulette
adopters of
sampai
both
Paperrex mainnya.
Icebox and Ascent coming back into the map pool, so I know that they put in the reps. They were very much forecasting that these maps would be very important for stage 1, so I think they're going to be relatively comfortable to take Icebox as the 4th map here. At the same time, though, their game against Genji might have been a little bit of a knock to the confidence, so I could really see both Icebox and Ascent going either way. I think the last 3 maps of this best of 5.
Kalau Ascent sih gue udah nggak yakin ya.
Because you don't have a lot of data that points to the fact that either one of these teams is going to be very confident winner of either of them, and that's why you're seeing such tight games.
Yeah, and I also think of course, it's these 2 teams, right? They are so comeback heavy, both sides, right? It can be so fun, especially when you have all of these rounds where it gets like, you know, 2v5, hey, the other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5, the other team still might win. Yeah. They're just that kind of team. They're just those types of players to be able to pull.
Biasanya kalau lawan menang dapat ini guys, boost mental guys.
I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments, and we have one here from @ploydere, who I believe we met over in Masters Bangkok in Thailand. If you guys watch the stream, by the way, and you hear somebody shout the loudest for T1, she is heard on the stream. That is her.
Yeah, I mean, T1, obviously, winners of Masters Bangkok, but over here in Korea, an absolute staple. Unfortunately, didn't have the result that they would have wanted, but there's still plenty of great teams to cheer for here.
Gotta be great watching that live, though.
Yang penting terakhir doang sih, terakhir lama nembak sih penting.
All of the fans, absolutely. They love watching these teams live, as we are seeing right now here. Lots of love for both Paperrex and RRQ, which will continue right after this quick break when we head into Icebox.
Belum anjing, breaknya agak lama, coy.
This series wraps up right after this quick break.
Makan dulu, pasti mereka makan dulu guys.
Bang iya bang, masa iya makan dulu?
Makan dulu, kan break berapa? 3 map, Cok. Makan dulu. Kayak saya biasa aja cuma 5 menit, mungkin jadi 10 menitan gitu. Buat makan.
Meeting apa ini?
Mulai ini. Udah. Iklan dulu. 5 menit. Saatnya kita nonton TikTok.
Nge-lag guys. Ini busy deh guys.
Nah, mas hari ini seru bang. Bosan dari minggu kemarin mati mulu. Iya juga sih. Tapi serunya gue agak kecewa aja tetap. Serunya banyak blunder anjing. Kalau serunya sama-sama kuat kan seru ya. Jarang soalnya match sama-sama kuat gitu guys. Banting-bantingan serangan gitu jarang. Gila MPL bro. RRQ main juga di MPL coy. RRQ epos coy anjing pantesan bro.
Yo,
Evangelion.
Lah ada entet. Luar biasa.
Ratus skill bro.
Anjrit sakitnya.
Ini nyata apa bro? Sakit banget Cus, yang lainnya apaan Cok?
Thank you.
Ying.
Thank you.
Ryuji udah punya nih. Ryuji pakai baju PRX anjir ya. Thank you.
Ternyata cepet banget Cok.
Spek oh double nih.
Ding.
Sisi belakangnya dia ini.
Aduh.
Codes demen cuman biasa aja. QCQ ya.
Double physically enak guys, cuma nggak tahu title-nya anjing.
Satu menit. Ayo coba kita lihat guys, apakah ada event.
How do I never get lucky when you gift? You will eventually. Just stay here, bro. Do I gift another 50 if Paperrex wins this series? I'm so down. Fuck it, I'll do it. You guys deserve it. For all the ads you guys put yourselves through.
Anjay.
If Paperrex wins, I fucking so help me God if RRQ win this shit. You won't see my face. I'm gone. I'm gone yesterday.
Dia tuh pendukung besar Paperrex ya guys. Gila 28.000 di sekarang bro. Tarik udah nggak live ya Tarik udah jarang watch partner. Ya copyright nggak sih bro ini bro? Oh Tarik Amerika doang ya. Oh. Nah.
the tool to keep getting aggressive. I like this comp for PRX. It worked out very well for them against DRX, so they're looking to continue to build momentum and start the run back.
Oh yes, start the run
Kuser
back.
go home lah udah.
That's gonna be it for Paperrex.
Good luck Evan guys. 2 map udah nggak buang, harus melek aja sih.
Icebox with RRQ versus Paperrex. We'll toss it on over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Straight into the cold depths of Icebox, and yes, we do have rather similar compositions from yesterday. However, like the desk mentioned just before the break, we do have possibly confidence taken up against RRQ, given the loss against Gen G. But that said, you also have the Something versus Jemkin saga continuing.
Yeah, coming in towards this one as well, right? RRQ are 2-1 ahead in those OTs, but Jemkin is the only one currently going positive on RRQ's side, and insurmountably so. 70 kills already across these 3 maps. He's the only one positive for the team. So we'll continue to see if that is going.
Jemkin 70 kill, coy, 3 map, coy, anjing.
Paperrex are going to be able to change things up. I like the aggression through B main at the moment with the 4-1 strategy, likewise of the last map. And Monyet is going to be the first casualty.
Not able to recenter his aim. The turret, though, does inform to a little bit more, and Xphero looking for the swing, looking for the picks with the Sheriff. He does get a good chunk of damage, but the spike should still be getting downed pretty soon. Devi with the turret up, checks towards the back. Here's some footsteps. Needs to swing back in and and he doesn't have time to reload, so unfortunately his life is forfeit. Meanwhile, the rest of Paperrex is still able to march up front. No flashes, however, so it comes down to just the swings, just the positions, and with positions, Forsaken collapses onto which Jemkin. And that's going to be a crazy guy trying to hold down from under Rafter, but he's alone. So entirety Paperrex are able to swing and surround the site in for the final defuse. Right off the rip, the pistol round already theirs.
Yep, over towards Paperrex yet again. To highlight for those that may have been joining us, Paperrex in this series so good in the pistol rounds. They've got both of them in map number 1 of Fracture. They got 1 apiece in the next 2 maps as well.
Tenang banget aja di jepit udah ya, udah apa ya? Tenang banget anjing.
If history is going to stay in continuation, they probably won't. I mean, see a force in this next round.
Kiri 2 tuh, kanannya udah.
And well, if you're Paperrex being Paperrexing, what is defense? Let's push.
Yeah, for sure. Great idea, you know, in a pistol round as well, going together with 4 members.
Probably won't do that this round, though.
Jemkin dikasih full armor sama itu, anjing.
No, probably not. Back to normal things. You are playing in a bit of an eco. This is an outlaw, by the way, that's been gifted to Jemkin, courtesy of Crazy Guy.
Kalau kalah lumayan miskin nih
So
dikit.
you want to see him grab a
1 orang.
chunk of damage here against the lighter shield-equipped members of Paperrex.
A lot of trust.
A
lot of recognition from the side of Paperrex as well, marking the lurk out by mid, so Xphero's gone. And also, possible outlaw plays, Paperrex then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady, which means that eventually Crazy Guy will just now, in fact, will get the salvos back online for RRQ. In this sort of situation, though, for Paperrex, you know, you don't want to see them just overdo things. Play quite patiently, wait and see where RRQ are going to look to go towards.
Big salvos, Paperrex pulling all the rotations over.
They've completely left the scene of
Ya Allah, rotatnya cepet banget.
actually going. So there's an opportunity to get a plant down, but is it going to be defendable? That's the real question, right? The outlaw in play, salvos will come back online. When the spike plants down, top of side.
I'd say not bad. There's a
Banget rotate, cok.
you know, with
Ada
the
outlaw lagi anjing.
A bit of damage, chip damage with the nanoswarms currently.
Ada omen nggak sih?
Got the angle.
Eventually,
Ada
omen, just the classic. So let's see what happens.
Oh boy, we're running in, we're chasing in, we've got the guns.
Nice.
Oh, and the outlaw just doesn't do much. Magneto out from the back. Was he spotted by the tart?
He shot it because the 0 point
Nice fight.
down, but it didn't really matter in the end right now onto the defuse.
And in the round pipes, fortunately, RQ not able to hold it off for too long. You've used
Apalagi nih,
the
mau sosok lincah lagi nih.
refreshed up, but yeah, still going to be the full defuse. A flawless round for Paperrex.
Again, it's just the classics really for RRQ, right? The Outlaw gets a tag on towards Pemain, but apart from that, very early nothing comes in towards the rounds. No chance for a flank either, despite Cushy's 0 point removing the turret. It was already shot at.
Udah kalau kayak gini line up-nya udah bagus pakai ini kan. Pakai apa sih Bang? Pakai main freak. Main freak main ini main Viper.
You gotta let that not
Sama
shake
main
you
free
in a
juga
best
sih,
of five
main free dia
scenario.
mainnya chill juga,
You picked
santai-santai gitu.
As the choice in this one,
Tunggu orang,
right? So you gotta consider.
nggak yang apa
Percent
nafsu
next.
ngekill gitu.
They could have gone that way instead, but
Dia mainnya main
opting for
otak.
Icebox
Seneng gua
first.
kan kayak.
And they've been a little bit back and
Stop
forth with
branded
the
gitu.
pistols, but right now it's a pretty good start.
Wih,
Well,
ini
steady
nggak
for RRQ towards the safe side
Dah.
of things. As soon as you're noted, top of that side is Jing. You are just dead.
Lihat tembak apa, Cok? Lihat tembak apa, Cok?
Ya Allah.
Well, Divide coming in to refill space as well, but you don't have much in terms of utility of staving off
Tumben
RRQ
tumben
except for
tuh,
bullets.
tumben kayak gitu
Shotgun
mainnya
as
tuh.
well.
Something
Udah tuh
tuh,
something kalau udah jelek
gitu.
tuh tembaknya spraynya tuh ke spray tuh sih spray brutal anjing.
They're gonna be locked in. They have to try and push.
Hidup
The
guys
body's
kayak
back.
guys. Oh enggak ada yang
The only way out is up.
Snakes bite already noting on towards something's position. He's stuck. He doesn't.
Woi, darahnya kurang terus anjing. Ya Allah, meninggal.
Just gets
Jing!
out of dodge.
Iya anjing
They,
1 HP
again,
anjing.
expect Pac-Man to already be in their spawn.
3 darahnya guys.
They have an idea, but still just stuck towards this A site.
Unless you take a confident duel
Mati sih,
against
dikit.
Patman.
Mati nggak sih?
He's been good on the one.
Kalau kayak Spek sih gila sih kalau Pac-Man dapat sih.
Happily
Dapat
setting up
dibunuh.
camp.
You can just wait and see when Forsaken wants to use the Recon 2. There's a Nano still at the default that RRQ are going to have to contend with. Pac-Man not tested, which means they know that this is still going to end at the A site.
Then you've got something playing a possible one and done. Outlaw shots
Nah, tuh
not
kan, nggak
found.
nafsu kan si Davai tengok. Nggak kena ya udah turun dia.
Rata anjing.
Patman then pushes up, but
Bodoh
at this
banget
point,
anjing.
he's got to find a 1v3. Not much in terms of utility except for the wall that might conceal his movements, but it's a 50-50. Which side you're going to show up from? RQ are just happily tucked in. Decent peek from Anya, and he finds and collects onto the third kill.
That's a scenario as well where Paperrex, despite the lesser weaponry, still had, you know, some pretty
Mereka
good
bukan
weapons
megang
in
pandan.
towards that
Ya,
bonus
sih?
round, and they had
Megang.
all of the information.
Kepala
They
ya?
knew Patman's flank was gold. They had the damage delivered. They had the advantage on the side itself, but then you just start to look at the 4 versus 3 in towards the site. Something pushes out and loses his life. Monyet gets a double too.
Jason nggak ready. Itu nembak
Bit of a fumble from Paperrex there, but a big, deep dig for RRQ.
Something beli AWP langsung.
To get around on the board. Operator out there for something in this new round. See if the opening duel is going to do anything except reveal itself against the turret. So does that shift the idea of where RRQ want to potentially end things a bit quicker towards the B site? Standard icebox things though. Got to wait out for this orb. Dash across with a good flash. Force Paperrex back.
Yeah, fantastic. Space being collected upon. Off angle is possibly being held as well. Something does have the op though. Question is he able to find much with it? Marks the angle right from underneath. Jet doing Jet things, and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go though?
That's the great question. Able to possibly flash Paperrex out of position, but no chance to use it for now. Thinking about it, Crazy Guy sets it off by Yellow, and it's going to be RRQ Monyet who's still trying to hold things down. Fortunately, Armageddon not going to be able to do too much out of them, buying time. Divide slowly ringing around the road.
Ya elah, timingnya bro.
Spike still going off though, and Monyet just fires off a shot. Divide has no clue and needs to tap onto the spike, and that's when Monyet plays around the container. Stands up, pops off.
Apa teori buka baju kah?
The Red Bull clutch bringing us to a 2-on-2.
You gotta be happy with that one, aren't you? All the shots to come out from Monyet working a treat. I'm noting that the flank is potentially going to come on out.
Jing ngapain lihat tuh, Cok? Lihat tuh. TP apa Jing ke situ?
In the kitchens in the meanwhile.
Gak ada cover, gak ada apa, TP-nya kayak gitu, Cok.
To come through from Monyet. How individual were those shots at the end there? Those positions from Paperrex when they're off put by the Armageddon as well. That makes things quite awkward for them. There's a reset now coming into this next round as well. Something's probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Divide, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from Paperrex forced to legitimate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it.
Ayo pisau lu something kasih tahu dong. Nanti lu pisau lu gak ada yang kena anjing.
RQ though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted, shock darts through as well.
Ah, gitu dong.
The chance that he was looking for.
Yeah, but if you can find these opening jewels, how many more are you going to be able to back that up with, right? Is something going to be good for another one or not? that gun that you've just dropped,
Mirip
irretrievable.
Jogemo lah pakai jet tuh. Nah, Jogemoy.
50 seconds to go.
Jogemoy.
Pala, Jok. Sang.
For RRQ, the silent
satu
game
tim dulu
towards
EG
the
gila-gila
Bravo
semua.
side of the map. Meanwhile, Forsaken has picked up the Hunter's Fury.
Ya, Batman timing sumpah.
Something in position as well.
Ya Allah.
Swings wasn't
Badan
great.
terus.
Decent damage. We'll see if the Hunter's Fury can.
Ya elah nembak apa itu?
Nice, dapat Cok.
Lockdown as well.
Lumayan.
Lockdown for, well, some space. You still have Monyet up around the back of yellow. He spotted out the shoulder of one, and he's trying to get the burst. Patman, though, still coming up with one singular kill onto the ship.
Nice.
That shock dart will finish off Monyet. Just Xpharaoh in a 1v3. And Paperrex
Nice.
will finish the thrifty, the sheriff shots, the utility.
Thrifty, bro.
Back
Nice.
in all around the map.
Anything you can do, I can do better. A thrifty round going the way of Paperrex, taking a page out of RRQ
Thrifty ini
when
kedua
they
ya.
needed it the most. Around
Tadi mereka
back
thrifty
to
di mana sih?
Paperrex. I asked the question, right? How much more on the back of that Bladestorm are you going to be able to find? Well, the blades themselves, nothing.
Dipper nggak ada thrifty
Shots
aja.
out with the sheriff
dia
of
tadi
Batman,
menang
doing
terakhir,
enough
makanya overtime.
damage for the shock dart to finish off his intended prey of Monyet too, and then this time not dropping the 1 versus 3. Hefty investment of 3 ults there from Paperrex, but more importantly, just around on the board. Getting it towards the reset territory of RRQ.
Ya, santai.
Answer back with something of their own though.
Wah, Jing off lagi nih,
Commands
Jing
to
nih.
remove ability.
Well, it also is something with the op now all of a sudden, but that's 0 point.
Yeah, he's committed to this fight. And he's
Oh!
great shouldering out from something. Jemkin down in this duelist battle.
Dapat tuh masih Kushi.
You would think it's great.
Anjing!
Just like him.
Kena, Cok!
Down to 20.
Low banget.
Kena, anjing!
Kaki.
Just thinking of possibly throwing it to the wind.
Duh, nggak kelihatan,
However,
Cok, anjing.
Stuck up tube.
Yeah, it's removed the turret so you can sneak past.
Batman
Harusnya aware nggak sih mereka?
Has to be aware, doesn't he?
but would he?
Yeah, he's playing the back angle just in case.
In case, but not a single peep yet. Oh, something.
Oh,
nice!
The Viper's Pit as well. Batman happened to recognize it.
I remember with the tag on Kushi earlier and the Null Command fading, he couldn't drop himself to get res too, so this is where things become really awkward. Kushi down for the count now, 2 versus 4.
And Patman still trying to make some noise, forcing on.
Gila, Pemain dapat lagi, Cok. Nice banget.
That's the Viper gone. Spike, well, picked back up, but can you really get it planted? Xpharaoh, 30 seconds. And he's trying to sneak one over onto
Iya,
the
emang Dava itu menurutku paling konsisten tuh karena dia gameplaynya selalu sama.
If you're Paperrex, you don't hear the Spike tapping.
Yeah.
Surely you consider it.
Time's on your side though, right? 10 seconds for him to try and get the plant. He's going to eventually have to run towards the A site, and if anyone looks to sacrifice him.
And no problems here.
Nice.
With a huge sprint, just bound to bound, picks up that headshot.
He would have had to sprint earlier on and then potentially playing in the open where Jing would have even ran on him.
Ayolah.
You know, remove it off the spike plant, you win the round,
Kayak
kill
gini
him,
tuh
you
kalian
win the
harus mainnya
round.
pasti bagus, PRX.
Most importantly on a crazy guy before the pit just is able to come in position.
And it just begins with a really
Gila, Batman mantap banget, Cok, anjing dapat 3 deh begitu dijepit loh dia.
From the alt, or I mean from the alt, and that's exactly why something pushed up front.
It's more importantly the fact that Paperrex are taking some space and going for these duels when they've got some favored, you know, weaponry and ability, right?
Indeed. Still though.
Baru dipuji. Kemudian utilnya tanya-tanya, Dok.
Retake scenario towards the A site, play on the back of your Killjoy utility. Alarm bot noted. Nanos counts a couple of seconds and then you pop them as well. Stave them off with the wall.
Mereka masih Iko ya?
But have you bought enough time for the team to
Karena tadi
rotate
Iko
over? You
juga.
have.
Tadi nggak,
It's gonna be a
tadi
skirmish.
Everyone's just hovering around looking for the duels. Some pop flash
Mas ngejar Stinger.
kills going over.
Lihat kan
Nah,
anjing.
ini loh Jemkin nah kepala.
There it is, the effects being felt from the previous round now coming alive, but Davai still looking for the bursts. Jing with assistance
Elbow,
up from the
udah ketahuan
back.
tuh dia,
Just like Bigtime was talking about, a pseudo duelist, and he pushes all the way up. The lockdown might have them detained, but the spike still getting defused by Paperrex.
There early enough that the lockdown
Something tuh, nggak dapat lagi kan dia main akrobat itu.
a good
Iya,
best around the
ya.
site, making sure that they just have a party,
OP.
get down and dirty, and all of the duels they are able to win as well, right? A bit of lesser equipped weaponry for RRQ. Most importantly, just
tadi
stayed
kenapa
up from the
Mas
very
Jason dan
beginning,
kawan-kawannya
right?
kena
The
comeback
nanoswarm, the
12-13.
toxic screen, doing
Tanya
its
sama
damage,
something
doing
nih.
its work to buy a
Nah itu loh,
little.
pala begitu loh. Jemkin tuh dia first bulletnya tajam banget anjing.
Then just Devaya able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team knowing that it doesn't matter.
Nggak hancur anjing itu di spray tadi.
It's great recognition just of that game. So with the 4-2 scoreline now, it means that RRQ, sorry, 2-5 scoreline means that RRQ gonna be deploying a time.
Sebenarnya bagus sih kalau misalnya udah kayak 2 lawan 1 kayak gitu, guys. Buat ngancurin Corsair, cow, atau terbang ke atas, satunya lagi dari kiri kan tadi.
Cackles of laughter towards the end suggest that they're in a pretty good headspace for this one.
Si Jinnya juga
they are
ini
kind
dia
of facing a possible.
ini juga bang,
The
apa
thing is,
nge-push si
they've had
kalau enggak
advantages, and then they've lost the advantages,
pada
and then it's gone into overtime. And what happened in the overtime? They lost the overtime. So they need everything that they can get, especially on this defensive side right now. Of course, Icebox, right, for Paperrex, we've not really seen that much from them. 2 games against DRX.
And they've won. Well,
boleh nih YouTube nge-lag seriusan loh. Di sini sih masih hijau ya.
One kind of affects the other, right? When they begin to feel the pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do in what could be the final map if RRQ completes it? Up once again for something, and this time the positions have been swapped around.
Bit of a change when you don't have a lot of the reconnaissance ability as RRQ to put your standard dart more forward as well, right? So just the space that Paperrex can charge, changing it up with a bit towards the A site. Something, had he stayed on yellow, would have been seen by the stealth drone, now afforded an opportunity for a peek.
Bahaya nih, bahaya.
Rescopes, but he would have no idea. Gun to push up green, so something is in a really precarious position. Thankfully, the cloud comes up enough for him to evade.
Yeah, he's got teammates now to assist him as well on the side of B. 0 Point revealing 3 members actually. Just gonna try and force out the plant.
Yeah, some spams, chip damage against Crazy Guy.
Itu nggak ada spray yang kayak itu tuh yang di atas tuh. Spray yang kemarin kita belajar.
That's it though. Gotta watch out for this potential lurk.
Jemkin up top, stuck on him.
Yes, it's a good stick as well. The Cloud Burst comes up in time. Duelist v Duelist, and this time Jemkin.
Nice, Paperrex gila, aware banget Paperrex sumpah.
To the end though, it's gonna be Paperrex now looking for the retake. They've begun to fan out around the site, looking for yellow control. Monyet trying to contend with it, but goes down to Forsaken with the kills. Crazy Guy, Salvo still up. And he lets them go. Cushy watches his teammates back, and that puts Forsaken in a 1v2. No chance in hell. RRQ have fought back against
Nanti nggak dapet anjing itu apa nggak bisa nggak dapet kok, minimal dapat 1 anjing itu.
You got to try and get on that half defuse real soon.
Not
able to get through that one unfortunately there as Forsaken. So you'll have a bit of a loss here. Great position from Jen. Unexpected that he himself got on top of
keburu gerak deh sebelum
you got a scenario where it's that 4 versus 3, so the fact that through the snakes fight, Monyet finds one as well. Really important. Just making sure that RRQ are holding these duels when they need to, not overexerting themselves, not giving options to Paperrex. You want to start to see that build up nicely for RRQ here to try and close the series, try and tie things up first and foremost.
Mati kan si Jing.
It's getting close to it.
Batman-nya juga tadi kan nggak ada smoke.
And if you're seeing the drone, your idea is to make sure that you destroy.
Nah, gitu dong. Ya Allah, Jing!
Gets taken down really early on the other side of the map.
But look at this, something's not backing down. Unfortunately, the cloud burst allows for RRQ to slip back.
And he knows overpick jadi kalah anjing. Maju. Kalau mau maju ya jangan sendiri juga nggak sih, si Jing sendiri anjing. Belum timing maju nggak sih itu? Belum timing flank nggak sih? Belum, sabar nggak sih?
By himself here at B.
Oh, that's pretty good considering how he's sneaking around, but this time now he's find himself in a pinned down
position.
Nice, Batman.
He's not pinned down. You're pinned down with him. 2 kills now, possibly a 3rd.
Kiri lu nggak siap bro.
But someone has slipped the net. Xfero though still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes.
Oh,
back around. That's a. What are you made of?
That's toxic. 4K to come out from him when Paperrex needed it. I thought that when he got the first 2, he was going to snake spike to bail out. But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side of his location. And he manages to find Monyet as well. That is absolutely gorgeous to come through from Patman.
tanks anywhere.
Toxic.
And Paperrex will continue extending this lead because of an eco from RQ right now.
Hold on.
Okay.
We've seen Thrifties. We've got an Armageddon. We've got Cushy with the Vandal.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yep. It's not over until it's over. So we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from RRQ. Get on the right line and something might have his head removed from his shoulders. Nevertheless, he's good for one. Get out of dodge.
And in with the tailwind as well.
Wih, ini baru.
Nah, sabar dulu sih.
Looking to push forward. He actually gets the shot against something. However, Paperrex have hovered around the site now. Another player being caught out thanks to the one-way. And it's
Dava lagi tajam juga, Dava ini. Dava lagi panas banget.
Can he find the kills? Gets the first.
Salah ngomong.
Keresword
as well allows him to slip back
Keresword
around.
OP, hey.
Crazy guy does not expect it.
Keresword barusan keresword.
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to be a little bit manic there. Finding the two
Bang Rio dengan kereswordnya udah jalan.
Dah. Nggak mau lagi guys. Salah. Maaf guys.
Starts to look a bit better for Paperrex. You know, I'm starting to feel. I mean, it already was happening, right? You're looking.
Wuhu, gila.
You start to see a bit of a series on them.
Komodo says we've got a game in our hands.
Itu kena sih pala itu. Ya nggak sih, Dava?
2 rounds left in this first half, and Paperrex don't show any signs of truly slowing down. At least until this op could be potentially eliminated. RQ trying to formulate a plan.
Just a couple of diversions on the tracks so far for them. But maybe the conductor is regained.
Ini gila di counter banget OP, Cok, pakai Tejo anjing.
Important situation for RRQ. Get another round on the board quickly in towards the A side. Device still good for one. Not a double, but taken here as well as something.
Gila, trade kill ini baru trade kill kita di pertama ini loh.
And RRQ, this whole plan was formulated around getting some A control, but it's been all thrown off. Petman up from the back.
When Paperrex are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot,
Gak bisa ngapa-ngapain dia.
have a bad day at the office.
Dia masih harus lari kenceng.
Just shows depth again. Another op shot punched through. Petman now pushing up, and Crazy Guy is. When did he get here?
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's not pushing by
Gini dong,
himself to give an opportunity to
menangnya
RRQ
benar-benar
if
flawless,
they do
guys.
decide to pivot back towards B, right? I've been watching his sort of rotations and the initiative of when he's going for these flanks. It's generally always when RRQ are getting deep in towards the A site and he can slot himself in the spawn when the numbers are similar, right? The 3 versus 3.
Gila di flick lagi.
When they've got this significant advantage, he will then push up. It's just a really
Apa attacker apa defender bang? Gak tahu guys gua. Gak mau jumawa.
And that comes out on top of the
4 ulti terakhir guys.
quad kill round as well. RQ once again back into A site.
Look at the ultimates that you've got to play with though right now, Clack. Hunter's Fury lockdown for Paperrex. Close to a pit for Pac-Man 2. Probably not going to get it here. Maybe Mon yet being one away will be more likely picking that up. Or maybe they want to prioritize getting the lockdown early and then having Mon yet plant and pit. There's options here for RRQ. Give it a bit of space to gallivant around this A site. They want to start to sprint up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you're Paperrex, you imagine it's RQ looking for the plant. That's exactly.
Jason main season mulu padahal Jason bro.
Position is
Jason nggak pernah ganti spot, Cok. Situ mulu dia.
Plant plays. Paperrex though with their ultimates
Harus
exactly.
kena timing aja nih.
Just able to possibly deny Spike plant. He spots out the first and the shock dart in. The lockdown gets ripped off. Something's in position. Oh, he doesn't go for one.
Wah, dia kena 2. Anjing sampai kena lagi JMK tuh sumpah. Nice Batman, gila Batman.
And that's crazy from Patman. Again with the lurk presence. RQ beginning to think twice. Jemkin continuing to push up, feeling the pressure.
Nice.
Something that just takes the head off with the Blade Storm.
I love that adaptation from Paperrex. Just knowing that, well, we can't Hunter's Fury just to the lockdown. We want to have our numbers and our strong abilities.
Di molly anjing tai.
Dia ultinya ke atas anjir guys.
Make it
Jason
easier for
pinter
the team
juga ya.
who have to have a little bit of time for the rotations
Abis kena
towards
situ
the
ke
A
atas
side.
anjir.
Monyet got the pit
Tuh
off
lihat,
the plant.
nah.
Couldn't
Nggak ke
establish
kanan
it.
dia hari
I've
ini.
already talked about the lockdown. You just forget about that. Then you go in for
Emang
the
ini
trade.
Jemkin sih, M-Star RRQ itu ya Jemkin, Cok.
Dia lihat
That's
animasi
exactly what
ininya loncat.
Paperrex do there. This is a great halftime score for them, but I do not want to count RRQ out, right? They will change up sides, going to the defensive side, and whilst it hasn't looked the greatest for them, you know, in the game against Gen G, for example, you cast your mind back a little bit further. The game against DRX, great defenses that they came out with. So we'll see if they can bring that one back.
Oh, come on. Surely right now you go for the overtime record.
What do you want to see again? Cosplay walkout? Well, we've already had walkouts, so new overtime record. Let's get 50-50. Let's just be here all night. Let's get some pizza. Let's have some fun.
She's opting for cosplay, though. We'll see what this guy goes for. I mean, right now, you want RRQ to go the distance.
Actually, to be fair,
okay.
I mean, look.
I see where you're going.
We can have new
55
overtime
kayaknya bang,
records,
kayaknya sih ya.
like any other day, right? Let's just get every team having really cool walkouts.
Again, yes,
right?
we've missed them.
Let's just bring some personality to the walkouts, to the outside game.
I'm throwing all personality right out the window. I want good Valorant.
You know what I would absolutely lose my mind about, though? If the 5 players playing, I don't know if they're allowed to, would all cosplay onto the stage.
Oh my god.
As the agents that they may play.
No, you're gonna feel so uncomfortable. We did have Neff up over
Harus benar nih
in
mainnya.
the stage cosplay. But back into the game. And it is Paperrex against RRQ. RRQ, like you mentioned before, they are a team that does not go quietly into the night.
Now, everybody stacked on up. 0 point to get some further garage information. Maybe got 2, maybe got none. It's going to be a bit of a headache, though, when this wall drops. Probably for something.
All lined up.
Maybe for Jing.
Yeah, both angles being separated apart, and it's Crazy Guy who finds a singular frag.
Aduh, dikit lagi.
At least good for one, so it's exchange.
Yeah, damage extra onto Jemkin, and you've slipped through as Patman.
dapat banget ini,
Aware of this one. I mean, it's under orange instead of through the tube, but it looks like Kushi a little bit aware of the scenario at the moment.
The one you're going to watch out for is Jemkin, though, up around yellow, and he gets discovered by this drone.
Comes down to the timing, though, doesn't it? What can Patman find? It's the right time.
Dapat lagi Patman, cow. Flanknya emang gila nih.
Buset,
Patman, cow. Nih didikannya Manfreak ya? Gila flanknya. Bolong-bolongin map Xbox RRQ anjir, sumpah.
Patman still in position, so
can he cook something here, Quack?
Does he have the ingredients?
Gila Patman, guys.
Patman, who does the foraging instead. 10-3, Paperrex might just give us a quick map.
Yeah, potentially so. Another pistol round collected from Paperrex. Extremely proficient in collecting them this series, and maybe so.
Padahal lagi tempat dia ambil kesempatan masuk. Iya.
Dia
tahu sih sebenarnya. Yang gue bingung kenapa killjoy-nya pasang turretnya kayak gitu tuh. Killjoy musuh.
Berpatapim.
So it's just the pistols. Probably going to see the 11-3 scoreline.
You would hope it would be RQ, though. They've stacked up correctly on A.
Yeah, this could be a cheeky crossfire angle for him.
All in position. Paperrex trying to send out some bombardinos, but it's going to be Jing who finds the first one. Divine to push off of the toxic screen as well. Something, trying to get some good spams, but of course with the position so far, RQ not truly able to find out too much until Kushi answers back, but with the submachine guns, Paperrex are still able to deliver.
Yeah, there was a Spectre in front of something there, but fist bumping the boys, so didn't pick that one up. Got to be back down onto the Stinger. Can be the little things that come on through, but you never really know, right? In the heat of the moment, you've got to just make sure that your confidence is up. So we'll see what this buy now will look like for RRQ.
Dia rame 4 orang pun di fight anjing. Gak takut-takutnya anjing.
Almost feel like they cut a couple of corners here to give themselves some advantages.
Trying to at least go in for the alt orb. Not too much cover. 0 point though.
Slow and steady. Paperrex feeling a bit of the weight of what's being sent their way over at the A site. So trying to change it up, trying to get sneaky. Alarm bot noted. Patman's position. Gotta be cared for.
Beginning to turn back around, but you got Crazy Guy now marking in front. You also have Kushi continuing to push out from quickly dealt with, and it's Jemkin just to mark Patman. Paperrex then, they have some options. They can possibly rotate, but you do have one yet.
Yeah, this is going to be really awkward for the timing, isn't it? But he's going to go hunting for Patman instead.
Oh, back up from mid, but Paperrex just continues.
Gila, ini gara-gara Patman sih anjing. Mereka overthinking, cok.
Now he's been spotted. Good kill onto something though. But do you know where Patman is? Do you know about the Pat signal in the skies? Patman
Yuk, let's go Viper.
Oscillating back and forth around the corner, but Monyet gets the flick.
Nice!
Gila, Batman, co, anjir.
Gotta be careful giving options for a 1 versus 3 though, Quack. 1v1 Strice over. Could get the better of you, but that means it is the bonus round going Paperrex's way. And that's a 4 versus 5 conversion that they do best as well. They are looking so much more.
Jemkin jadi ngeliatin si Batman, cok. Dia nggak akan fokus sama side-nya, sumpah. Pusing dia.
Take over on RRQ's side to have a comeback come forward here. So we just further extend the potentially with this time that's going to do RRQ. If it is indeed theirs, you would assume so. Yeah.
It's going to take a whole lot, though. Nonetheless, they've brought themselves this far, Komodo. I mean, we started things off not too hot.
I mean,
you've had 2 OT wins.
Look at it from the outside, right? Paperrex map number 113-2. 2 OT wins for RRQ, where Paperrex could have closed them out. And now a smacking on the 4th map.
Ketawa Alex satu men, cok. Tadi marah-marah 2 map terakhir anjing.
Smiles across the board for Paperrex.
Well, you'd hope so. You just hope that they don't falter here and it goes
kukumo
over
tuh.
towards Ascent, where in a lower final to get back, you know, to get a chance at a trophy, right? For Paperrex to re-get the chance at a trophy, for RRQ for their first time to be able to hold a trophy potentially.
Potentially, yeah. Still got to go up for that potential rematch.
Yeah, the Gen G game is going to look
right now,
a little scary.
Neither team can truly let their foot off the gas. RRQ, this map might have been like this, but still looking for whatever possible advantage they can find.
And nobody is at home at this B side at the moment. This is the corners cutting that I'm talking about a little bit earlier. Change of pace, flash drive in. P can see that no one's home. No turret watching the normal cross. So you get an idea that things aren't around the A side. Now it's cemented in stone. With the
3 orang loh. 3 orang half armor nih, bro.
Rotations towards B because RRQ need the bodies here to fight.
Decent buys. Crazy guy close to an alt. Something that would be paramount. You've bought some time, you've noted the positions. You know exactly where Paperrex are. Can you deliver though?
Oh, nggak kena. Nice.
The angle, unfortunately not quite favoring Cushy for now, as Forsaken tucks himself in the safe corner for surveying with the drone. Salvos though, and allows for RQ to begin their forward march. The screen up and it lets Forsaken behind. He's infiltrated their backs. Jing pushing up as well. Nanoswarm with a flick onto Jemkin. It's just Xfair who unfortunately will collapse.
Guys, bukannya gue sombong. Ini Paperrex udah ada RRQ guys. Cuman 2 map ke trolling salah sendiri aja tai. Tai.
Truly full series.
Kalau bisa main terus dia
melebihi map 3-0, 4-0 from Paperrex, isn't it, on this map?
Maksudnya kayak lu lihat lah kayak kalau mereka main tuh kayak gitu kalau nggak banyak kesalahannya. 2 map tadi banyak kayak tai coy. Coba nggak banyak kesalahan. 4-0 dah.
Iya makanya 4-0 nih kalau misalnya nggak trolling.
Paperrex tuh yang ngelawan diri sendiri anjing dari kemarin coba, bukan yang ngelawan musuh coba.
Oh my, RRQ, the maps that they're winning here by sliver of margins. Now they have to try and bring some momentum back towards their favor in map number 5, Ascent. Who knows how that one's gonna go?
I mean, you're gonna have to dig deep. You're gonna have to bring out everything that you've possibly got. They put up some decent performances, but onto this map, holy cow, Petman truly answered the call.
Yeah, I mean, that 4K that comes through from him, all the energetic moments, he's just locking down the side of B time and time again. His flanks are looking great for team information as well. He's just certainly, you know, been a key piece for Paperrex in its entirety in that whole comeback from the DFM stage to now. So will he be able to get a taste of getting into a grand final?
Maksudnya kan kayak kelihatannya itu dari map 23 kan sengit ya, sengitnya gara-gara Paperrex sudah unggul. Tapi selalu ngebuang round guys. Jadinya kalah, jadi OT jadi kalah.
PCT Pacific lower finals. This is Valorant, and this is where every single road leads us back down to Ascent. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
Dan kocaknya aja lihat tes, yang nafsu siapa? Jason tadi tuh, Jason dapat 3 tapi. Reconnya Jason sendiri tadi lihat.
The score is tied.
Jason nge-recon sendiri, reconnya Jason. Dia recon. Dapat 2 ya kan? Jason nggak ada support tadi guys. Jason recon sendiri sama paling cuma butuh wallnya si Viper doang gitu.
Tinggal yang terakhir nih. Apa terakhir ya? Terakhir apa ya? Ascent
All
kah?
different roles, by the way. Duelist, controller,
Apa Lotus?
Senti, initiator. Are you fucking kidding me? Get this guy a trophy, bro. Get this guy a trophy, bro.
Berapa ya?
Gue nonton FNS aja lagi ngomentarin Jason. Pakai 4 agent berbeda, killnya banyak. Katanya, get this guy a trophy, bro.
Siapa aja nih? Yang nobar siapa aja, guys?
Duelist, controller.
Bang Bangkong lagi nonton. Siapa Bang Bangkong nih?
Duelist, he hard carried. Controller, hard carried. Senti,
Lagi
I mean,
dukung
could've been
siapa
better,
Bang
but it's
Bangkong?
all good. 15, 18, like, whatever. Icebox. Relatively well. We just shit on them. Like, what? This guy's incredible. This guy's literally incredible.
For Toronto, but PRX 7 opening kills for something there. Another jet masterclass from him, and
Why do you suck so much PRX dick? I
PRX,
fucking
even
love
on
these
Pearl,
guys.
like,
You
almost
wouldn't know
every map, there
because
has
no one
been
has ever loved
no one
you in
that's
your
really
life.
Kalau Napski dong. Siapa Napski?
All 5 of them been on all series.
I think that's
That
the
5%,
difference in
yeah.
like the level of consistency and experience. I kind of want to say where for me it seems like all of Paperrex are on almost all
Alright,
the
beer
time.
back real
But
quick.
for RRQ, they needed Jemkin to get them.
Keep
across
running the
line
ads,
map
mods.
2. They needed
Actually,
Kushi
we're
to
at
get them
41
across
minutes,
the
should be
line
fine.
map 3.
One more ad and then
If
we're good.
no one stands up and goes, okay guys, I'll get us this one, then it doesn't really seem to happen.
Apanya Fong Paperrex
I
guys
totally
FNS.
agree, especially since
Si Napsi dukung tim pilihannya dia ya, guys ya.
Gila 400.000 anjing yang nonton, gelo.
Apa di ini?
Ah, ini apa? MPL.
AMP.
MPL.
Juara. 43, 44, 45. Udah Pak.
Udah bareng kita.
Siapa AMP Kaisena?
Apa belum namanya?
Ay. PRX Pujan gak sih? PRX Pujan guys. Ya kalau PRX Pujan masuk mungkin gue terdepak.
Oh nih PNS nih. Gila yang nonton 36.000 cok. Kalau di Twitch tuh kalau yang nonton banyak mereka nggak dapat ini ya? Mereka nggak dapat duit ya? Apa gimana Bang Rio?
Duit dapat lah, kocak. Malah gede, Cok.
Atau dapat duitnya dari gift sub?
Dari ads juga, ads ada.
Oh, ada ads juga.
Apa ini anjing?
Ayo.
Nah, gitu dong something MVP ya kan? Enak bro.
Kayak gini dari tadi ya.
You have to throw waves of initiator util at him. You have to be able to, jiggle those lines, be able to circle jump.
Kalau di Indo ya kurang pasar, tapi kalau di luar kan gede banget.
Your snowball on the attacking side so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like he's always this X factor that the team have and really, really lighten up. And this is exactly what PRX want as we head towards map 5. All the momentum is in their favor. I think they'll be annoyed that they haven't closed this series already, to be honest. Just a little bit cleaner on the Thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose now, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially since, as you mentioned earlier, you have all 5 members of Paperrex just really coming online in this series. You don't really see anybody dropping.
3 menit lagi.
Patman with some amazing plays on Icebox. I'm so happy to see us Viper really come online here on the Pacific stage. By the way, some of the most memorable games that I remember from Patman way back home in the PH Challenge.
Oke guys, map terakhir menang kalah, gue udah bangga banget guys ya. Dari yang terpuruk 3-0 dibantai. Sekarang sampai ke titik di mana lower finals bisa ke map kelima.
In that grand final, RRQ have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1, you saw them with this double init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to play it. They looked very nice on it. Over on the side of PRX, I thought that their double init with the KO fade was going to kind of be a hard read into boom initially, but they've continued to play it and it's continued to look better and better.
Yeah, I mean, I like what
mereka pakai sofa tejo, masalah bahaya
really unique with how they use this fade, and it does definitely give them a different edge. RRQ playing that kind of modern meta comp, but again, I think we're going to see Jemkin move back to his comfort of the Yoru, and hopefully something stay on his comfort of the Jet. So very different approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're going to allow to get Kushi on the Sova as well. It's his signature agent for me.
That's much better for him.
Yeah, for PRX, honestly, this comp on Ascent is going to be similar to what we saw on Pearl. They love to be very active. You'll see Fade and KO just always getting active on defense, throwing that initiator util out, making plays. It's a very fluid approach to Ascent. They're not going to be sat there static waiting for you to take the site or reacting to whatever you're doing on attack. Paperrex is always going to be doing something. All you need to do is just go back and look at the VOD of that T1 game. They were getting in T1's face and they were not letting them execute their game plan on attack.
And since we are
Yoru lagi cok, iya cok anjing.
Another factor comes into play, right? It's about endurance now for these teams, and Paperrex just have a lot more repetition in cases like this on finals. They are veterans on that final stage, and for
Hadir Mas Andre, halo Bang Dias, kemana
they
aja
don't get a
ente?
lot of reps on the BO5, right? Especially with the whole crowd factor cheering for everybody. So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time RRQ played a best of 5. I don't even know if they have in the whole partnership era, to be honest. I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of Paperrex will come into play. As you say, they've all been here, done that so many times, and you know, this isn't a team that's fantastic in best of 5s, generally, but they've been here. They understand what it feels like. They know
the trauma is coming back.
They know what a best of 5 feels like. The RRQ guys, this is going to be a little bit of a new experience for them.
Yeah, I think the thing is they put a lot of initial work into Ascent, so I think they're going to fall back on a very strong foundation here. Jemkin is a force. They love playing this Sova Teo. They played it so well recently. PRX, I'd imagine, will be running in with the same comp here. We'll just see. Indeed, PRX, you are going to see them playing the exact same comp. Something really go back-to-back with huge Jet performances. They get to start out on that defensive side. He loves to get this op rolling. But just keep an eye out for Paperrex just getting in the face of RRQ early on here.
Yeah, if you're RRQ starting on that attacking side, you have to be careful with that elf. You know he's coming for you. But as you say, Jemkin back onto that Yoru. Really his signature role. Everybody's comfortable with RRQ, so they've got to make it work.
Seems like everybody is locked in for our final.
Oh, dia mau ngeras nih berarti.
Finals here of
Mau ngeras nih, mau ngeras.
Pacific Stage 1. We are going into Ascent and we'll talk
Perasaan gue nggak enak, Rok.
casters Quack and Komodo.
Udah ketahuan tuh. Mau nge-block itu tuh.
You can dread it, you can run from it, but destiny arrives all the same. Down to Ascent where everyone is into their signature roles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking about that, right, we've now got 4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps today, with an extra caveat for Forsaken playing all 4 roles as well.
Oh, that is a pretty crazy statistic to throw out there as well, but well, it comes down to this, you know, is it gonna be RRQ, their first possible grand finals, or Paperrex kind of trumping their past demons right now, pushing out something? He doesn't have a clue, but he will get taken out as well. Jemkin instantly TPing away.
Ya Allah, Cok, isi banget, Cok, di bait-nya, Cok, anjir Srija something.
Kenapa nggak lihat kanan ya si something?
Iya makanya.
Polos banget gitu, jalannya lurus terus.
Nail every single shot as they try to push on over from
What the
lane.
fuck?
Banyak banget.
Chip damage, but that is it.
Yeah, you can see really in the back lanes as well, for a crazy guy that he's holding down spawn, playing a really late flank position.
At the very least, he's bought time for Paperrex to set up the retake, but the spams, Monyet.
Anjing dapat monyet gak tuh? Ya Allah, namanya pistol kalah nih.
And now it's just Jing trying to work his way around the smokes. You still have utility as RRQ as well. Forsaken trying to work his way around the smoke. Hunt over, sneaking around lane. Monyet still alive. But Forsaken will continue to slip through, eliminates Jemkin, turns back around and takes Monyet away. Unfortunately, not a third, and it's just Jing with 13
Wah, susah sih ini.
HP.
Bos lane tuh.
Fight.
Nggak bisa sih.
Ada pensil anjay.
He will still continue to hold though, possibly to allow them to expire into find more alt points. There it is, but the pistol round over to RRQ.
Yeah, that's what's more important as well, right? The fact that something loses his life really early on, that he's not able to play the corner and get the kill. The immediate pivot towards the Bisa where you get through Device utility. Who switch back up towards the Vice. Meanwhile, flip it on over too. Last time we did see Xfero on the Vice on this map. He's gone back towards the Cypher, where as a whole, RRQ had a lot more potency on this map. You know, against Nongshim, against Talon. They did lose towards Team Secret. Felt like they weren't even in the map in that game. But importantly, Quack, the pistol round going RRQ's way. See if they're going to be able to double down, or if something on the Outlaw is going to be real dirty with it. Courtesy of Forsaken.
Ooh. Might not have
seen
too
too
much,
kayak gitu ya, si something, Cok.
Jemkin with the gate crash as well just continues to elude something for now.
Ooh, are they going to be aware of this one? There's no Senti util to watch for it. It's going to come down to timing. There's two of them here.
It's Monyet. He turns back. He goes in for the fights, and he will be victorious against Patman.
Oh,
the Outlaw, though.
Can he get anything more?
Awas itu! Ada lagi,
the
bro!
right location. Oh, just the timing on the angle.
Right, you've got players with the haunt around A main, and that informs that you know RQ are somewhere around B.
Yeah, but the really late flank again from Crazy Guy. He's just going to play so passive for the salvos if needed. Oh, catch anyone that comes through tiles for the lurk, which actually this time may actually happen.
The door shut as well, just buys further time. I mean, this.
Mereka main satu orang mundur banget, Cok. Djajonya pinter dia buat post lane.
Play with your mind, isn't it? Going later and later into the map.
Compounding effects for sure, and he just is so unbelievably patient. Jemkin just blocks off both lanes now. Xfero as well, and that Ghost. And something, he might have bought up the Outlaw, but he's not able to find too much off of it.
Yeah, Forsaken dropping that one as well. So we'll see what the buy is going to look like coming in towards the bonus round now. RRQ holding a couple of these rifles on over, and actually Forsaken's going to be deploying the Judge. He does expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the Fade as well. See if he's going to be bringing out that Odin a little bit later on too, right? When you got the Odin and the Operator that we...
B-nya gampang banget masuk, Cok, sumpah, Cok.
Coming towards something's hand. If you can get that activated nice and early on the defender side, you'll be forcing out a little bit more early utility from RRQ.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be the Judge instead.
Yeah, it's immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the A side. Whether or not we get some sort of pop flash plate come through, Patman's only got one flash drive. 0 point to remove abilities, 3 scanned. Ooh. Wait for the 8 seconds of suppression to fade away, and then maybe we do even see RRQ go for a little bit of a faster play. They still do have, of course, salvos, drone, dart for Cushy.
Juicy intel. Flash for Jing, but
he's holding it at the moment, expecting that there may very well be an explosive
pasti.
play.
Kalau nggak pasti ini main solo pasti nyulik satu lihat dah.
RRQ.
Yakin gua.
Taking their time with it. And this is where as Paperrex, you're also possibly thinking about Crazy Guy on a lurk again. I mean, that's why they're not fully pushing out.
You see this utility come through towards mid, and you know as Paperrex that you've got to have eyes on it as well, right? If you're dropping on the flash, it can see anyone crossing market, but there's a sliver of time on that one. So Patman's going to be pushing back in towards spawn. Still got the same of the tree shear. And this is where you're going to have to see delivery from Forsaken and something.
Finds the double. Oh, something with the assistance as well, and it's just
reload anjing.
being able to bring RRQ to a stop. Still though, decent kills, and Xpharaoh will make his way into the site. MSI Petman hearing all footsteps.
I'm surprised if I didn't pop them early, to be honest with you. The Thorns. Spike.
Oh. Not too sure about that one, but still have 3v2. Monyet slowly arriving on scene, and Xpharaoh doing his darndest to hold it from Boathouse. Both players from Paperrex still
apaan sih 3 orang ini cok kayak bingung banget mau masuk anjing.
RRQ with the bonus.
Udah kali anjing takut banget.
It feels like there when you've got a 2 versus 3 scenario, you're not popping the Thorns to save off your aggression, you're not artificiating early as well as Dubai. And when you're eventually getting in towards the side itself as well, you paranoid the back, but you don't actually play on the back of the timing that the paranoia is active for. Good little off angle from Xpharaoh catching Patman.
Iya cok, ngapain anjing? 2 gitu kena buta anjing.
Playing the flanking angle, shifting towards it. That's a great bonus conversion come through from RRQ. Immediately called for a timeout as Paperrex, because that round, the way that happens from beginning to end, I mean, Paperrex hold off the aggression that may have come out towards the A site. They have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage. It dropped through your fingers.
Slipped right through thanks to the late lurks again.
Yeah, slippery Monyet.
3 rounds. Previously was Crazy Guy, this time was Monyet, and it's definitely something that Paperrex needs to be fully aware of.
For sure. See what this timeout is going to result in for Paperrex. Because this is the nth hour, right? This is the 5th map on this lower bracket final game series.
Ngapain lagi tuh si Petman lompat-lompat anjing.
Make you paranoid.
I mean,
all map.
Mate, 2 overtimes that you've lost as Paperrex. The other 2 maps you've smacked RRQ. This series crumbles. I mean, you got to consider some slight differences on those 2 maps could have got you the victory. Nevertheless, though, new fresh round on the back of a timeout. Sheriffs. And a Bucky for Forsaken. Unfortunate for something.
Device to pick up where he left off.
The full flash
buta ini, buta bentar itu. Matanya nggak terang banget soalnya.
Sheer wall, but baited. That's what that clone does.
Yep. Good counter. Always going to be a thing.
The flash baited as well, and then RRQ with mid-round calls over onto A.
But what can Forsaken do with the Bucky?
There.
Or at least try to hide inside with the movement, evades the stuns, tries to hop in for a 2nd kill, but Cushy denies it.
Could you imagine if he got another one?
That would be sick, but still, it's not quite the story that we have in our hands. RRQ with the spike plant, Paperrex on site, but not able to line up the shots. Their site robbed once more. Jing trying to find another headshot, but with that little stack up. RRQ 4-0 currently.
Yeah, so you would assume that the timeout is going to be for this round here when you got your rifles coming in, when you got that operator.
Patman malah turu gini, Jing. Udah Dava jangan pakai main flash gak sih?
Waiting for problem with that arc rose as well. It actually flashed behind Jemkin, so it didn't have its full potency. So just with the kills that come in the back of this timeout as well. Now, where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play? You know, time and time again, we do see some flash plays come out, but they're going to be spreading across the map. Forsaken with something to hold off the 4 to mid at the moment, and without seeing anything, you got to expect that there's an extremity that's going to start to be explored. Dimensional drift comes on out for Jemkin.
If you're Paperrex, beginning to
he didn't see the corner.
Really uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, doesn't matter though.
Brings himself out of it, especially the Hunter Sphere as well. Something tries to dodge as much as possible. The main thing, though, is the off angle that Jemkin is holding. It springs out at the right time. Still, though, something managing to eliminate Monyet, which allows for the rest of the team to push out from spawn. Petman now arriving from market, but he needs to go much more. Defy, only good for 1. And RRQ will into another round win.
Paperrex just really wanted to go for the fights there when the Nightfall removed all of those audio and a couple of the HP marks as well, but just jumping on down in towards it when you technically had a bit of a player advantage at that little last scenario. Just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Cushy are navigating the angle together, just working their crosshairs across, getting the shots worked. If Paperrex slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there, could have given themselves a bit of time. Now it's a 5th round for RRQ on this attacking side,
where they have every single advantage possible.
And you would expect this to convert into a 6th as well, unless we see a Thrifty come through for Paperrex, get the B main control. Bladestorm there, you could pick up a Steel Garden, but you already see Xfero hanging around.
It won't be easy. Something's gonna have to plan as much as possible with his blades, the Prowler, the Flash, just for that Steel Garden. The cage propped up though, and something needs to clear so much. RRQ meanwhile are just happy to rush it over.
Ya Allah, nembaknya nggak pernah nembak kepala, Cok.
Down the angle as well. Forsaken spams over RRQ. It's Crazy Guy in the corner. And Paperrex has no earthly clue. Quad kill pulled out from nowhere, and it's 6-0.
Yeah, he's got a little bit nuclear there in that anti-eco, hasn't he? A scenario that the pistols very much could have overwhelmed him. I mean, you got a Seize that goes in there as well, and something just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill. Right? If those two little bits have a bit of a difference, there's an opportunity for Paperrex to potentially find something. That's going to be a lot of confidence to Crazy Guy there. For RRQ, he's not had, you know, the most stellar of kill performances here, but he's trying to call the best game he can for the team coming into this roster.
Yeah, not only is he translating the coach's vision in this very map, just full reads, a true journey all the way from ever since Valorant came out.
And it's one of the most important ones as well, right? To get the opportunity to get into the grand final, the chance to get that #1 seed into Masters Toronto from Pacific. You've already made it there.
Similar plan, and it's Paperrex trying to suss out as much as possible. Still though, the site
Kalau dikasih lagi site-nya, Cok. Nggak pernah di fight site-nya, lihat, Cok. Aduh.
Yeah, you got to be watching for a potential flank to come through later from Xfero, but with plant going down, Crazy Guy has an Armageddon. It's a 5 versus 5. There's an operator. You got to expect probably the Steel Garden from Devi. It comes down now.
Armageddon from Crazy Guy though. And it just blocks everything off. Paperrex continuing to try to push up front. It's just Forsaken, however. Can he truly find the kills? He's getting salvoed, but with assistance from Patman, they dive down. Jemkin gets out of dodge. Straight back into
Waktu, Jing.
Have some numbers though.
No command.
Oh, still trying to find the shots. Patman dodges the shot through, and it's Xfero now off from the top of the pallet. Paperrex have noted his position. The numbers front back once again.
Absolutely needed from Paperrex here to have just any substance in this map.
Kayak dua ulti, anjing.
The Steel Garden, the null command at the end as well for Patman. Using those ults to just ensure that you've got advantages. You bait out, if you can call it a bait out, it really buys a little bit of time for RRQ to try and reposition themselves
lagi nih, bahaya nih, bro.
Out of the pistols. Fortunately, doesn't work there, but you've already afforded yourself 6 rounds, right? You've got a lot of padding in this half as RRQ. Build up your economy, buys on buys.
Ayo Bisa, ayo Bisa.
See what the differences look like from Paperrex.
Similar setups, but one thing they can always bet for sure is that they have that confidence to continue going for some of these fights. Prowler again to contend with Xfero.
Yeah, it's just gonna make him feel a little bit sticky to stay around, isn't it?
Or to at least alleviate.
Masih ada diambil lagi, Jo. Jadi tag lagi, itu aja gitu doang tuh gamenya.
Out middle so he can get out of dodge. 0 point is gonna buy some time. Drone not spotting too much. But this is the mid-rounding for RRQ. If they do pivot towards B, something's going to be holding the up. Does he get the Spidey senses tingling, though, that he either needs to move to watch mid or pop the tailwind?
I think he's going to mark for a B main instead.
Yeah, a bit more of a better angle for him. And with this slower approach from RRQ, the drone's going to give away the info, so he can really call for his team to come and assist, because he probably needs it.
Need to pull it quick enough. Crazy Guy still with the late lurks. Forsaken's already cleared out mid. Something. Does he know that they are that close? It's a clone. It's a haunt as well. And Jemkin just does as much as possible to flash himself out.
See what he can do. Snuck himself in towards the logs, but the duel starts to come out in the trade as well.
And it's Forsaken with a little bit
nice,
more.
Patman. Nice.
Spawn! Triple kill, and it just mows every single RQ player as they try to approach from B main.
Yeah, you're blinking, you missed that one, isn't it? Paperrex. I mean, how many scenarios do they just want to send all the bodies into the fights this time? Works a bit better than a couple of rounds ago. Cheeky angle, actually, just the sliver scene. The Patman through the smoke, a great flash.
Anjing!
Great shot.
Tajam banget ya anak.
Come on.
Give us the hype. We need the hype.
He's locked in. He
They
needs more
Itu
rounds.
masalah Tekken dapat 6 udah enak banget, Cok.
For sure.
8 kills up right now, 6 for Patman.
Always
Q still in the lead.
Always seeing the same stuff in B main though, right? Forsaken and the operator of something. Again, you need to see that gun in his possession to just really have value, you would assume. But now that you've got B control, what do the differences look like for RRQ? They're a little bit closer up to mid.
And that's where xFaro also plays around with the tripwires as well. He waited for that Prowler before he put this one down. And then Jemkin to sneak all the way through into market. Oh, Forsaken aware to check with the Prowler. Sees as well the flash. Just to push
TP, coy, enak banget. Yoru tuh buang TP 1 tapi di utility dia banyak banget.
You're getting a smoke to get out of dodge, or your eventual plan is to still go towards the B side, where you'll have a deep mid smoke potentially. You can disregard that because you've got the whole team with you. Door shut, an avenue of approach. Forsaken holding the info line, a pre-fire spot, you would assume.
Aduh, nge-whiff, Cok, Jason,
Targets,
aduh.
and unfortunately he meets his doom. Something then immediately turns back around.
Eh,
But the
gak kena,
shot
anjing,
has been blocked by the clone. Crazy guy to mark
Udah
the back
keluar,
as well. It's just
bangsat.
by time, RQ will get the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one for Paperrex. Neural Theft confirming all the information. There's also the trap wire at the edge of market.
They're up close though, and it's just xFaro inside of main. He can continue to toy with Paperrex. Paperrex trying to find the spacing, trying to find the pathing actually into the site. Can they deal with the damage that has been caused? RRQ still holding them off, but Jing not too bad on the damage. Divide with the trades, down to the 1-on-2. Surely you expect inside of Boathouse. He does have the, well, no, not the arc rose. Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off. And
Aduh, kalau dapat tuh, bro.
Divide, unfortunately not able to contend, and RRQ right back the rounds.
Yeah, the wider swing from them works a treat there as well. The fact that RRQ have a bit of a mid-rounding decision to make too, right? When you slip the spike in towards bottom mid, you do consider what is the approach from RRQ. Are they trying to just wait for time for his recon? Are they going to be going forward together as a team, which is ultimately
Makanya tembak badan semua, Cok, udah, Cok.
your Omen and your
Susah
other
anjing
ways
ini kalau
to
7
back
anjing.
yourselves up. You go silently and approach. Paperrex have kind of been relinquishing this mid control time and time again. So the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there. So forcing out some adjustments from PRX.
And it's just the thorns around tree.
Batman noted close as well towards that dark cover. Has to change his own approach. Meanwhile, very forward B main control this time from Paperrex, but Dimensional Drift into the A site. Scope out all the information. This could be an 8th round for RRQ, depending.
Has to find the right timing for the flash as well, but yes, Jemkin might just be able to toy with this alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it completely flushes Paperrex out of position. Patman unfortunately neutralized. Another one eliminated, and it's a 3v5 retake where an op is at play. Tough situation, but Paperrex continues to try to spray themselves forward until...
Apa anjing, Cok, nggak ada kena,
You
Cok.
need that operator in play, you would assume, for something. 2 casualties gone. Paperrex have to just concede this one. We've seen pace changes from RRQ. When you've got that dimensional drift, how often does that just be, you know, kind of the be-all and end-all into a site like A when you've got in combination with a Hunter's Fury, you got salvos too. There's not a lot of places that you can hide as Paperrex there. That's why you really do need, you know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter, because apart from that, you really can't stay around.
There's just no option, no choice. It was 2 outs, but it gives them a much crucial round. RRQ now up 8-2 after the timer expires. And again, it's just compounding effects from everything from the first few rounds, right? A butterfly effect from the late lurks, the presence outside of B, which forces Paperrex to plant players around these spots.
Dapat 4 ya susah banget, 4 harus dapat.
Just buys so much away.
I was going to say, the timeout for Paperrex, do you consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well? Because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent defenses on a change-up of agents coming into this map, but a change-up of agents that you've had some good successes on, right? Against T1, maybe you catch them in a bit of an off day for that second map that they picked in the series. Your attacking side was flawless to close out the map. Your defensive side, I mean, they ended it as an 8-4, right? In the lead. This time, all of the ideas for RRQ working much more of a treat. And what have we seen from Paperrex? We've seen B main control upon B main control, getting either the operator on the line or you know, Prowler out from Forsaken, and they hang around. If RRQ are expecting that, they're happy to give it, right? They've got
3 other lanes that they can go through. You go through mid, you go through tree, you go through main.
And that's exactly what this timeout is for. I mean, there's just so much to consider. RRQ being able to toy with Paperrex in this fashion truly gives them every single advantage that they've been looking for. 8-2. And this is the first time, the first half in this entire series where RRQ is this dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we are contending upon an overtime scenario, it's Paperrex that are going to have to make the comeback real. Right? It's always been RRQ that have kind of been the trailers. This time, contention in towards the main and Xfero. Dispatches of Forsaken, the Hunter's on for something as well.
Just when I thought Paperrex was equipped immediately getting eliminated. Forsaken down, something with the operator, but not able to flick because RRQ has swarmed the site.
Oh, do you even consider a save again? A 2 versus 4? You've got no money, you've got not the greatest weapon, there's the Bulldog in play.
Yeah, well, it's round 11. Might as well just kind of throw everything in, but tripped up as well, Jing. He's been spotted. Xer beginning to push up. Jing might not expect it. He's crouched down as well, but Jing, decent flick. Flashes over onto the back, but oh, the spam's possible. He has to back off. He has to play around safe. He hears the jumps as well, and that will be another kill. Still, though, running out of ammo now. The time working against him. He swaps to a weapon, and that's the precise moment when Monyet peeks out for the kill. It's 9-2. Is it going to be a 10?
Maybe. Very well, maybe. That's the timeout, the Paperrex call as well, not going their way. The idea that, well, B-main controllers, I'm speaking about, Paperrex have been loving trying to gather that, right? Let's just take the fight to them with numbers. Let's get in their face. Let's go quick when they might expect something slow. It works an absolute treat for RRQ. The money in shambles. Digging deep in towards your pocket. It's not the worst for Paperrex. Vandals, Phantoms, couple ultis. Regen shield in there as well. I mean, Patman, yeah, you've got a Spectre, but if you're null commanding at the right time, you could still assist your team. 0 point for 2. This will command a little bit of a slower start for the beginning of the round to RRQ.
Forsaken taking his time around B main as well. He just sent the Hunt out, which was shot down, so still holding on to some prowess, but the Armageddon into back of A.
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the front of the side at the moment. Molly will hold them at bay. Monyet, risky business. I was gonna say if he found that.
Which then the Nightfall in towards B. Forsaken trying to do his best to hold
Nice!
The burst is great! Defy as well from backside. And it's just crazy, guy. The late lurk this time completely dismantled.
Jing nembak apa, Cok? Kayak gitar banget.
Jing for the least. Something to end it off, though. So it's not a 10-2. Paperrex
kurang tenang nih, Jing
to
nih.
scratch one right back against RRQ.
Put your hands up if you are a superstitious person out there. The 9-3 curse, is it gonna be real? Paperrex gonna have the blessings go their way in this one, because so far RRQ have just had the better ideas, the better movement around the map, just affording themselves more buys as well, right? With the layering of rounds that they have. I mean, the 6-0 start
Bisa guys,
really
jangan sia-siakan kesempatan ini guys.
for the remainder of the half. 3 more extra, they drop 3, yeah, sure. But they are in pole position here to get into that grand final. Which player infuriates you more? Go in already, a duelist that never goes in, or Smoke, a controller that never smokes?
100% controller. You need to be able to smoke off sites. And at least controller, once you're done smoking off, you can push in.
14-19.
We do see a lot of duelists be a bit self-sufficient, like a Jet that can get in, or Yori that can get in around the smokes, because you think about the importance in these sort of scenarios, right? How often do we see smoking agents actually die?
Keras 3, langsung ugil Bang Rio, gas.
So sometimes you do get smokes that can't smoke and you have to adapt.
Watan!
You lose your duelist, well the team can slowly go in. So I think more infuriating, probably the duelist.
Watan!
Regardless of that little disagreement.
For the people out there though, don't be any of them. Go in entry if you play duelist, go in smoke if you play controller.
Just do everything right. We'll see if Paperrex can do
Watan,
everything right. Again, you mentioned how the first half was perfectly set up by RRQ. Now they're on the defense.
This is such an important pistol round. The stats will not matter.
Paperrex need it.
If RRQ get the pistol.
If RRQ get the pistol, then this could be over.
Well, we'll see. How nervous are Paperrex coming in towards this pistol? And they shrug it off, going into their attacking side. Slow and steady in the middle. cleared out by
Jangan
the
coba-coba ke
stealth
B
drone.
gak sih?
The drone doesn't hear the footsteps truly as well.
Ada sniper, bro.
However, Paperrex clearing out A little
Kalau kalah
bit.
pistol round dah lah guys.
Begun to set themselves up around
Aduh.
B.
Mas guys.
Kill trip towards switch as well in case we have something fast from or something.
Oh, and the 3 from
Tiga, anjing.
RRQ. Stable to mark down the site. They might have been flashed, but still.
Lama banget cok anjing.
Yeah, but they can't go in at the moment with just the stalling power of the cage, of the salvos.
And look at that trip as well.
So they're going to have to try and go back at it again. Yeah, and the trip, I mean, if you get a dash on towards it, maybe you have some good spam. Maybe someone who plays towards CT, if it's smoked off, can still pepper some bullets there.
Aduh.
But then for
Waduh.
Paperrex to elect for a B split push instead. Crazy guy, he's found some information.
30 seconds to go. It's going to end up being.
Aduh, B-nya rame banget cok, masih mau ke B anjing.
As well. Trip around the survival smokes. Jemkin trying to line up the shots, but something's good for at least one. To buy though, the trades have to be good, and Paperrex just continue to waterfall into the side. But look at Jemkin and how slippery he is. Backed into safety.
They're going to get the plant in the salvos. They can push you out of position. That's exactly what they do.
And 13 seconds left. The spike plant is not available.
Nice
So
one.
Jemkin has to find the kills. Finally, it goes down, and it's just crazy guy left.
24.
Low HP as well, but still, he
24.
needs to find the 1v2
guys, and you guys
in
low.
position. It just lets time reset.
24.
You guys still gonna
24.
pick that shit. Oh my
At the
god.
moment, they could lose their lives. They are.
Crazy
One tap
guy.
and two tap.
Does he have the shots though?
Oh!
Puts the head onto
Untung yang
Patman.
kena Patman loh.
Forsaken with the crouch. The high-low still supports Paperrex.
That setup as well. If Forsaken gets headshot, the ghost bullet, does it go through? Finish him off. That would have been a headset off moment for Paperrex. You would assume. Jemkin trying to dig deep in there as well, but my, the stalling power, the reads, the fact that Paperrex still go into the B site. There's no time to change it up. There's no lurk to bring value for them in this pistol round. You got to keep a sword face for them too, because they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the swarm works, and well, at least it's one round, which might give them a couple more with the guns afforded up.
Awkward.
Back into B.
Awkward team flash. What
Udah
could
siapa
have been?
anjing? Fuck.
Anti-flash, by the way, for Jemkin.
All the way towards the back and beginning to peek forward.
Udah nggak sih, B-nya rame mulu cok anjing. Masih garger mulu B-nya.
Cool little
Gue
counterplay on the
takut cok dia
back.
tuh ngajar-ngajar stat rame anjing. Gak kayak tadi kayak split tuh, tau gak sih? Dia ngajar spat yang sepi. Ini spat rame diajar terus anjing.
But hey, you weather it, right? And now we wait and we go again by the looks of Paperrex's positions.
Kalau nggak dicek sih selesai situ.
You got a bit of a rotation from Xfero as well. Just the pistols though.
4 anjing, udah 4 cok.
As much as possible. Back in for the little peeks though, off of the timing. Jemkin out by logs, however, but spotted out thanks to Z's.
Very well stuck here. He's gonna have all the utility go his way. Fragment and Thorns.
The smash just prevented from escaping. The salvos though, but then Paperrex
Nice.
with a full arsenal, just happy to look for fights.
Yeah, so that's 2, right? Always should be good for the second after the pistol, but this is where we get the guns in
Okay guys, still
possession
got
for
change
RRQ,
guys.
and this is where we really start to see how much effect the first half has on this game, right? They afforded themselves 9-3, 6-round advantage. They can afford a couple of mishaps here and there in this half. They can afford themselves, you know, a chance for Paperrex to maybe start to make a comeback, but you do have to start to consider for RRQ, right? How long does it take them to recognize what Paperrex are going to be doing on this attacking side? Are Paperrex really changing up their approach time and time again?
Not too much currently. Previous round was just a confident B push given the guns, but now you got to really slow things down. And Odin being fired off as well. Paperrex now aware.
And slowing things down are going to work a treat for RRQ as
Hey,
well.
we win this. We come back guys, please guys.
They need
Bonus.
allows
ini kalau ini menang,
crazy guy to
ini
have the
menang bisa
salvos
sampai.
put at the right time. High cam again to spot some early information. Though currently gate crash for Jemkin towards the A
Aduh, nggak
side
dapet
where his
info
locale
cyber
is
catch lagi.
anyway. So it currently would be a retake scenario if Paperrex quickly got into the B site.
But that comes down to Xfero as well as
Ayo,
Kush,
bisa commit ya.
right? These signature agents, you got the trips. And if he's able to anchor down well enough,
Data berabe dah.
0 point is calling
Itu
for a
kan
rotate.
naiknya harus kena dulu.
Not occupied in its entirety. Crazy guy a little bit behind, but Cushy towards the spawn side of things. So it does look like with 30 seconds to go, it
Anjir
may
lewat
very
cok,
well
strip
be
bang itu anjing.
a bit of a retake scenario.
Bawah ya
Paperrex
trapnya
managed to slip through. What a lineup from Patman. The trip being
Chill,
noted as
you
well.
guys get
slowly
aside.
sneaking himself forward
You guys
to the one
chill.
and done.
Pen.
Watching for the angles though. Door's been broken. Devi.
Aduh, Fai, gak dapet.
This could be the start of the assault, but Patman has grenades. Something trying to hold as well. Dodges the first flash. The second one being sent through by the Omen. And it's just Patman trying to receive contact. But RQ proves to be
Aduh, nge-whiff charging. Aduh, lompat 2 orang padahal tuh bisa bunuh 2 tuh.
Bonus round going the way of RRQ. They came into it with the better guns, so Paperrex only some damage for their bonus round. Double digits achieved for RRQ. Just waiting to see if anyone was going to fall prey into the trap wire for Xfero to spray on down, but it never eventuated. So that's a full 5 versus 5 retake that really Jemkin getting a lot of the damage in there with the team
bisa dapat 2 gitu, coy anjing.
Trades working out a treat. Holding numbers advantages.
3 malah,
now we'll get the full proper buy to come out from Paperrex, backed up by the Nightfall. You can see an answer back for Jemkin though with that dimensional.
Ya, masih bisa guys, full buy.
When that ability is in play.
Especially for a potential retake. Paperrex though. Position.
Ulti!
Nightfall, but slow down.
Really early to allow something to get up towards the tree super quick, but kind of held at bay at the moment. Xfero at the glass.
Almost domed. Still with the damage found.
Nice
it's going
fight.
to be Paperrex breaking their way into the
Son!
eliminating Forsaken. Devi back in though, but not able to take that crazy guy.
Just picking up the ultimate of the Armageddon as well in this 3 versus 3.
Spike has been planted at the very least. What the position is going to be? Dimensional drift to scout.
Could be everything.
Straight into the site. Another smoke. Armageddon out from A main and Paperrex.
Aduh!
Cushy for the kill.
Ya elah!
That ends the round.
What a flash. What a flash to come out at the end from Jemkin as well. Patman completely.
Oh wait, nge-spray terus anjing. Bisa tenang apa tembaknya?
No words.
I believe that's a self-blind to come on out. I mean, in the 3 versus 3, when you got the dimensional drift and the Armageddon coming your way anyway, you cannot see in towards the main. Gotta say, all the info utility. The crazy guy just survives with that Odin there too. Ah, he's blinded up by the clone. That's what it is. That's a rough one.
Just that much utility being sent into the wayside, and it's 11
Something tuh, aimnya kalau lagi nggak nembak jelek banget ke spraynya tuh, spray brutal anjir. Jason udah 15 kill guys.
They afforded themselves of the first half, right? They can have slip-ups if they want, but if they don't, well, you're just going to keep on carrying on. 12 is the name of the game to hunt on through. That's a quick headshot onto Jing.
Segitu anjing. Tajam
Another
banget,
one found. Then for the trips to come back in online, Paperrex trying to recover.
Berat sini.
Need to see individual brilliance, you feel like, for Paperrex to come through here, but it does feel like the teamwork of RRQ is at its most potent on this map right now. The angle,
Tawan kelihatan.
Try and find Patman. Damage done, though, will scare him off.
I mean, teamwork, individual brilliance as well, just to check. And Paperrex just trying to scavenge this round as much as possible. Patman, if he was able to find one, that would be great, but everything's thrown off balance.
Slowly but surely.
Ini harusnya main free gak sih ini di perajing?
Itu loh, pala!
Recognition from RQ as well, though. They've already put themselves inside a spawn, but something a little bit quicker with the blaze.
Udah mati orunya Jing.
Salvos will stop and stall Forsaken. Another kill.
Ya Allah, masih di pick anjing.
The IGL leading from the front.
And Patman tagged 4 from Monyet earlier, remember?
There's just no chance.
Ya pasti berempat mainnya bertiga udah pasti.
Inside a spawn. As soon as Patman reveals himself, this will be series point. Tries to get ahead of it, but there is no chance at all.
Yeah, there was not a snowball's chance in hell in that one for Paperrex to win. It feels like 12-5 series point. What does Pilski know? But we do not. RRQ weathering through 4 maps here. 2 victories in overtime. 2 clean ones from Paperrex. Is this where the train gets derailed? Smashing into the mountain.
Just might be.
7 series points.
Masih bisa guys, sabar. 1 round lagi.
It's just way too much for Paperrex to deal with. The weaponry not too great in this round either. Decent flash over, some space around the middle. Jemkin looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment. Will be bailed out by Xfero's cage if he wants to try and get out of there, weathering through the suppression. Just skedaddle on through.
Something getar banget, Cok. Something kurang chill sih, dia harus kayak stamina mainnya harus dinaikin, Cok. Kalau lagi tajam one tap, kalau nggak nanti one tap ke spray itu yang susah anjir udah. Spraynya spray brutal masalahnya anjing.
From RRQ, because remember, they have 7 rounds to play with. They can afford to take a couple of losses.
All it takes is one more point for Cushy to get to the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. No command though for Patman. You feel like he has to drop that in towards this round potentially. Stave off this retake. There it is as the plant goes down.
Which won't leave him with too much towards the future rounds. Right now, stuck inside of logs. His position pretty much revealed. A 0 point just to hold even further back as well. Another fragment. Sun peeks out from spawn now. And they know exactly where Patman is. He will just go in guns blazing though. Single kill, but traded out by Monyet. Something up from the back, and he finds unnecessary. 2 targets left. And unfortunately, this is not over yet. Paperrex will carry forward.
Yeah, but the investment for them in that round, Quack. The Steel Garden and the Null Command, you're not going to have access to them in the next one. You flip it over an RRQ. We've got a Hunter's Fury to play with. They're from the shadows. These ultimates can be called ultimate for a reason. They
Gila tuh, dia spray brutal tau gak lu?
Abilities. And as we're talking about right now, it only takes 1 round for RRQ.
Beda kan sama Davai kan, bunuh 1, apa sih? Nge-repost.
G. Affording a timeout now. Paperrex needed.
Si itu tuh apa sih? Si something tuh udah kalau udah jelek mainnya dia spray brutal dia.
Because you have to remember, they both of theirs in the first half. After round number 3 and round number 10. So the fact that RRQ deploy one here, have a conversation early, is a bit of a blessing for Paperrex.
Double edged sword for themselves, but we will see. They are the ones on defense. They can pull out something surprising. Paperrex need to be completely locked in every step of the way. And I'm not entirely sure that they've got it in them, even as a fan myself.
I mean, we just need to see them be a lot more heads up, a lot more clinical in the early.
Musuhnya cuma diri sendiri doang guys, Paperrex. 2 map pertama kalau nggak nge-throw udah.
Finding an isolated duel.
Ini bukan map yang diuntungkan untuk Paperrex emang. Makanya mungkin harusnya game plan-nya nggak harus sampai map 5. Tapi sampai map 5 udah ya emang tai sih.
Oh, and it starts off with a huge explosion up by B. They pushed up. Jemkin gets away with daylight coverage.
Lajing.
Hunter's Fury right off the rip as well. Paperrex trying to dance around it.
They do successfully. But losing something, that's your duelist, your opener.
Anjing udah turun banget, Cocing juga udah samanya udah habis anjir.
To seal the deal here. Rotations already from RRQ to the correct location as well.
That's all they needed.
Banyak alasan emang kuat. Kalau kuat grand final duluan nggak sih, bro?
Good timing on the drone.
Semua tim nggak yang kalau kuat ya paling satu ya nomor 1 dulu grand final duluan baru paling kuat tuh.
Nggak ada pressure guys. Ini 2 map tadi tuh kalau nggak nge-throw udah nggak ada lagi.
With the salvos, and Paperrex has no recourse but to continue pushing. Jing down and out, and the rest of Paperrex continue up front. Still though, RRQ have the site completely surrounded, every position marked thanks to the neural theft. Can they even get the spike down? They try to slow it over with the thorns.
Plant down.
Pushes up from both sides though. You gotta watch for stairs as well as lane. Forsaken trying his best to isolate the angles as much as possible. Takes down the first head. Off to the next one as Patman trades up. And it's just Xfero trying to sneak on over. With discipline, he finds the first, and it's down to the 1v1. Patman needs to come up huge, but he's not able to do it. Xfero has derailed the Paperrex Express.
Bang kalah denial. Iya sih yang top 1 grup, iya jago, iya bang top 1 grup.
And down to the final score, 13-6. 2 overtimes, an incredible first half, and RRQ will soar themselves into the grand finals against old rivals Gen G.
Commiserations to Paperrex in this one. They had a monstrous effort to get through the group stage when it looks like they were down and out. They start to go, everyone's favorite meme at the moment, track by track.
Jemkin sih emang, Jemkin doang sih itu
They
kuncinya.
still made it to Toronto, they'll come in with the 3rd seed, but it is RRQ here
Nice try, juara 3 guys.
That get the victory, that get the opportunity
one more series tomorrow to try and lift that
Juara 3, nice one.
This time here,
Kita ada tambahan ini, ada tambahan watch party EWC, bro.
but you know that there's fist bumps at the end.
Ada tambahan watch party EWC, guys. Karena EWC kualifikasinya kita diikut. Karena belum masuk hitungannya.
Much love between both teams for sure, but yes, a much coveted opportunity to strike back against Gen G. I mean, how long has this opportunity been eluded for RRQ? 3 years, they've brought in crazy
Aman
guy
Toronto.
now.
Ntar bukti kali Toronto, guys. Kita di Toronto nih, guys ya. Kita preparation di Toronto. Soalnya tim-tim luar lebih ngeri lagi, bro. G2 lebih najis, guys. Temu G2 lebih najis lagi, bro.
They gotta be really happy though that they got the victory here, despite the fact that it took 2 slog maps in the overtime.
And well-deserved win is going to be RRQ facing Gen G tomorrow in the grand finals. Congratulations, guys.
Oke, thank you guys, sampai jumpa. Kita ntar ketemu lagi di kualifikasi EWC harusnya, guys.
Oke, thank you guys semuanya.
Oke, Bang Apa, thank you Bang Apa.
만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Nanti Paperrex, thank you. Nggak apa-apa, santai. Dari yang nggak lolos play, hampir nggak lolos playoff sampai juara 3 ya udah better lah.
먼저 경기 마친 기분이 어떤지부터 물어보고 싶은데요. 워낙 이제 프랜차이즈 리그 출범 미후에
Oke, sampai jumpa guys di next streaming guys. Besok grand final berarti ya. Besok jam 5 biasanya guys. Map baru biasanya. Oke, thank you guys.